Yeah, so mic check.
You good?
Yeah, that's good enough. Thank you.
Sugar cookie?
Yes. Got you. Thank you.
No. How you doing?
Doing all right. Just hanging out. I'm in this weird, like, plastic Adirondack chair in my back patio, and so every now and then, like, it'll kind of walk itself out. So, pardon me if you hear stuff like that, kind of weird kind of stuff. Every now and then, I'll shift my weight just slightly, or not at all, and it'll still kind of walk itself out because it's just a plastic. Anyway, was there any type of topic or anything that was kind of maybe happening or no?
I think you're.
Like what?
I mean, I think you're the topic bringer.
Oh, I thought you said Europe. Okay, so no, I don't have any topics in mind whatsoever.
I'm just curious about the vacuum. When people ask what's in it, while the vacuum, you turn on a pump and it pulls, on a container, of course, and then in the container, I believe there's still air, but some people believe that it's like something different or not air. What's your take on it?
Like what's in there after you suck out all the air in a vacuum?
Yeah, yeah. Can you suck out all the air? Would be my question, I guess.
Well, isn't that the definition of a vacuum though? Are you saying what else is in there? Can you like there's something in there?
Yeah, my belief is there's still air in there, and you'll never be able to suck it out because there's nothing coming in to replace it. I mean,
Or else
that's how. I mean, that's the way I think it works.
yeah, so are you saying like or else it would just like crush itself? Or is there something with air and pressure or what do you think of? Am I am I tracking with you?
Well, it would either crush the container, and if it didn't, if it wasn't a big enough to be able to create a vacuum strong enough to crush the container, the amount of air that's still in there that will never leave, because it won't never leave it void. Like there can never be a void because there has to be something to fill that void. Okay, like
Just not air
yeah,
though, right?
no, no, it is there. In my belief. Now, I don't know. I don't know what your explanation is.
I don't know.
The way I see it is it's air, and the pump tries to pull on it. Now it would crush the container if possible. If the pump's not strong enough to crush said container, then whatever air is in there will never come. The last amount will never come out, in my mind, because I don't think there's anything to force it out for anything to come in and replace it. Like, I mean, and it like just say it become like a super strong resistant against the like it won't ever come out. The vacuum will burn up. The pump will.
Huh. So I'm kind of going with this thought experiment with you. Like, so he's saying, and I hate when people say that because I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I'm trying to understand. Like if the container doesn't crush when you suck the air out of it, then it's not a vacuum at that point. It like that whatever's left in there, there's still something left in there, whether or not it's what do you consider air? I guess at that point.
Basically, I consider air as electrical like electrical static itself.
Okay.
So like so what it's doing, it can never get rid of the electrical, the energy. So what it's doing is like creating a superconduction of
Huh.
just the amount that's in there. So the amount that's trying to come out but can't because it has to stay in there. It just has to, in my mind, right? And then you increase the potential because the vacuum just pulls more and more and more and more and more on the same amount of air that's never going to come out until either the container breaks or the vacuum breaks. But what you're doing is creating a superconduction, and it's like just more, I guess, potential buildup in there. But it's still air; it's not coming out. It'll lock. You can't
Well,
even really, I don't think, have a vacuum without air, right?
well, you kind of have to. I mean, for me, what you're saying is like you're bringing in a lot of I don't know assumptions into that. I see where you're trying to go with it though, but
Right.
it
Well, I've always believed that air isn't H2O. I believe it's electrical continuity, and water is also it's just liquid electric. It's like we're little bitty dots standing in a big, like if the ocean's sitting there, it's a big liquid ocean of electricity.
okay. Well, so
That's what I believe.
well, let's go break that part down real quick. Uh, the ocean has salt in it, so those are minerals. Those are electrolytes, and so water, like pure water, will not conduct electricity. It has to have some sort of mechanism within it. So, uh, how does that fit? Do you agree with that
I
or
mean,
no?
no, that doesn't sound right to me at all. I think water is pure electricity, tons and piles of it, just a liquid.
Well, you can't. Oh, that's okay. So that to me is two. You're saying two different things are the same thing. You're saying you're making an
Yeah, it's a
equivalent there. You know.
air is one form. It's a static layer of electricity stacked upon another layer, which would be liquid. And then we have dirt, which holds the liquid. So we have liquid and then air, and then what, and then the next medium. Yeah, it's all energy. Like if you want to get down to the nitty gritty,
Yeah,
uh, it would be
that's what we're doing.
intelligence and memory. It would be stacks of memory and intelligence. But what the memory intelligence produce, right? I mean, I'm not trying to be funny or anything. I'm
That's
100%. This
funny.
is 100%. The memory and intelligence, right? Like that can be the same thing in one too. But they stack upon themselves in layers, and we call
Like
it
water
electricity
memory,
or energy. Yeah,
like water
we call
memory
we
or
call
air
memory.
memory.
Yes, yes, and but it's still electricity though because it does work. It
Would it
takes
be
memory and intelligence to do work. Yeah.
okay? So like try to use like a weak analogy to try to understand your point. Like memory foam or whatever. Like, are you saying that it keeps the same form? As far as that, is that what you mean by memory?
any form or any shape that the memory needs to be or needs to react upon will react or be because of intelligence. So you have to have a blueprint to follow, right? For memory to follow, or else memory would be there would be no point in it. And there would be no point in intelligence without memory. So you have to have those two things. You can't have shape and form without memory or intelligence. Like it wouldn't even, it doesn't, that, like the shape of
Well,
I mean, even chaotic shape, like not even
well,
the idea of like square in a circle, just like the shape of dirt.
but aren't you kind of like a chicken or the egg situation there? Sounds like.
No, I don't know. I don't know what the chicken or the egg are, but I know that the memory and intelligence have to be there, or else you can't have a chicken or an egg.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying is so which came first? The form or the shape?
Intelligence,
In
intelligence, and then form,
well,
because to tell us,
okay.
and then memory is they're both information. Memory is the ability to retain it, produce it, process it, right?
Okay, so I can follow you with the intelligence coming first before form, but what's the difference between form and shape then at that point? Like the form is a container and the shape of the air within it or the lack of
The
it or
conductor.
what's left?
Uh, Sorry, just whatever it is, whatever the stuff is, it's the memory. Like like whatever you, if you have a baby, it'll out in the memory of whatever you put out. If a tree has another thing or a seed or whatever, like it all comes out in the memory of whatever it put. You know what I mean? It comes out in that shape. Like think and like the gradients, like the air, the wind, the water, the clouds, all that stuff. It follows the same attribute. Like the temperature is a conductor, right?
Well,
So temperature can create ice,
would
water,
you
you know what I mean? Those different forms of electricity.
so how do you get for me what I'm hearing kind of like a more overarching thing is like are you actually talking about pressure in some still?
Nah, I don't know nothing about pressure. I know about gradients that reside within each other that are electrical. So you have water, right?
Okay.
And if you heat water or do anything with water or change its temperature, it's going to act accordingly due to
Right.
memory, right?
So if
Right.
it's a
Or the
change in
intelligence,
temperature,
which will be the temperature. Yeah.
somebody else.
Temperature can change you. I mean, well, I mean, the action and the reaction are kind of like the memory. So, I mean, so it all falls into how you want to word it, really. Whichever way you want to word it. If you want to call it air, you can call it air. If you want to call it static electricity, magnetism, it's all the same. They're all the same attributes.
Yeah, I
Energy,
see
which
where you're
you
going,
can't create. Yeah, you can't create or destroy. Yeah, you can't create or destroy energy,
but
and you
aren't
can't
you?
create or destroy intelligence.
But aren't you?
Right. Right.
Didn't you just introduce something else when you said temperature?
No, there's electric also. Can't have temperature without electricity or intelligent memory. No, it's the same stuff. It's energy. It's current or a dissipation of, right? So if you have a buildup of current, that'd be heat. If you have a dissipation of current over the rate of buildup, that'd be cold, right? It's all electrical. I promise you. I mean, in my mind, it's all electrical. That's how I can explain it.
So if I could zoom out even more from trying to understand what you're saying are is it something along the lines of intelligent, like just physics?
Yeah, 1,000,000%. And it has to be like, in a way, what's the difference from action or reaction or an intelligent designer or a blueprint that things have to follow anyway? Like this thing goes from high to low, hot to cold, positive to negative, right? Like ice works this way. Temperature comes in to play. If the temperature changes, the ice changes to water. And then if the temperature negates more, the water will become air, right? So the more currency you put into something, the more it'll change. If you have natural gas and I light it up, the offset of that would be helium or a flame, a light. Hence the reason they think you get the sun from helium, because it's the offset or the byproduct of burn or add more currency to them. So whether you do the currency by electricity, by the spark, by chemical electrolysis, by lighting it up with an arc or a spark, it's all electricity, electrical property or process. Exchange.
Okay, I guess.
I mean, when I wave my hand in the air or wave, or whatever, I get static.
Wave your hands
I
in the
feel it.
air
It
like
feels
you just
just like
don't
static.
care.
Right. To me, that reminds me waving my hands in a bunch of static, and it's gonna see when like when people think about it, it might sound, but you're like, oh well, this doesn't happen when you touch water. Well, that's not the way it would happen. It has to go. It has to be the same way out. Make sense?
No.
No. Um. So like, in order to get certain things out of water or a certain action or reaction, I'll do different things to it. Right?
Hold on a second. You might be roboting a little bit, or else I might need to reconnect. So I'm trying to follow you here.
I'm probably roboting. Let me see.
Yeah. I'll reconnect on my side too. Okay. Hello, hello.
Yeah, I'm here. You hear me now?
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Basically, when I walk outside, what I feel like to me is when I wave my hands around and people do stuff and everything, you get that static and your hair can stand up and the wind's blowing past. That to me is like a giant amount of static electricity,
Okay.
right? The air, right? Because the only way to get or to like even mess around or process or do anything with anything to get air or oxygen, like to separate air from water, right? Supposedly H2O from the water or whatever, get oxygen from it, the H2O. The only way to do that is with electricity or through an electrical process, chemical or a 9-volt battery or a spark. But then, so to me, a thing that converted it is electricity. So yeah, it seems weird, but if you have to take a battery and put it down in the water, and then the battery's reaction are a whole bunch of little sparks, but underwater they're bubbles. I would just say those bubbles are a converted spark,
Would it?
right?
Uh,
So instead of just a second, so instead of being air, it's basically electricity releasing out of the water. But go ahead.
yeah. Yeah. So it sounds like you might be forgetting something, or maybe not. But I see where you're going. Where the like, if you put a battery in the water and it sparks and all whatever, that I can kind of go with your idea there. But aren't you kind of forgetting the part like the static electricity, where like in order to have electricity flow somewhere, it actually has to have a ground.
No,
The ground.
no, no.
Yeah.
You said to have energy, you need a ground.
No, no. To have electricity do its thing, you have to have a ground, especially static electricity. It has
A
to be
ground.
grounded in somewhere, like the actual ground. You never had to
To
put a
where?
copper rod in it. Have you ever like? Let me see if I can make an analogy or an example. So, if actually most houses have this, it's a lightning rod, and there's a copper, literally a copper rod that your power box is tied to for the ground. Like all of your things in your apartment or your house or whatever, That power box,
Yeah,
that
that's
circuit breaker, that's all tied to the ground with a copper rod, so it conducts it properly, so that shit don't blow up.
no, that's called direct current. That came from Edison, and that's man-made, and that's not. There's no point in that. What you need to worry about
Well,
is alternating current. Hold on, buddy. Alternating current. But go ahead. Now, what were we
yeah.
talking about?
So yeah. So I would like to correct you. I'm not talking about direct current. I'm talking about your house runs on alternating current. Alternating current has to have a ground, or else something goes funky. Shit, people can get shocked and stuff.
No,
So,
water. That's what I'm trying to tell you. No, that's wrong. Only direct current that can directly hurt you needs to be grounded away from you. Alternating current is around you everywhere and will never stop. It's called energy. It can't be created or destroyed, right? You can put
hmm.
words on it like current or alternating, right? But it's energy nonetheless. So this water and air are energy and alternating current at the same time. And no, like in, out. So the process to ground would be the process in to out ratio. So, like I said, that's direct, coming direct from a power cord directly into your home, directly so many amps that'll kill you with volts and all this other shit. No, that's not alternating. That is direct, I promise you. And then it comes into your house and they have a ground to protect you. Now, a lightning rod and stuff like that is in case you're outside or you do some other stuff, it's around your yard or around other things so that that gets electrocuted instead of you. So now the alternate, then that would be direct current also because it's going to go to the closest thing towards ground for whatever that means. Now, I can't now the way that you're thinking of it and the way that I'm thinking of it might not be 100% correct anyway. I don't know if there's a up ground plate as well as a down ground plate. Okay? I'm not gonna be the wiser if there was or wasn't. It wouldn't make me or break me. But what I'm gonna tell
You
you
just
is
make
that my
you're just
my
making up.
current, hold on. The alternating
Okay.
current is the air and the water. Those are alternating things that hold current. They move, they flow, and they go. Go ahead.
Okay, so there's not an up ground. That's the sky. So that's ridiculous to even say that, in my opinion. The ground is the dirt, and that's where the ground rod goes. Like so, and I think you're. I'm not an electrical engineer, but I fucked around with some electricity in my day. Tying in three-phase power, that kind of stuff, even in the US. Like so, I guess you can tie a neutral to the ground and have a floating ground. I guess you're right, and technically you don't have to actually have it stuck into the actual ground. Maybe you can do like on a frame of something, like maybe a car. But
Have you ever heard of an airplane or a rocket or a satellite or anything like that that has to be grounded in the air while it's going up the whole time and goes into orbit
mm,
and free fall? It's not grounding out with all that power, is it? It's probably converting it to energy.
no,
But but either way, no, you don't need to ground nothing. Not like that. Nah.
that's why I said it's like with your car. Your car can run on the uh, tires, and tires touch the ground. Uh, that's what I'm saying. That's you can tie the neutral to the ground, and you can kind of ground it to a frame or whatever. And it doesn't technically. You're right. For electricity to work, it doesn't have to be touching the ground. You're right. I guess I misspoke in some sense there. But
No, it's
like,
not. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You're doing perfect. Listen, we understand what we comprehend for to a certain extent, unless we can think about it further. So I only know what I know, and
yeah,
you teach me certain. You and everybody teach me something about something every second, and hopefully I do the same for you guys. But what I'm trying to say is that the alternating current and direct current, please don't get it twisted. There really is no such thing as either or. You can't
okay,
have one without the other. Does that make more sense?
yeah, okay. I get where you're going now.
There you go.
Tell me more about that.
Okay. Now, Edison had direct current and he tricked you and he came up with some weird stuff and he hurt an elephant and this and that, right? Because direct current has to be contained or maintained from alternating current, right? And then alternating current, if you touch it, what are you doing? You're mechanically, physically, directly touching it and getting your power. So from alternating, you get direct. From direct, you can get alternating. They're both the same thing, different processes. So when people are like, no, nacho physics, this is not the way we get it from, we can't just go touch water and have it be electricity. That's not, it goes under a conversion rate from what we're calling the electrical spark and arc from what the current and wattage and voltage and amperage is in front of us. See, liquid could be that. It's just how we as people describe our reality. Now, I
Okay.
can imagine, yeah, I can imagine it being a sea of electricity that I'm standing in. I don't have any
Right.
problem with that.
But you got to acknowledge though that when you say water and electricity, those things are typically synonymous. However, the only thing that conducts electricity through water is the impurities within it. If you have literally distilled water, it won't conduct electricity. If you add, say, some fucking sea salt or whatever to it, then it will, 100%. Because that's why they call them electrolytes. They're good for your body, also like sodium. Uh, does that sound familiar to you? Sodium,
Yeah, but you're talking about
potassium.
still water. Yeah, but you're talking about still water in a bottle to have current while it's in a bottle, not doing anything
Well, it's
without
just
it change.
it's
Well,
more
hold
like
on, hold
more
on.
along the lines
Wait,
of the impurities in it that actually conduct the electricity.
I'm going to get to it. Yeah, but you're talking about still water, right?
Dis,
Still
dis,
water would need
distilled,
would need.
distilled. Sorry. Let me correct you real quick. I meant uh, distilled water,
Okay, but that's what I'm
not
trying to say.
yeah,
You're
yeah,
talking
not
about,
so.
yeah, you're talking about a stagnant source of energy that's
No,
not as much of a current or flow. It's like almost neutral in a way for
not
because water can be both. It can be positive, negative, and we can all be all three. It can be
oh,
positive, negative, neutral, ground, whatever you want to call it. It can be all of it. Now, what it is water while it's flowing is pure current because that's what it's called, a current or a river or a force, and it will do work. It will move mountains. It will move cities. When it's raining out, the little drops of water can be all collected to produce a lot of power, right? Every little drop is another amount of kinetic energy falling next to the next drop, next to the next drop into the pan, converted into energy. Uh, but yeah, so it's all about the rate and the way you do it. But moving water, a continuous flow of moving water, is current. That has current, right?
okay.
And then water that would be more stagnant or stale or stilled, distilled or stilled would be a little different. Now, the thing that you're looking for is the conversion rate to get the most work out of your water, and you're thinking about heating it up, right?
No, well, kind of, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. So no matter what water you got in a bottle, when you heat it up, it's going to do work, right? That creates steam, right?
Uh, well, distilling water is inherently, you know, it has to be hot to do it.
Oh, so you evaporate some of the you take some of the currency out of the water.
Yeah,
Yeah. So
yeah.
now
So
it's like
the
half
process,
life.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
half life
the
water,
process of
half dead.
actually
Yeah.
distilling water is basically like a tea kettle that doesn't go into. It's like a you take that steam from a tea kettle and then you put that steam into another container. That's what I'm thinking of is distilling water, so it gets all rid of all the impurities into it, or out of it, I should
Do
say.
you know? Do you know another way of distillation that we see every day? Like if we take a cup of ice outside and look on the outside of your cup through condensation, just the outside
I
temperature.
guess.
Well,
Uh,
when it's hot outside, you take a cold beverage out, a cold 2 liter or something outside, and I sit it
yeah.
down and I can put a bowl underneath it and it'll collect the water.
Yeah. Sure. I'm following
Okay,
you there.
that's condensation. So through the air, the temperature differential of me sitting something cold in something warm, water will appear
Sure.
through the current, through the electrical condensation, through the conductivity
So,
of the electrical difference, hot and cold.
okay.
Yeah,
All right.
there
So,
you go.
yeah, so there's a
Same as the air
different way to
conditioner, and you
get.
get
Yeah. So there's a different way to get to the same place, I think. But when you're talking about condensation, that isn't the same as distillation. Just because there's water on the other side of the cup or whatever,
no,
it's
no,
it's
hundred
because there's
percent. But but listen, what's the difference between osmosis, condensation, evaporation, or distillation? Just the temperature or currency added. Correct.
I don't know. I don't have to think that one over. Can you say it again? I don't know what the four things.
Look, man, I'm just saying. You just have to remember this. Most of the time, there's an exception to the rule, and that doesn't mean every single time. But most of the time, man, if I could give it a percentage, I would give it like 98% of the time. There's an exception to the rule, and there's even an exception to that rule 98% of the time. See that?
So, what percentage of the time is the rule not applied? Like 0.000.
That's when you'll find that one miraculous, magical miracle or
Okay,
something it actually
right.
will never happen because the definition of a miracle or something miraculous is that it can't happen.
Okay,
It's not
so
physically,
are you
yeah.
okay? So hang on, let me like get you into something maybe tangent. No, I'm gonna nail you down on this. So let me ask you this then: are you ultimately talking about um probabilities versus possibilities?
No, no. I just believe in the action or reaction, right? And then see, because probability and the it's like those are things we use to say weird shit. Like, I'd rather let action and reaction determine it. So if you and I go outside,
Eh,
we do a
Yeah.
couple tests. Yeah, we talk it over. We come to an agreement. That's the probability, and what like that. Our agreement really at the end of the day is going to be the final probability of it all, whether we disagree or agree, right?
No, 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 I don't think so. I think the well, shit. Now we're talking about likelihoods, but that looks so. Okay, let me back it up a bit. So, in which I kind of agree with, like, I think the paradigm that you're getting at is like there's a certain set of rules that are out there. We don't necessarily we try to describe them. We try to say, okay, well, this works like that because of this, and so I think once we say because, and it's like, okay, well, that's the part where we can scrutinize. But the fact is that happens because there's some sort of cause and effect, or there's not. There's that just happens, or whatever it is, right? And so there's this whole part about it is uh the probability of that happening is either high or it's not. And if it's not a high probability, then to me is a possibility. And I think when you go into kind of like some of those ideas of, like the I don't know the what's it called, like the constructed kind of reality of stuff, or what is it, the virtual reality kind of ideas, like Thomas Campbell and my big theory of everything and all that, like that kind of stuff. You start getting into the the possibilities. Yeah, possible. Probable
Right.
though, how do you want to deal? How do you want to deal with it? You know what I
Well, I
mean? Like
like well, the probable, like the possible, the probable, the
the highly
it,
probable.
right. Now the highly probable is action that you're going to see every day. It's going to happen every day.
Yeah.
The highly improbable is that that's going to change,
Highly
right? Now,
unprobable.
either way,
Well,
that
wouldn't
you're going to get one thing that happens or the other
well
most of the
wouldn't
time, every time, right?
well, I don't know. Let me ask you this though. So at this point, what's the difference between possible and highly improbable?
What what
Right.
does happen? What does happen versus what you think or imagine might happen? You can't really ever let the the impossible idea of improbable things get in your way of what is only actually happening in reality. Once
Okay.
you do that, you're putting your cart in front of your horse, and you
Uh-huh.
just can't. You have to go with what you see in reality. To imagine things, that's awesome. That's how we just that's the best thing to do, is be able to imagine or come up with original thought. That's my
I,
favorite thing. But
I mhm.
yeah, to take reality and always throw it out the window and say,
Mm.
okay, I'm going to ignore what I see here because I can imagine a lot of crazy stuff. Now, if we can never see this crazy stuff, and you and I haven't seen it in our lifetime, and we don't know anybody that has, or we haven't met anybody that could, my thing would be, you know, you don't have to go along with that quite yet, not unless we see some variance of it.
Can I give you an example of kind of the idea that we're both talking about?
Yeah, you kind of went over it a little bit too, exactly what you're saying, but yeah, go ahead.
So I think there's a lot of common ground here with what you're saying, with what I'm saying, and if I could get this example of nobody realized that it was possible to run a mile in under 4 minutes until what's his nuts did it way back in the fucking day. And then once that kind of consciousness barrier or that limitation of things was broken, then several people have run the mile in under 4 minutes after that. But nobody did it before that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but guess what? The main thing I want to point out to you is who put that first 4 minute barrier on it? Was it the
Right. So
people
that's
that
like a
just saw
mental
the fast
barrier.
guy and was like, well, this is a really fast guy. We're going to base our whole lifetime of every existence of every human on this one guy that went this fast, rather than saying, hey, man, this dude's pretty fast. But you know what? I'll bet you there's a guy that can hit it in 2 minutes somewhere. But not, I mean, not that you have him there, but just, you know what I mean? Be aware of the possibilities, but never take out, like, see, they were staying with reality, but they went too hard with it for that second. Like, just because you and I can jump 2 foot doesn't mean no human can jump farther than 2 foot.
Well, right. And then
You have to be careful on
once
your
we both yeah, once we both jump 2 feet, then everybody's gonna jump more than 2 feet.
Yeah, you got to be careful on what limitation you say is impossible, like the Hindenburg or the whatever. It'll never do that. Like, don't put no weird label like that, because that's when it'll happen. I mean, what does it like? That's the funniest thing. It's like what can happen will happen, but only if
Well,
it can. And that's the
mhm.
craziest part of it, right?
Yeah, and the other part of the craziest part is that once things do happen that are kind of, you know, in the possibility, I guess, left and right of the probability distribution, like on the bell ends, if you will.
Yeah, it lowers it. So it used to be 1 in a million chance. Now it's 1 in 10.
Right. Because
That's
there's
funny,
like,
right?
because I think it's because that parameter had changed.
Exactly. The state of mind, the parameter, and the actual action and reaction of what really happened set in. Reality over anything else, because the reality is the thing that is your marker. It's your baseline for what is possible. Like if you have a Ripley's Believe It or Not or whatever, like the real stuff is their baseline they always have to go from. Believe it or not. But then it's either happening or not. Whether you believe it or not, it either happens or it doesn't without your belief or not. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think so. Like showing you something that you didn't know about isn't necessarily stretching the boundaries of reality, though.
Yeah. Exactly. If you see it physically flying around, it's not going against physics, clearly, because it's physically happening. So
Right.
a lot of people misconstrue a lot of things like, oh, that thing was like so amazing and did this. I'm like, well, if it did it, then I mean, I don't see any reason why it wouldn't have been able to do it.
I agree, 100%.
Yeah, yeah. That's all I'm saying. Like, and I might. People are like, "Well, that's kind of weird." I'm like, "No, I don't know. I mean, it's just my opinion at the end of the day." But everyone has their own. That's why
Well,
I was
so
wanting to hear yours too. Yeah.
yeah, so how do you kind of, I don't know, summarize your thoughts on everything from like literally using the flow of water as the word current and electricity to where we're at now?
I mean, it comes into play with everything. Electricity it has to do with everything because it's the exchange of the information or the memory, the form, right? The memory and everything else is in like a process or a processor of everything. Like if you put a USB into a computer, the little USB will take whatever information is in the computer, right? And in reality, what it's doing is taking in some electricity out of there and it's going into there, like a current of electricity. Like, so for what, like, the exchange. So that has to be intelligence, that has to be information. So the electricity, every time you rub across the carpet and shock another thing, you might as well be passing along a little information. It'd be no difference.
Well, so at this point, would you say it was already there, and then you're just rubbing your feet across it, and then now you're experiencing
100%.
it?
100%. We're just processors. We're little processors. We're little quantum, yeah, whatever. We are it. We're the little thinking liquid things.
So like reality is there, and then we're just interacting with it.
Yeah, 100%. It's
Yeah.
all intelligence. Yeah. When they say energy can't be created or destroyed, I would just exchange the word energy for intelligence. And when they say
Okay.
the ability to do work, I would say intelligence. Intelligence
Okay.
is what it takes to do work. Yeah.
Jesus. Okay, for fuck's sake! Now you got to tell me what intelligence is, because I know I don't have any.
Oh my, yes, you do. You're made of
You
it.
know what I mean? Though, like, no, I mean, how do you actually define that? Then at that point,
Oh, I don't know. I
like
don't
if
have
you
any
can
of
lick a
that.
window,
Yeah, I
like
don't know how to. I can't judge that. I don't have any of that either. I don't
if
know.
if you
I
have
don't
enough,
have any intelligence on judging intelligence.
yeah, like if you have enough smarts to lick a window, then you're intelligent, I guess. Like just to get some flavor, the
I mean,
condensation.
can you complete the task of the day at hand that you need to complete? If you're a tired person, can you sleep? If you're hungry, can you eat? Then you're doing great. I mean, I don't know what else. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, that is a funny thing. What is intelligence, right? Like the scale of what's more intelligent, what's less intelligent, what's this? I think everything has a process capability like a load or a lodestone. It can hold so much, right? And then it has to ground. Ground is an offset or a fail safe, right? So you don't overload. And you can ground out in a lot of ways. because everything's an exchange or an action or like a reaction, like a process of the electricity or a processor of it, right? So, like we were talking about the carpet, when you walk across, you give the excess off. Everything can take it in, everything can put it out. It's an electrical spark or an arc. That arc can be sound, sight, taste, touch, smell, you know. And the intelligence thing, I mean, the most known unknown, I guess, like, I guess you'd call it God or the creator or creation or something. Like, yeah. But like I said, that's just my, I'm only one guy out of like billions, that's just my idea, you know.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, sorry, I had to bounce out. Phone died. Recharge. Re. What have you?
It happens. It just happened to me too. It happens all the time. Yeah.
Okay. It was a Discord thing.
No way to get out of that.
So, what were you saying? Like, are you trying to summarize?
No, I was just letting you know. I saw you pop back in. Just saying, like, that's just my personal interpretation,
Oh yeah, for sure.
It could be the wrongest thing since 5 Tuesdays, but I don't know. It just, yeah.
Well, I think that's the cool part about it is being able to realize that like people have points of view and could be totally wrong. I totally think I'm wrong most of the time. So that's what I was saying earlier. It's like, well, yeah, we can, you know, try to deduce, use logic as much as possible, but a lot of times, what I guess what we're taught or growing up is just guesswork to begin with.
Well, what first made me think about it really is like the water in the air, is that I never really believed we were breathing air. I always thought we were just getting the electrical continuity from it, just pulling it in and pushing it back out. And through it's just like rubbing the carpet with our feet. Our lungs are rubbing the air, it's rubbing against us, and it goes back out, in and out. So it's a diffuser of a little bit of the current as it comes in, and then it goes out with a different property because it's less current, right? It's like distilled or what.
Yes, but I
Yeah.
mean, air is not the same as water. Air and water are not the same as dirt, so
Right. And then
totally different things, right?
yeah, and then I saw, well, when you get to salts and then lime and then scale and then patina and rust, uh, you know, the air is the thing that formulates those other things to build up or to deteriorate, like battery acid or.
Well, isn't it the same kind of thing as the water idea, where it's like it's not the water or air that causes rust; it's the stuff that's in those things.
Right. It's actually what they are. Right. It's I think it has to do with the conduction and the currency around of the medium, which is the air, or the moisture, and the humidity in the air, right? And that's gonna like determine a lot of that. So you live by the ocean, you got salt, you got this, you got that. You don't. You live in a really dry place. Your stuff won't rust as much. I think. You know what I mean? I think it just yeah, it depends on the mediums and stuff, and that's where I get the idea of the current.
Yeah. It's like you're just kind of almost to me, it's almost like you're putting properties to air.
Yeah, yeah,
You
a
know,
voltage, a wattage, an amperage. Yeah, currency. Now think about this: a fish. I imagine fish as being copper little fish swimming through water. The water is like a magnetic body, an electromagnetic body of water. And when the fish swims through, the copper pulls the currency and the fish lives. It doesn't necessarily have to pull air or create air, right? All it has to do is get the electricity the right amount, the right way, right? You don't ever want to overdo it. Yeah.
wait, say that again.
You don't want to overdo it. Too much amperage would give you a heart attack. Too much current or amperage would give a fish the same thing. And like if like we have problem with our heart, uh, the first thing they give us is not air; they give us electricity to start us back up. So it got me thinking. And then I was looking in a fish tank one day, and I was like, those air bubbles, they're not really staying in the water. They don't really turn into water. They don't really like. So, at what point in time is a fish turning air or water into air? Like, where could we see this? Where could we mimic this? Why can't we make why can't we make a fish lung and put it in water and produce air from it?
Well, now you're talking about underwater living creatures, and one of them is obviously the electric eel, who generates its own electricity with glands inside of
Uh,
its own body.
it generates it from
Glands inside of
uh,
its own body, apparently.
right from the medium in which it dwells in, right, and then the attribute and the memory that it got from his mama and daddy. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So each thing, so it has the ability to convert the electricity different than another animal. So basically, it's an electric eel because instead of swimming away from you or biting you or giving you venom, it produces a charge or holds the current. It doesn't ground until you touch it, and then when you touch it, you're ground and you get electrocuted.
Uh, well, no, but the whole thing is like it's still breathing, or quote unquote breathing water, so it's also or living underwater without air, but it's also still able to generate its own electrical charge biologically.
Well, it's also always under compression. When you're born underwater, you're born under a different amount of pressure or compression,
Well, it's
right? And
specific,
you're
yeah,
gonna,
but it's just all I'm saying is it's specific to that one animal. Not everybody that lives underwater has that.
well, if you go deeper into the ocean and you have the ability to see in darker depths of the water, a lot of those fish are bioluminescent,
Right.
and they,
Not the same thing though.
yeah,
Not
yeah. So the ones that need to do, and the ones that don't.
Well, I guess you're kind of right in a sense. Like, I'm kind of fucking vibe with you here. It's like, yeah, I guess there's like the bioluminescent ones actually has some sort of, electrical charge to it, or else they wouldn't be able to light up. But
Well, we
it's
got
not the kind of
lightning bugs.
electricity that emanates like an eel, like an eel.
Yeah. Well, I think there's something else too that does that. We got lightning bugs. We've got
Yeah,
spider
those
webs.
are in the air. Those are in the air,
Right, right. Spider
not in the
webs can
water.
electrocute you. Spider web. Well, not you. You're a little too big, but a spider web can electrocute things
Yeah.
because it sits in the air and gains a certain static potential, and the fly gains a certain field of potential, and when it flies or the whatever goes into it through the air, it goes.
Well, it's
So
it does
it gets
what? It,
zapped.
what?
It gets zapped. It goes.
Well, here's what I also have a question about. You've said it multiple times, but you just said it again just recently, and that's the word potential. Can you describe that to me and make it make sense
Man.
in the
Um,
context of what you said?
Potential. A buildup of current before it has to be put off as a charge. So I can build up so much potential until I have to spark or put a spark to the next thing. Like you said, the car is has the tires that are rubber and it's insulated from being grounded right away from the ground, right? But when you step out, now it has the potential. You become and it'll shock. Have you ever been shocked getting out of your car? Or have you the vacuum. The vacuum I was telling you about. Okay, since the air will not release out of there, the potential of that amount of air increases. So much so that it'll break the vacuum pump.
So the potential of what increases?
The potential of the resistance.
And so What again is the potential?
Well, in this case, it's a vacuum pump and the air. The air would be the potential. The air inside the container that will not release. It does not want to release. So instead of output, it gains potential. It's not going out. It's not releasing. It's just
So
building up, building up, building up, building up.
would it be fair to say that potential is equivalent in some way to a differential in pressure?
It's a it's an equal and opposite reaction.
The difference, the delta.
I I don't like the word pressure because if you're sucking everything out and you're just trying to remove that space and fill it in again, you're not really pressurizing anything. It's always a pull.
Okay,
So I
well,
just
help me
don't like the word.
yeah. So help me understand what that's the only thing that I could think of that comes to mind to help me understand the description of potential. Like there's a
Okay,
difference in something somewhere.
okay, your hand. Take your hand.
Okay,
If you just sit
I have
there,
my
you just
hand.
smack something real soft. You just go smack. It's real soft. Now, if you wind it up and swing, 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 and then smack, you have put more potential and more current and more energy into your hand before action or reaction has taken place into the object you place the energy into. You've put current into it. You put more amount of movement, currency, or resistance into it. A buildup, if you will. Because like if you swing a rope with a weight on it, the more faster you swing it, the more faster and harder it's going to be able to hit the object or hit the thing, or the more work or potential it has to do things.
Like back in the day, like medieval times, they'd like get a thing on the end of a chain and swing it
A
around, bop
mace,
somebody in the head with it.
a mace, yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah. So the more you swing that around, the more potential harm it can do to a person's noggin.
Well, yeah, 100%. It can go through you.
So where does that potential come from then? That's what I'm trying to get down to.
You're putting it in there. You're moving it. You're swinging it. Come from you.
Right.
You, the action and reaction of you and the medium, right? The medium that you're swinging that thing through is getting kinetic energy. And then you're adding it through the handle and your muscles. And then it's getting it through the medium. It's going to build up in the medium. And it's not grounded, not grounded, not grounded, not grounded, not grounded. And when you hit them, ground. You see? There's that
Sorta.
ground.
Sorta.
That was
Sorta.
funny, wasn't it? You swing it, you hit them, ground. You ground your weapon out on the tree or the floor. I don't know, dirt. Don't harm
Like,
anything, and then
yeah.
making it this speech.
Right, right, right. We're just kind of larping it out, right?
Yeah, yeah. I'm just saying though, like, do you get the potential? It's like buildup. It's like if somebody's holding you back and holding you back and holding you back by your cape, and then they let you go. Now you could fall on your face because you built up so much potential. It's too much for you to just go forward and keep your momentum that way, and you just boom, you overdid it. Yeah.
So would consider it like almost like a capacitor in some sense?
Well, 100 million%. That's exactly what it is. Everybody, yeah, it's a capacitor. 100 million%. Yes, a vacuum, and you can't have it without air. You can't have a vacuum without air.
Well, no, that's you. That's you. You. Well, okay.
I mean, I've never heard of. I mean, how would you exactly? I'm doing the set like I was
Right.
thinking about that. How could you have in the middle of space a vacuum? How could that even be? How could you
Right.
without
So
air? Yeah.
yeah. So how can you have something that isn't what is required of it?
For it to react or be the thing it's supposed to react or be 100 million percent.
Yeah.
Now think about this thing. You know the F over ma, energy equals mass times acceleration.
Yeah.
So, so every time you swing that thing around and it potentially gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, why is anything that moves breaking
Why?
free of
What?
mass, breaking free of mass when it's supposed to be going towards the center of mass now because it's increasing its mass?
Well, aren't you just oxymoroning yourself there with that kind of
No, not at
like
all. No. Oh
idea?
no.
Sure, I would think so. Because you started off with the formula, and then
Yeah.
just
Force
you know,
times mass equals acceleration squared.
okay, whatever.
Right?
I don't
Yeah.
know. Probably.
Force,
Let's
right?
just go with it.
Mass is
Right. So
anything.
define every
Mass is
part of
energy without a shape. That's mass. So
that. Okay.
force over energy without a shape, right? And then you got like that. You got like Newton and Einstein. Energy equals mass times acceleration. That's the E equals mc squared, right?
Okay. So what do you what?
Energy. Now listen,
Okay.
but listen.
Hey,
We just have
okay.
to,
I'm with you. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to interrupt. I'm just kind of trying to go with you.
no, it's funny. I'm laughing. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
it's all good, man. Yeah.
It makes me laugh. Energy equals mass, right? Times acceleration. So if every object in the whole universe is made of energy or mass, which is energy, and you take that energy and you move that energy, you accelerate it, that makes it more mass. So if you start wiggling on a scale, you're going to weigh 100,000 pounds, and it's going to make all kinds of numbers appear on that scale, rather than you just sitting still and weighing 200 pounds or 150 or 170.
Or whatever.
Now, do you see what I'm saying? I'm not really walking myself to a conundrum at all. I'm just trying to unravel the conundrum that if I take something and move it real fast, they say it breaks free from the lock of gravity, which is mass attracting mass. So if I take mass and increase the force or velocity of it, right, and increase the acceleration of the potential, which increases the said mass of itself, right? That's just what that's how it's supposed to work.
Well,
So
aren't
now
you
why
also
is
like?
it
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yeah. Why you're making a 2 pound weight be 100 pounds. Now if you're making something be 100 times bigger than itself, and it should be going 100 times faster to the center of mass, which would be the center of Earth. It shouldn't be leaving.
Are you sure that you might not be conflating some things with one undefined what force is yet still? But I think that there's also a whole thing there, like that you can, might maybe have skipped over, like momentum
Oh,
might
I
be
don't believe
playing
any
into
of it.
that, right?
Well, I don't believe in gravity at all. But my point
Well,
is coming from a baller's point of view
yeah,
of
no,
mass
I hear you.
attracting
I hear
mass.
you.
Right, right.
I,
So
yeah,
but hold on. Mass attracting mass is to the center of mass, not
that's
touching the
ridiculous.
outside like me and you bumping knuckles. No, 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 no. Don't get it misconstrued. That's not what mass attracting mass is. It has to go to the center of the other mass. So what I'm
So
saying, yeah, how can you make yourself more massive if mass and the more mass you have attracts the other mass more? But they're telling you you're leaving the mass by increasing your mass. Adding fuel increases your mass 100%, 100-fold. Lighting the fuel up increases your energy, velocity, or mass,
wouldn't
or
that decrease your mass though? Because it's
yeah,
burnt.
and then your speed,
Well,
right?
but hang on. What about this? The concept of momentum. How does that play into this whole thing?
It's all the same thing. It's going to make you more massive. If you punch somebody at that with all that momentum, all that speed, all that mass, it's going to hurt them even more. The more and more spin, the more potential you put behind it. It's going to go to the center of their mass, not just touch their nose. It's going to go inside their nose,
Well,
right?
okay. So
As a joke.
let's put. I know, but let's like put like use physics words. Uh, Power is what you're talking about, I think.
No, mass is this is just globe terminology, bro. I'm not talking from any other
No, no, dude,
standpoint.
I know. I totally get it. I totally understand what you're saying.
Right, right. So if the mass increases anytime you move it, no matter what you move it or move due to it by moving it, you're increasing the mass more. Any
Right. So,
mass.
right.
So
So
so by their
it
formula, you're making it so you can make a penny in their formula as big as Earth by moving around enough. Now, why would that not end up in the center of Earth? That little penny.
well, the
How
weight
do you get
of
it?
it.
Yeah.
You forgot weight. You forgot how to mass
Right,
is
right.
the
No, it
same as
should,
weight.
but they're saying, hey, we want you to believe that we're going to flick this penny so fast that it's going to leave the center of mass. Well, when in their very equation, the more mass that's next to the center of mass, it should be attracting it. The bigger it is, like lead or anything else, right? So if this penny gains the mass of the Earth at that very second it does so, which is when it has to leave Earth, it has to be the mass of the moon to be where the moon's at. So if you flick the penny to a certain extent and you put that much energy into it, it becomes a greater mass. It's supposed to with their terminology. I don't believe all this shit the way they say it. I'm just trying to describe it in a way
Yeah.
that you can wrap your head around it. And so that we can all understand that it's not making any sense for the way they're explaining mass to attract mass. If you have a more dense or more heavy or more massive object, it's supposed to attract to the center of mass more. That's what I was taught.
Well, let me ask you this. There was a time, I don't know, maybe a year, maybe slightly more ago, where Bob and Blue, they got up they went from, like, I don't know, somewhere in the US to somewhere else southern more in the US, and they met up at a Chili's to reweigh this uh precision weight of, like, all precision weight that you can buy, scientifically, like, measured weight. And then they reweighed it a little bit more south in the United States, and then they were like, "Oh, yep, see, it weighs different." And so they're like, "Yep, that proves the Earth is spinning." And I'm going, "Wait, what? Huh?" So that
See,
weight, so every weight, that every pre-measured, scientifically pre-measured weight in grams, and all of the scientifically measured weights that are used for references in labs. That means that you have to manufacture every different kind of weighted gram weight in a different latitude, and then you have to buy it in the same latitude that you want to measure it in, or else, the spin of the Earth would fuck it all up.
that's funny. That's so
Yeah.
funny. Listen, I would say I would bet my money that it's changing altitude, changing elevation from a
Yeah.
horizontal baseline. I would bet my money. It has nothing to do with anything to do with the ball at all. It just has different to do with voltage and how high or low you go in said voltage or the air, right? So if you go from the ground this high, you're a mile high and you weigh it, you're going to weigh it different. If you go
Right.
down so you go to the tallest building in a mile high place, go on the roof and weigh it. Go to the bottom floor and weigh it. Go to the middle of that building and weigh it. You're going to get three different weights. Does that mean you change longitude and latitude?
Well, ask Bob and Blue.
No, you're in the same building.
Right. So,
So that would debunk their claim right there. If
absolutely.
you could get, yeah, if you could weigh it in the basement, in the middle, and on the top of the building, block the wind or whatever,
Well, that's what I'm
that
saying
would
is
debunk it.
that's what I'm saying is, though, there is an equivalent there to what you're saying is. Like, take water boiling. It still boils at the same temperature. It's going to boil faster when you're up higher because of less quote unquote pressure.
Right. Exactly. Exactly.
And it doesn't matter what the temperature is either. So if you're, say, further north at the same, say, baseline height, let's say, it's even though it's
Horizontal.
colder, it's still going to boil at 212 or whatever it is. It's just going to take longer to get there than it is if, say, you're in, you know, the equator or the further south in
Right.
Florida or whatever, because
Because
it's
they're a
already
difference
hotter.
in elevation.
Well, it's
100%.
already
One's
hotter.
lower than the other. Yeah.
So you can take the
Yeah. One
same,
area.
yeah, you can take the same, like, say, mean sea level and go from Florida to fucking up there in, I don't know, Greenland or whatever, and it's gonna be cold. But it's gonna still water's still gonna boil at the same temperature. It's gonna take longer to get there. That's all.
Right.
Same as if you're at that same mean sea level, or if you're on top of Mount Everest. It's you know, kind of the
Well, you
opposite
heard about,
equivalent, I guess.
well, you
Still
go
gonna
like
be
every
212.
33 feet and something happens too, right? Cavitation of water or something, right?
Shit, yeah, that's a whole different thing, I think.
Man, that exception to the rule thing, man. But every time somebody's like, "Oh, this can't be done," you have to watch how you say that. That's why, to me, it's astounding. It's astounding how people are like, "This principle, this guy's law he made up." Well, he made that up before he even thought everything out, and like clearly the group of people around him didn't do him any justice because they should have pointed out, "Hey, man, there's these other things that you could be thinking about. You're not even adding to the equation at all. Like, what the hell?"
Right. Yeah, it's probably like a classic case of groupthink.
Yeah, the group should have just been bigger. Instead of having five guy science, they should have had 100 guys. I mean,
Right. Well, what's the difference? If it's groupthink, it's groupthink. They're all going to agree at some point, rather than independent thoughts.
right, right.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't water boil at different temperatures depending on barometric pressure or barometric pressure?
I think that's kind of a misnomer, and that's what I was getting at. Was the temperature at which it boils is the same. It's just going to boil faster up high than it will down low because of the pressure of it.
So, uh, the exchange rate of current that you put into it,
I don't know.
how
I don't think
how
so.
fast it can be put in and build up.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so that's why I was getting at the pressure. Like, it's gonna take longer when you're at like a lower level of altitude, say sea level, mean sea level or whatever, on the beach. Just say it's still gonna boil at 212.
What do you think about the helium thing?
What helium thing?
Well, like if you light natural gas or the offset of natural gas, they say is helium. Well, when I see somebody light natural gas, I see a light. I see a light up, and then so everybody's that light stuff gas is producing helium.
I don't know. I don't know about that.
I mean, that's the only conclusion I can come up to. I mean,
It
it's
seems
just
like a
little old
pretty
me,
good. It seems like a pretty good big leap though. Like just because something lights on fire doesn't mean it's one certain thing.
Yeah, a certain form of that would be helium. A certain amount would be this. A certain amount would be that. It's a conversion rate.
Perhaps.
I mean, there's a theory that everything reduces to hydrogen, right? That hydrogen is the most abundant element. It's the lightest element. It seems to be the oldest element in order of creation, in order of existence. How
I'm glad
how
you.
can how can you so how can you change everything back to its original form? By taking electrons away theoretically. right? If you take these electrons away from this matter, it will become this. That's the idea in chemistry, and they have done it. They've turned certain metals into others. They've created artificial gold, or they created gold in a lab. They've done things like diamonds. So these things there is some truth to their paradigm.
Well, are you talking about something being something other than it is?
Yeah, because DMOC just brought up how helium, right, comes from methane gas, or it can come from natural gas.
Right, but let me interject real quick though. That's not the same as air.
Well, what is air? That's the question.
I think air is air.
I'm with you there, but still, that's vague, right?
If you want to take hydrogen, you can do whatever you want with hydrogen. But if you think that might be a constituent of air, I don't know. Maybe, maybe.
It seems to be the fundamental particle in all things. It's just that it has different forms, like water, right? Water has hydrogen in it, and water comes in multiple different forms.
Well, yeah, it's like more
states
like
of matter.
water is kind of an odd thing because I think what you're referring to might be phases of it.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it because you can freeze it; it'll become a frozen phase or state, a state or a phase. That's a good way.
It's
Now, what about the last thing? When you excite air, gas, it becomes a light. They're going to light, right? Gas, forming a light.
right. Well, that's vaporized water. It's not air.
Well,
That's
see,
the way
that's
I look
this.
at it.
Oh,
This is
water.
what the scriptures teach, though, that we are surrounded by water. That is what is most of existence is water. That's what we live in. We're actually in water, but we're in a bubble inside of water. Like our terrarium happens to be inside of an ocean. Now
Could this be?
that fluid that we're surrounded by is what is that fluid made of is the question. The scriptures don't tell us what it's made out of, but it does mention it as water or fluid. But it could be an exotic state of water.
Wait, what's the last
Kind of
thing?
like a thinking amniotic sac,
Yeah,
like an
what was the last?
amniotic fluid, or just like basically like an intelligence.
What was the last thing you said? A what of water?
An exotic state of water. Like there's states of matter.
Okay. So, what is an exotic state of water? Like what we're in? Is that what you're saying?
There's we now this is again based on a philosophical understanding
Yeah,
of
yeah.
existence that we happen to be inside of an ocean, right? What they refer to as the vacuum of space, instead of a vacuum, there's an ocean, right? But that fluid is in question. What is that fluid? Some say it's helium, or it's helium up there, right? Because helium rises up, and then depending on different pressures, right, barometric pressures up there and temperatures, that theoretically this matter can shift into a different state, right? But I don't think it's helium.
Right, it'll negate.
I think it's hydrogen. I think it's water, or in some sort of
It could
exotic
very well
fluid.
be. Yeah, it could be a different state that we haven't reached, like a superconducted state. To me, it makes a lot of sense. It could be helium, hydrogen, nitrogen, argon, all that mixed back together as one solid fluid, create an electrical fucking barrier or like a force field. To me, I think it's like it could be like a jelly. It
True.
might sound funny, but
It's just conjecture, which is fine. I'm not saying anything bad against it. It's just, well, I suppose if you want to make that kind of a leap,
what? Well, what if there was a superconductant jello?
well, what if
Right.
what if What
What is unicorns and rainbows?
But it seems to be the closest to the truth because they keep finding enormous amounts of water in the earth, right? And the scriptures are, they point out that the heavens and the windows of heavens, or the vaults of heaven, were broken open, or they were broke open. And what else? And it says that the vaults of the deep also broke open, and that water came from the heavens. So water came down to the earth from the top and from the bottom into it and filled it up like a bowl. You fill up the bowl to the highest mountain, was covered in water, up to 14 cubits above the highest mountain. And some say, oh, it was a
That's
localized
weird.
flood. It,
Would
it
that
was a
be?
localized flood. It wasn't the whole world. Impossible.
But is
You
there a way that you
can't
could?
flood
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
the whole world. Well, scriptures say the whole world was flooded. No, I'm good. Go ahead.
Well, so would you make the equivalent of, in some way, like the Milky Way galaxy and the Mariana Trench? That jive?
No.
Well, why
Are you
not?
talking about the Great Rift and the
Yeah,
Marianas Trench?
Yeah,
yeah. And like, if you're saying
that's
that,
what
like,
he's talking
the
about.
heavens opened up or whatever, would that be like the Milky Way, and like that'd be the type thing where it's like, oh shit, that comes all the way down. It's like bam, and it makes a great big thing in the.
Wow.
Yeah,
I mean that.
there's supposed to be a Great Rift, like up in the sky. They call it the Great Rift, where you see those stars like look like they're opening up from left to right on each other. Like,
That's the
That's
feminine
interesting,
aspect, I
bro.
think.
Like a scar, like a physical
yeah, it's
scar
called
that
the
was left
Great.
behind.
Yes, yeah, it's called the Great Rift. Looks like somebody put some stitches in. Yeah, 100%.
That's possible. I mean, I never thought of it, but what could the windows of heaven be, right? And these things apparently can open up. And the scriptures
Electrical.
do point out that in the end, right, that the stars themselves, the Mazarot, the sky, will roll up like a scroll, like a literal scroll. It'll start rolling up, like
Like,
the
hear
top
ye,
is
hear
coming off.
ye.
It sounds nuts to us, like that's never gonna happen.
Rolling up.
But I believe it's one day that the heavens will roll up like a scroll, and that be behind that there's what's been hidden from us the whole time.
Well, does that lend something to the Big Bang Theory then at that point?
No,
Nah.
no, it would have to lead to intelligence. It had to lead to a superconduction, which would be like the sound, and then the light, and then from the light you get that big old flood and all the water.
All right, well, hang on. You keep throwing around this other word that kind of like makes me go, huh? Superconduction. What's better than just conduction? Like, what's the superconduction part?
Well, why I didn't make the term. That's why it sounds so freaky when I say this stuff. Conduction. It's just conduction. It's just
All right, no big deal.
a different. Well, it's a different form. You got conduction with magnets and stuff like that, right? Where you can just conduct. Superconduction would be what they call super negative temperature, like super cold or super hot, or something that you could like levitate whatever over. Like you can levitate stuff over it. You push it, and it'll just has no resistance. So it'd be a superconductor, therefore no resistance. It eliminates resistance.
There's two things when I think that I think of when I hear superconductor. One of them is a very good orchestrator of an orchestra. The other one is
100%.
yeah, and the other one is a very good train driver.
A very good train driver. I like that one. But the orchestra, that's true. Like the musical instruments, they hold way more key of fucking like power and like compression and power potential. Yeah, more out than in.
Well, yeah. Good luck.
Well, I mean, it's been told to you that's not possible, but I mean, more out than in what?
Well, I think the closest thing we have to perpetual motion is like us.
Yeah, well, I mean, kind of everything from a blade of grass to those seeds that keep going to like, I mean, everything really, if you think about it to an extent, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, unless something has to be recycled, but I mean, like the lifespan of things, like a blade of grass. It doesn't. A blade of grass doesn't live 100 years. People do. That's the
I couldn't
closest.
tell you.
That's what I'm saying is like that's the closest to perpetual motion that I can think of. That's actually realistic and real, like in reality. I mean,
Yeah, but are you thinking of what you've been told, or are you thinking your own actual thought? Just like if you
my own.
sit back for a
No,
minute and
I'm thinking
think.
my own actual thoughts.
Okay, what about what would you say the sun and moon and the earth itself? Like the wind. Like what do you think about that? Like you don't think those are the idea of over unity or perpetual motion?
uh, what's the question there?
The air, the wind, the water, the action and reaction we see every day in nature. Do you think that's perpetual motion?
I do.
It gets my vote
It's
also.
Uh,
it's the sun and the moon have been perpetually doing their thing, right? Undisturbed, have not deviated from their constant orbits. They literally follow a specific pattern. Contrary to popular belief, they have not deviated from that. And they are in a state of perpetual motion that's being driven through electromagnetic forces. If you could tap into that same force that the moon is on and the sun is on, you could theoretically have perpetual motion, free energy. But
yeah.
but I've yet to actually see that done. And not it's not to say that I don't believe in it. I just haven't seen it done.
Well, the skies. Yeah, you're right though. There is. I guess you could consider the stars in the sky as a perpetual clock that has repeated itself over and over since it's been recorded, apparently. So I guess that, yeah, I would consider that nature for sure. But as far as an input output kind of thing, that just does it on its own. I don't know. It doesn't matter what the fuck we do. Like you can't have a mechanism other than I think the human body that gets anywhere close to it. I mean, you have birds and the bees happen, and then all of a sudden, that takes like 2 fucking seconds, and then you have 100 years after that.
I'm not following. What do you mean 100 years?
Well, okay, so like when a boy and a girl, a man and a woman, they have sex, that takes like 2 seconds, basically, or maybe 2 minutes. It depends on who you are.
Wow, 2 seconds?
Right,
Nah,
right,
yeah.
right. Maybe for SE it's like 25 minutes, whatever.
He's a second man.
Yeah, I mean, but that 25 second to 25 minutes lasts, 100, potentially 120 years or 100. So that is like uh, a different type of like that's, I guess, an organic perpetual motion or a biological perpetual motion, then different than like the stars. They're always going up there. They're that rotation in that sequence is always going to happen without our input. I'm saying a machine you're trying to plug electricity into is a person. I think in kind of a odd way. That's the
They've
closest
been
to a
able to
perpetual motion
record.
machine we can get.
They've been able to record cell division, and they have like these dyes, these radioactive dyes that lets you see what's going on chemically or electrically, I
Yeah,
would say.
yeah.
And it's insane, dude. Completely insane what goes on with the replication of the cell. And when you see it with this dye that reveals all the inner workings, what's going on behind the scenes, but it's like electrically, you could see it. The transcription of the DNA and the helix and all that stuff starts to glow, like the whole thing. And it's still unknown to science how exactly the DNA is being transcribed in such a way using magnetism, dude.
Oh yeah. Do you know that certain insects see you as glowing? Yeah, you like glow to certain things. Like your radiant energy or whatever, you like glow to them. I'm just saying, like the electrical thing. It's through the field of everything, even through the different eye spectrums or eye sights that things have. But the superconduction, it's all around you.
It's like extra conduction.
Yeah, I guess. It's just the term they give us. I think what they mean is super temperature because it's like a super hot or super cold that usually negates it. But you can have room temperature superconduction too. They just don't tell you. I mean, if superconduction is just levitation, then a helicopter can do it.
Yeah.
Not forever, but it can lift you up when it spins.
Are you talking about magnets and copper in rotation?
I'm talking about the energy and the lift of a helicopter through a little thing that's thin, and they put it in the air and they spin it in a circle, and it lifts you up.
The
And
drone?
they say you're hovering, or it's anti-gravity, right? Because you're staying
Oh,
in the same location basically, and you're not really necessarily having to move with anything. It's a vertical, deal.
vertical takeoff and landing.
Well, just vertical takeoff. And anything that
Because
I've ever seen, like a bumblebee that flies, they say is anti-gravity. They say flies or beetles or they'll call it anti-gravity when we know the characteristics of physics follows they should be doing just fine. It's not any anti anything. It's how it exactly should work.
right, so fish are anti gravity also, right? Uh, Sharks, whales, jellyfish, they're all anti gravity also.
Yeah, 100 water's anti-gravity. Because without water, there wouldn't be all the sharks and the jellyfish. They wouldn't be floating around in nothing. They're in the water. That's what makes them anti-gravity. I'm sorry.
Anti what?
Anti-gravity.
Right.
Liquid. Yeah, if I put a beach ball on it, no matter how high I get the liquid, the beach ball's never going to start sinking through that water to the bottom. Ever.
So what's it actually? It's not anti anything. right?
Well, it's resistant. It's resistant to electrical properties, right?
Well, something floating on
Isn't
top of
that?
okay.
Well, I mean, isn't that funny? The very thing that's electricity can resist itself, depending on which field or modality it's in, or like phase or stage. Isn't that cool? So that's what you get the idea of a force field.
It sounds like a made up conundrum almost.
Yeah, 100 million%. Positive, negative, a magnet forcing away the other one. But then when you get them connected, they flip. Nature is so much of a conundrum. You try to force it this way and it flips on you. Isn't that crazy? Nature backfires on you.
I think it comes back to the statement of because. I think once that word is said, or there's that cause and effect that is just claimed, that's where it just gets all wonky to me.
Well, it comes into that over unity thing again, right? Is nature really backfiring on you, or is it doing what it's supposed to keep the process in order? Right? It has to give that exchange. So there really isn't any over unity. The entropy idea and all the other principles and properties, not in the way we think about them, because any energy being transfused or transformed or processed in this situation or variable is always getting put back into the situation that it needs to get put back into the situation it needs to.
It sounds extremely incestual.
Yeah. Like a snake eating its tail. Yeah, 100%. There's no loss.
Yeah, I'd be like after a while, it's gonna come out like like the Whitakers.
Yeah, the loss is the buildup.
So two opposites are the same.
They'll create a field. You can put two of the same thing together too and create a field. You can put positive in SS. You can put them both together, force them together, then force the other two together, and then force a ground. I mean, you can do whatever is possible physically that we can do, and but it's yet to see the action or reaction because you just have to do each different thing. You have to take your
Like,
time. Yeah.
let me give you an example of something. I don't know if it jives exactly with what you're saying, but so you know how you can like electrify a piece of wood and then get like make some cool shit on it, like like the electricity will traverse the wood and it makes kind of like cool designs and shit on it. Well,
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Burning
yeah.
stuff into the wood. Yeah.
Well, so my brother did that. He got a like a capacitor from a microwave, fucking tied in a power strip to it, and then hooked one nail up and then to the positive, and hooked one nail up to the negative, and then plugged it in, and we got the water on it, of course. And I was like, okay, well, water. I did the whole thing. Like, well, water, you have to have electrolytes in it. That's why they tell you to do it with salt water or sea salt or something to make the electricity go through the water with that electrolyte or the contaminant of some sort. So we were doing it. I'm like, this isn't working. Are you sure you got this shit set up right? And I mean, it kind of did it, but it didn't do it very much. And so I was like, dude, take the fucking neutral, like literally stick it in the fucking ground because we had it. We had the
There you
we had
go.
we had the board on two upside down 5-gallon Home Depot buckets, and it wasn't doing shit on a like a cracked cement slab in the back, and so it wasn't getting the ground at all. It was insulated with the plastic 5-gallon buckets, and it wasn't grounded. So I was like, hang on a second. Sure as shit, once we put that tied the neutral to the ground and literally stuck it into the ground, the dirt, it worked. Like, take it off these insulators. Take it off. These insulators are the buckets that it was sitting on.
Now, did it go to the ground or did it come from the ground? Or should I not even ask you that?
I don't know. I think it went through. It was able to conduct itself somehow through. Like, it had a full circuit to go through.
Right. So you opened up the loop. So at first you blocked it off. It's like turning off the hose. So then you opened up the hose by stabbing it in the ground, right? And you opened up the flow, right?
Okay.
The same thing with the vacuum. With that container being closed off, no flow, the air's never going to leave. It's only potential building up. Now your hose, same thing. It's building up water, building up water, building up water. You open it, it releases. You have to have the release to have the flow. Okay? So that's exactly why you were right. Because as soon as you grounded it, the ability for the energy to go through the fucking thing exists now. Before it was like the jar just sitting there, couldn't go anywhere. Now you popped a hole in it, now you're good. Now you can have that transfer of that current coming through that you need. Right?
Yeah.
The continuous
Who
feed.
knows what? I don't know which way it went. You're right.
Right, 100%. But you still have the continuous feed, correct?
Yeah, I think so.
So basically, if you took something and stabbed it in the ground and had a box there, and then
Yeah.
you had another box separated, anytime you needed power, you put the thing between those two boxes.
The ground.
That yeah, a ground box
Oh, like
and another
literally
box.
stuck it in the ground. Like, it wasn't fancy.
No, I know. Million. I'm with you 100%.
Yeah.
Saying if you have a source of power or anything that can gain power or get the attribute of energy build up, right? And you have a box sitting there, but it's not grounded. And you have a box over here that's ground. You take your car, battery, whatever thing you want to power, and hook it to one and the other, and then it'll power up. Exactly like you're saying. Same thing. And that goes for everything in nature or anything else. Without the ability to offset the right way, the same way in, the same way out. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not being.
I just put that in live chat or text chat, whatever.
Yeah, I'm never really being argumentative. I'm just trying to
Oh no, I
break
know.
it down to where like you might understand what I'm saying, because I know what the mainstream says. And sometimes I just see it a little different, and it could be the same, but you know,
Well, that's that piece of wood that I was talking about. Really.
okay, I'm looking at it.
Yeah. It went with the grain kind of thing, and then it was like, okay, now we can have fun with it.
You like arc welded the wood. That's crazy.
Basically.
That's exactly what that looks like. You know what that reminds me of? You know those little things you get on the 4th of July and you light them and they swell up?
Oh yeah, like the snakes or whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what that looked like.
Yeah.
100%. That's exactly what that looks like.
And then the middle of it looks like trees or whatever.
Yeah, the inside
like
grain.
lightning
Yeah,
or whatever.
yeah. But I don't want to talk too much, dang it.
Anywho,
Did you have any idea that you could add electricity to make the weight chains also? So, like if you took some magnets and then put a scale on top of them, maybe the weight would fluctuate.
uh, I mean, I guess sure. Like
Well,
you're using like electromagnetic electricity to manipulate a scale at that point.
well, yeah, and anything we can, anything but longitude and latitude.
Right.
Hey,
Yeah.
Demok, did you make a new server? Demok, are you there?
Sorry. Go ahead.
Did you
Did
make a
what?
new server?
No, I didn't make a new server.
All right. No, I invited you back to the old one.
Oh, I might have to sign up. I logged out. Maybe I have to log back in.
I can send you another link if you want. The what the physics server.
Oh, I see what you're saying now, man. I'm sorry. Yeah, either one. Either one you want me to come into. I mean, it doesn't matter to me.
No, I was asking because that's your server. But I see you're locked out of your alt account. Did you forget the password?
No. I was banned from everywhere under the penny, and then I switched to this just to see, because I've never done it. I've had a million people tell me to do it for years. I've never done it. And then I did it.
See.
Before I used someone's phone under my phone number, it came up as a different name that they had, so it looked like I did it before. But yeah, I don't know. It was the first time I've ever made it. I was just seeing what it was like to make an actual stock account. I think it's pretty funny, but not funny. I don't know.
All right, I see. Well, have fun with your sock.
Thanks. I mean, as long as I can be unbanned on that name, I could switch back to that name at any time. But either way, it doesn't. I mean, I'm me regardless.
Yeah, I understand what you mean. I'm banned from some places as well, so I guess let it be.
How you been? How you been, Ed? Did he leave? Must have left. Oh, the idea that you can take two magnets and smash them together, right? The same, like positive, positive, negative, negative, whatever, and it'll weigh less or more, just depending. Or it'll fall at a different rate than another object of its size. Supposedly, if you take a ball that weighs the same as these two magnets, and you put these two magnets inside a ball, So both of them weigh the same exact amount. They both have the same resistance and everything. And then you drop them, these two magnets, and one ball will drop slower than the other ball, supposedly, because the two magnets are creating a field.
Check, mic check 1 2. Booga booga.
I hear you. Whoever that was, sound good. Buddy around. That's a condo. It's up there.
Yo.
Yo. I was looking into some computers. I was looking into some Apple computers and stuff, and it's pretty awesome. Like the chips, that they're making now, and they're just like crushing all these other platforms, AMD and Intel. And Intel is, I don't know if you, their stock is in the shitter. You know. Yep. Thinking about chips and stocks and stuff. You there? Am I here? Are we anywhere?
Do we even know? No, I don't know anything about Apple.
Yeah. I don't know too much, well, I know a little bit, but not yeah. I just think that what's gonna go on, because their stock is like is shitty right now. It's like really bad. And like, like, I, I guess they'll still be like, pushing like laptops and stuff like that. Like, but they're not gonna like be the fucking kings of that shit. So, and they're like way in debt anyway. I feel like billions of dollars like underperforming or whatever.
The only thing I've heard in the last month or two is that like AMD, Intel, Samsung, they still manufacture the chips for Apple, but because AMD and Intel are trying to get out of China and either go to Indonesia to manufacture the chips because there's something to do with the labor rights or something in China have changed. So it might be just in between that they're trying to move their manufacturing, that they're going down.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just like Samsung, I think they're crushing it, selling these. They basically have like GPUs that cost like 40 G's or something. Just graphics accelerators that are then like used for like AI processes or whatever. So there's that. They they're making some crazy hardware for the server side of it, So I think Intel's going to have to jump in on that side, and
Yeah.
because they're not going to get consumer market stuff, They might like maybe bits and pieces, but they're not like the feature for like a phone or a laptop anymore, or a tablet. All this other stuff's like way better for power consumption. Like it uses like nothing. It like uses like a fart of energy, and it's just like so much more efficient.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, to where like like Apple phones can outperform like the desktops, even like
pretty souped up. I don't know. It's just crazy. There's but anyway, so like Intel's, they still have like crazy money, you know. They're still Intel. And then they just they're about to like break. They're building like an AI backend that's like 5 times greater, like almost like 6 times the data set that like GPT uses.
Look up this channel. This is where I heard that from, about the manufacturing thing with Intel and AMD that make the chips for Apple. The YouTube channel's called Asianometry, and he looks at tech all through, like manufacturing all through Asia and stuff. That's where I heard that, Asianometry.
So they're working on like a whole different class, like you know, even though Intel isn't like making chips for like laptops and phones and stuff like that, they still, you know, they created like well, I think that, you know, working with like IBM, they did a lot of stuff for like network like designs and shit like that. So they already know how to like do these things for like deep net like style shit, or
Yeah.
so it's like 6 times faster. It's like it's like an AI server or like a super AI like that. I would almost think like the defense contractors would want stuff like that, and like, you know, just anything high level military, like governments, like they want these systems, you know.
Yeah.
So I wonder if like they'll, because like how they're not going to go out of business, yeah, but like they're like under, it's like under $32 probably right now for the stock price.
Yeah, it's going down, but I just tried to send you that YouTube channel that's got heaps of good information, but for some reason I can't send it to you. I'll just put the actual name. I'll direct message you the actual channel name.
Well, I've got an idea what they would use it for the consumer market. And basically it would be put into every car on the road, every new electric car, and the whole windscreen will be like a heads up display, but the whole windscreen is a heads up display, and that computer you're talking about will be able to power its recognition and computer sort of like it would be able to basically analyze and see everything around and enhance it, and just bring, even at nighttime with no lights on, you'd be able to see all around you just like in the daytime. That'll be a really amazing safety feature in cars.
Like automatic AI heads up daytime display LCD two-way window shit.
Yeah, like the whole windshield.
Yeah, that's some future shit for sure.
Yeah, and there'll be like sensors and stuff on the car with like not just 3D cameras, but you'll have the 4th generation night vision cameras, which are able to help to enhance and project it onto your windscreen. You can still see through it, but it'll be like sort of an opaque, kind of like a holographic style, transparent windshield. So, and you can dim it, and you can dim your lights, your dashboard lights. You could dim it so it's not so noticeable. You could have like interaction when your car is parked, and you could Yeah. Have a steering wheel in the back for the kids, and they'd use the whole windshield as the screen, and they can pretend they're like driving in a race car from a steering wheel console in the back, just for 5-year-olds. Because like Tesla, I've seen so many people parked on the side of the road while they're waiting for their takeout, and they're just like playing on that iPad, playing games, smashing it, in the air conditioning of their car. Entertainment on steroids. Well, the what's that game that they played on your mobile phones? You can go everywhere and you can sort of see animations, and it's all done by, I don't know. I guess it's I don't know how it's sent actually. What do you know what game I'm talking about that all the kids have been playing?
Craft?
No, the one on their phone. Eh?
No. I don't know. I'm
It's that
blank.
interactive one. The interactive one, and you have to like
Fortnite?
go places.
Fortnite, maybe.
No.
Not that Pokemon Go or whatever the fuck it is.
Pokemon, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because the virtual reality scene, it's going to expand into all sorts of other devices like your mobile phone, like your windshield on your car, like even like your shower. When you're having a shower, your whole screen could be like a green screen, and you could just pretend you're having a shower in the fucking jungle or something. You can switch the scenery on the shower, on the glass, and even your office wall. That's why the acrylic is so important. You know what acrylic is, yeah?
Nope.
Acrylic perspex, acrylic.
Like polymer.
Yeah, it's that transparent. Looks like glass, but it's plastic. It's called acrylic, and you can get really high quality stuff. It's just crystal clear, and the way that
So
light works through it can be used as a screen.
you mean like the same as Perspex?
Perspex is the brand, yeah, but acrylic is the product. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they do have different qualities of this stuff, and they use it for all sorts of screens and all sorts of different effects where they can shine the LEDs through it.
That's what windscreens and canopies are made out of in small planes and helicopters, because it can be molded and bent real easily without distorting anything.
Without magnifying, yeah.
Yeah, well, you can't, obviously, if you're flying, you can't have, you have to be able to see the world as it is.
Like flat.
Or appears flat when you're looking right out the front, but once you get up higher. And like an airliner's windscreen's glass, in all honesty, but it still has a perspex inner lining and outer lining in case a bird hits the windscreen, for example. It's like that's the same sort of shit with bulletproof glass. Because if a bird hits you doing 300 miles an hour, it's gonna make a dent in your windscreen, and the perspex is there as like a clear Kevlar almost to keep the windscreen intact.
Yeah, well, I replaced a small window pane on the front of my old shop, and because I had to, and it was going to cost me $750 to get a pane of glass put in. So I went down to an acrylic place, and I got the same size made of acrylic for $34.
Yeah, I was going to say $20. Yeah.
and it looked just the same as the rest of the glass, everything. The only thing is it's not safety glass, but it was just a small panel, like at foot level,
Yeah.
a footpath panel. So it wasn't something that anyone would fall through or have to break to escape a burning building. So that's the only thing. You can't use it in a safety thing because it doesn't shatter into little shards. It just it doesn't even break, eh?
Yeah, if anything, it's safer than glass in terms of security and that.
Yeah, but if you want to get out of a burning building, you can't just throw a chair through it and get out. It'll just bounce
Yeah,
off.
yeah. Yeah, but if it's only a small window where no one's going to get out of anyway, I can't see it could matter. But if you were fucking trying to not get 900-degree burns, you'd want to get out of the smallest space you could fucking find.
Yeah, you'd lift up the floorboard, right? If you could with your fingernails.
Yeah, or you'd find a way to get out a fucking cat door if you had to.
Yeah.
Talk to ChatGPT, ask it for some options. I'm just joking. ChatGPT, how do I get out of a burning building?
I always remember that one that what's his name from Australia? What's his name again? Bandsaw. He he said in Australia the thief was going to rob the building and he fell through the roof of the building, broke his leg or his back or something like serious, and then he was the bad guy. He was the bad guy, but he sued the owner because he fell through the roof, and he the bad guy won in court. That's how backwards they're getting. It's like
Yeah, it's even worse in the States. In terms of suing and shit, fucking hell. You can sue for fucking hurting your hip on a desk in your workplace over there. That's why have you ever heard the aircraft manufacturer Cessna? You know, they make small planes.
Yo, yo, how we doing? How we doing? All is well, I hope.
Oh man.
Yo, yo. Yo, how we doing? Yo, how we doing?
What's up, Jeremy? How you doing this morning?
Lounging.
I was gonna say everyone's still sleeping.
Still sleep. Late start, motherfuckers over here.
Yeah.
We'll be in a minute.
Well, tomorrow at which I mean, you're in the United States, obviously. At 10:30, the moon went to occult the star, so that should be interesting to look at.
What's going on at 10:30?
Tomorrow, around 10:30, I think it's EDT time. I think that's what it's called. And, the moon's occulting a star tomorrow night.
EDT, erectile dysfunction time. I don't know what that means.
I'm trying to remember EMT time. I can't remember what it was. It was ED. I don't know.
Fuck with you. The moon's
I
gonna
figure
occult a
anytime the
star.
moon's gonna occult something, it's always interesting to, because there's so many reports from like the Royal Astronomy Society and stuff about how like you could see stars and planets through the dark node of the moon. So
the great nation
I've
of
never seen
has now landed on the moon.
the what?
I said the great nation of India has now landed on the moon as we speak.
Yeah, Russia crashed the other day supposedly.
India crashed a few years ago. You guys remember that?
Mm.
They're not showing any
They
footage.
always.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying they always crash. American crash.
They had some grainy footage leading up to it, and now they just have a press conference streaming. Like, where's the footage? Why aren't they roving around the moon?
Yeah, I mean, we got some dope ass footage, or what did they land? A rover, or a camera? We got a camera on the moon now. Like, what did they do?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they supposedly they do, but all they're showing us is a press conference now. They had like some grainy footage leading up to it. Obviously, the same Microsoft PowerPoint presentation. Frames per second, PowerPoint.
I mean, is it weird that we have a rover on Mars with a camera on it going nonstop, and this one we don't have anything on the moon? It's like right there. Like that should have been first.
Right.
I mean, if India did it now, awesome. Let's fucking see it. But
unbelievable.
And whenever we do see footage, it's like 3 frames per second, and it's
just trash.
It's
We know.
That's what it's.
Yeah.
They haven't progressed past the slideshow.
If somebody has footage of them going into a submarine and diving into the ocean, it's usually convincing. Like, oh yeah, look, they're in a submarine in the ocean. Which, as far as they're concerned, is just as difficult to get to as it is to get to the moon. But all their moon footage is shit, and it's not convincing.
So obvious. Like, they have cell phones right now. They could just go up there and take, even if they don't have it at the moment, they could bring it back. Cell phone footage, multiple angles.
Absolutely. Take your iPhone that has high def camera and just film it, and then bring it back and show us.
Yeah. I mean, either way, it doesn't even make sense. If they're able to like control it from here, they have more than enough bandwidth or whatever to fucking get good high streaming video.
Sure. Yeah, because anytime they have to move the rover left or right or forward or backwards, they can simultaneously be recording high def footage.
Exactly. This is just nonsense.
Even if you have to wait a couple months for it to be sent back or whatever, I mean, just record like what it is and then show us, but they can't even do that.
Unbelievable. I mean, at this point, this is literally like a subconscious suspension of disbelief by everybody on Earth. I mean, no one even cares anymore because they don't even really believe.
No, they'll see a news article in their Google feed and then they'll share it on Facebook, and
I know
that's about the extent of it.
said, I know we got a lot of Christians here, but I think, and I used to be one, but I think it's very similar to like Christians who believe that Jesus like ascended into the clouds or something with a physical body. They don't really believe it. They kind of do, but not really. But kind of.
I mean, I really believe all that, but I mean, that's
I don't
neither
think
here nor there. There's more evidence for that happening than there is like grainy footage of the moon.
I don't. To be honest, I don't believe that Christians really believe that.
Well, yeah, but if we don't believe it, then that means we're condemned to go into hell.
I think you're suspending your disbelief the same way people who believe in the globe and all this stuff do. I think it's just a suspension of disbelief. It's not really believing, but it's a suspension of disbelief.
It always starts off with suspension of disbelief until you have signs and wonders happen to you, like personally throughout your entire existence on this world. And then it kind of like, at what point is everything just a coincidence, and what time, like, so I don't know. Everyone has their own personal experiences with whatever they believe in, I guess, as far as spirituality. Like, there's plenty of Muslims that claim that Muhammad's come to them in the middle of the night and spoke with them. You know, I don't know.
I mean, okay, like we're not even talking about you specifically, since you're obviously.
Well, I'm just saying in general.
Yeah, because I'm just saying, like your average Christian who believes in the globe, in their model, it doesn't even make sense that Jesus ascended into the clouds. First of all, where did he go? Did he just like evaporate at some point? Like, so they don't really believe it. We can take you out of the equation so that it doesn't get too personal. But like, I'm saying it's the same way, the same way that they believe in they don't really believe it. I swear to God, I'm just the more I think about it, no one really believes this shit.
I mean, if you're a heliocentrist and a Christian, Jesus like ascended the clouds and then still had 500,000 years worth of traveling to do after he went past the clouds. That doesn't make any sense.
I mean, he just basically went off on some random tangent into the void. So, like, what does that even? Was the globe with a specific turn and revolution that he got the right trajectory? What? Heaven was specifically pointing in that random ass tangent that he was traveling off.
He reached escape velocity.
Exactly. What the fuck? I mean, this is just absurd. These, oh my God, it is what it is.
But yeah, I can't wait to see this awesome footage India got. I don't know if you saw when they crash landed, but their footage was fucking non-existent then.
Oh, that's the funniest part. It's the same footage they've had for like days, and it's just like grainier. Okay, it's unbelievable.
Like, what kind of cameras they working with? They had no budget for a camera. I would have threw them like $50 if they needed to get like a good camera.
Exactly. I mean,
But you know what kind of camera you can get for $50 at Walmart? You get some crisp pictures out of that.
Yeah. Dude, it's like what? Like, how does that even make sense? I just don't understand. You have enough bandwidth.
Seriously, you could go buy a $50 prepaid cell phone, no plan, nothing at Walmart. Get one of these newfangled smartphone phones, and it'll have a fucking decent camera on it with some. It's definitely not going to be grainy photos.
Yeah, it's not going to be grainy. And like, if they're saying, "Oh, but we can't send it back, we can't stream it," then how are you controlling this thing from there? Like, you clearly have enough of a bandwidth connection with this thing that you're able to control its micro movements remotely. So why can't you just stream? I mean, like, God help us.
Full 89 I just posted the live stream right now. There's 444,000 people, like 4,400 something people watching it right now. And it's, I mean, it's in the live chat. It's fucking, it looks like a cardboard cutout just hovering over the moon surface.
Literally looks it's ridiculous. Like, I just
Like, what are they trying to show with this footage? I don't understand what they're like, because clearly it's not real.
But everyone has to just believe it's real because, like, oh man, They're pushing the limits of people's cognitive dissonance.
Oh no, I think it just ended.
I mean, they
Yeah.
landed like ages ago, apparently, like maybe a half an hour ago, and then the whole thing was just after that they're just showing footage of a press conference. It's like, what?
Yeah. Well, we have this. Like, what is this?
चीफ से प्रधानमंत्री
I
नरेंद्र
mean,
मोदी ने बात की है
it's. Like, what are they trying to show here? I don't understand.
सोमनाथ से प्रधानमंत्री
करीब 2 से 4 घंटे का एक विंडो गया है डिपेंडिंग ऑन डस्ट उसको सेंसर जो है वो मॉनिटर कर रहे हैं इसके अंदर यानी
इसरो चीफ से प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने बात की है सोमनाथ से प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने
Hold on.
Footage at least like color, or is it in black and white?
Oh no, it's in color. I just took a screenshot and just posted it into the video. Like, well, what do we like?
You posted in the VC.
Yeah, like, what is this supposed to be? This is their screenshot? I mean, of the thing landing? I don't understand what they're showing. They're not passing
that shit looks
off.
like Galaga. That shit looks like Galaga, bro. Are you serious?
Yeah. Every Glober in here would be like, hey, look, that's proof. Flat Earth's dead. Shut the books, like, because we have this screenshot. I don't understand.
Bro, what the fuck? That shit looks 2D, dude.
Exactly.
I don't know if anyone's played the video game Descent. It looks like that. Fucking shitty
Yeah.
fucking 90s
I
video
mean, I
game.
wouldn't be bringing this up if I was a Glover. I'd be like, what moon landing?
It really is. It's just so funny. How are you going to defend this? And if they say no, India didn't do it, then that just opens the whole can of worms. If they're saying India faked this, then it's like so they have to. They have to defend it. They're forced to defend. If this was anything terrestrial, mainstream scientism worshippers would just say, that's probably not true, that's fake. Because it won't crash the entire paradigm. Call the whole thing into question.
Because I'm under the impression that whatever drone or whatever they're using to land on the moon has to be controlled by humans from Earth. I don't see how they can, unless they claim they pre-program everything and it's only got set movements that it does when it lands at a specific area. I don't know. Otherwise, what's keeping it from falling into a crater or something?
No, they say they're controlling it. No. I mean, I was just listening to the last part of the live stream, and they're like, what? Turning the speed down now to blah blah blah. We're gonna adjust the velocity to the this and the that, and engage to this. So they're sending in.
Oh, do you understand what they were saying?
I understand that they were basically implying that they're making micro adjustments to land it. So they're clearly relaying some.
So if you're making micro adjustments, well, then you have to have a camera anyway to see what you're doing.
Wouldn't there be a delay?
It doesn't matter delay. It would still at least fucking be smooth video. High def.
I think it's 1.5 seconds. So to get to the moon to Earth, it's like I think 1.5 seconds, give or take. So the guy controlling this thing, he has to see what's going on out there. So it takes 1.5 seconds for him to get the video, but then he has to tell the thing what to do. That takes another 1.5 seconds to get back to the thing on the moon. So you're looking at like a 3-second delay, give or take, between what he's seeing and then what happens. So
I was just looking through the text chat in that guy Earth is Life, he circled the fact that 4 million people are watching it. So I guess that means it can't be faked if 4 million people are watching something on YouTube. Ooh.
I think 4 million people watch PewDiePie or something. So that's definitely.
I mean, I can post a video of a fucking one of my cats taking a shit in a box and get 4 million views.
I mean, Elon Musk versus what's his face is gonna do a fucking way more than 4 million views. Well, I don't think anyone's actually supposed to believe this anymore. I think it's meant to like basically tell people this is fake.
Let's fucking go. We should have like a restaurant and hotel where you can go on a date night to the moon or some shit. Let's fucking go. If you had thousands of people going into outer space every day, commercial, residential shit like that, I guess it would just be commercial. You had tons of commercial shit going on in outer space where people are going out and coming back and forth. If you had thousands of people doing that a year, like some legit shit, not just going up high and coming back down. I'm talking about fucking hanging out on the moon for a little bit or something. I don't know. That would end this whole thing. Like, yo, my mom went to the moon fucking last year, dude. What's up? This shit's legit.
Yeah, that's not happening. Possible.
I'm saying that would pretty much end like most of this stuff that we talk about. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody would be doubting the moon landings. I would still doubt the moon landings. The video they showed us was from the actual moon landings. I would still doubt that, even if we fucking started going to the moon for real.
Yeah.
If we started going to the moon, there's thousands, tens of thousands of people every fucking day going to the moon. I would still tell you the fucking Apollo footage they showed us was fake.
I agree.
Like, I don't give a fuck. That shit is so fake. Blatantly, obviously fake.
100%.
Yeah, but then their argument would be something to the effect of, well, yeah, we had to fake it then because blah, 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 but it's not fake now. I mean, they're getting to the point where, like, they'll be able to footage and we won't even computer, like, even forensics on it and stuff. It'd be impossible to tell if it's fake or not.
I mean, if that's a screenshot of the fucking Galaga spacecraft that they supposedly landed on the moon, I don't need no Photoshop or nothing for that. Look at that fucking thing.
Exactly.
If you believe that shit's real, you gotta get to maybe like your eyeball or your head examined or something. Like, you need medical help if you think that shit's real.
Their argument is probably to the effect, well, of course, this is just CI footage. It's just demonstrating what's taking place with all the graphs and instruments that they're looking at live time on their computer screens. This is just a visual representation, blah, blah, blah. Like, okay. Yet they control all movements and make micro adjustments. So where's the fucking cameras that they're looking at to make micro adjustments? Why not show that instead of this cardboard cutout? There's no truth behind it, and if there's no truth behind it, it's obviously a lie. But if something's true, then it's obviously true. Well, it doesn't have to be obviously true, but I mean, a true thing will be a lie, and a lie will never be a true thing. So it's easy, you can eventually get to the bottom of it. But if it's fake, you'll never get to the bottom.
They just can't cross the uncanny valley right now with their footage. In terms of video, they can't make footage that looks realistic, like which is actually high def. That's why they're still doing this grainy shit. The moment they're able to like cross that barrier where they can make footage that just looks real, even if it's completely fake.
That's when we'll start getting that crisp footage. You know when Adobe Photoshop came out the same year Hubble got released? They share the same anniversary.
Oh, that's funny.
I didn't realize that.
Now with a photo, you can't tell. You can't. They've crossed the uncanny valley with photos. They've crossed the uncanny valley with photos of faces. They're getting there with deep fakes of faces, but not with like just overall footage.
Have you guys seen? Have you guys seen the videos surfacing on the internet? That guy, he's got like an old Nokia phone, and he like views things through the Nokia phone, where they're like totally different than what's visually witnessed with the eye. You guys seen that?
No, what's he got? Some old school flip phone?
Yeah, he's got some old school Nokia, but he puts it on like record or like the picture setting or whatever to like snap a picture, and he's showing things through the view of that phone that are different than what reality's presenting. Like he goes over a clip of a interview that was taking place on the baseball field of this certain baseball player, and as they're doing the interview, someone's in the background and they hit a ball, and the ball curves and it's going straight towards the dude, and the dude turns at the last second and catches the ball with one hand, not even knowing that it's there. It was like really weird, but the guy shows the phone footage of the Nokia interviewing him, changes from a black man to a white man. And in the same video I saw this, another guy's got a book, a Bernstein Bear book, and as he passes through a certain doorway of his house, you could see the words, the letters on the name change like right before your eyes. Then he steps back into the original doorway that he was in, and it goes back, and then he goes through the doorway again, and it changes again, and it's like, I don't know if it's like CGI or like,
yeah. I mean, really, that sounds highly unlikely.
Sounds what?
It sounds highly unlikely that that's not CGI. It sounds likely that that's CGI.
Right. Yeah, I was thinking that too. But I don't know. It's been popping up quite a bit, dude. Like weird shit like that from different people. So I don't know if it's CGI or what the fuck's going on.
Mandela, you ever see that movie? It was called The Mandela Effect. It had Lester from The Wire in it, and it was pretty good. Definitely something to think about.
Yeah, not everything's fucked up.
Like, is there different realities splitting off and we're in different ones, or is this a simulation and shit is changing, or code got messed up, or is this happening all in God's mind and he's fucking with us or something, or I don't know.
I mean, I just know that you logically cannot change the past.
I can post the video that I saw it in. And I'd have to timestamp it, but I can post a video if you're interested.
Yeah, please.
All right, hold on.
Yeah, but if it's a YouTube video, what credibility does that have? Because how many YouTube videos have you take as credible?
That's a genetic fallacy right off the jump, Jazza.
Well, no, not really.
Right out the gate. Right out the gate, genetic fallacy. First word.
It's accepting a dumb fuck fallacy. Is what
yeah, you're poisoning the well now, bro.
No, 2 fallacies back to back.
All right, I'm posting it
Go
right
for
here.
3. Go for 3, Jazza. What else you got?
Here it is.
Well, no, I'll just stick with that, accepting a dumb fuck fallacy. I may have just made that up, but it happens every day with you guys.
Yeah. Well, did you see the whoever the dumb fuck fallacy guy is? Did you see the footage of the moon landing from India? Why was it all fake?
Hold on, real quick. That was a stereotype fallacy and a baseless assertion fallacy you just made.
And a dumb fuck fallacy.
4 fallacies right out the gate, Jazz. I'd never seen that before. That was awesome. Nice work.
2 more fallacies. We'll have to time you out for a little bit there, buddy.
What'd you say though, Waxy? Say it again.
Oh, like I wanted him to point real footage during the India moon landing, like the shot I sent and stuff. Like they got to use all that fake shit, 2-dimensional cardboard cutout representations of what's actually happening when they're controlling it in micro adjustments with no camera.
Oh, so this is what I mean. Like you're saying, it's cardboard cutouts. I haven't actually seen the
I have
video.
eyeballs to look at it. Have you seen it? Can you look at it and discern if it's CGI cardboard cutout? That's exactly what it looks like.
Yeah, it probably looks like it to you because you desperately want the Earth to be flat. It's like pareidolia.
So the
you're
surface of
looking
the
for things in the clouds.
Right. So okay.
What's the fallacy where you divine someone's thoughts? Because that just happened. Anyways, go ahead. Go ahead, Waxy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, let me go back to that screenshot because I didn't go through the whole. Yeah, there we go. Whoever Light Water is, the Taj Mahal coming down. Where's the one that I sent? It's gone. Oh no, it's right here. Yeah, I'm looking at the actual screenshot. So you believe that this yellow triangle looking thing with the 2 lasers coming down is real? British guy? Like whatever your name is, just because who am I speaking with?
His name, the fallacy guy. His name's Jazza.
Yeah, Jazzaconda. Like, okay, so this screenshot that I got here in the chat.
Jazza, the Raza, the inspected death.
Like I don't even is that like supposed what is that? Like what is that? That's obviously fake. That's all they're not saying that that's real footage. There's no way.
Die slow. You don't inspect a deck. You inspect a dick.
That's only on Tuesdays, bro.
My bad. Carry on, guys. Carry on.
Jazza, I want that to be fake. Therefore, I think it looks fake. What's your opinion on it?
I think they're claiming that that's fake at least. I don't think that they're saying that's real. That's impossible.
Well, yeah, I mean, who would be filming the craft?
Yeah, of course.
So,
Well,
like, did he even not think of that? Like, okay, so you got the thing landing on the moon, but then you got the thing behind it filming it, and that's what we're looking at? Like, so, oh, I just want it desperately to be fake. No, it seems like he just wants it desperately to be real. He didn't even consider that something has to film that thing landing. So clearly, it's not being filmed landing. Therefore, it is absolutely fake. So I don't get why he would even argue that it isn't. And he wants to shade at people and call them dumb and stuff when he just goes, "Oh yeah, it's landing. We get landing."
Hang on. Did you not hear what I just said? Is that I've seen it all land, and what the last thing I said was, you guys look for things to make it fake, to make it what you believe, what you want to believe.
Like the fake, the fake screenshot, clearly not the thing landing. That's what you're talking about. That I want fake, even though it is clearly fake. Who the fuck's filming it? It's not they sent 2 rovers up there, and one rover's job is to film the other rover landing. Clearly, it's not real. It's from a perspective that there's nothing else in that area recording it. They're using CGI to represent they're seeing. Yet you want to argue that this fake CGI is real.
Hang on, you're talking about real
go
shit,
on.
but you're talking about real shit, but you're talking about proving something that's fake that you're not there to prove that it's fake, which is you're saying that we're not there to prove that it's real. So it's
I'm
kind
going
of
by they have the. I'm going by the footage that they're putting out on YouTube that 4 million people at one point were watching. There's no real footage of anything happening in that.
okay. So you can put footage on YouTube that anyone can alter, just like you're claiming that
It
NASA's
was
doing.
just a live stream. It was just a live stream. How are you going to live stream in real time?
There's plenty of live streams that you guys claim are fucking fake all the time. So I don't know
there
who
was
to
that
fucking believe.
No, it's the one live stream got changed after it went live. They went back and edited it like a day later and changed some stuff, which is only supposedly what I know happened one time, and that was with Elon Musk. I don't know any other type of live streams you could watch. Well, I don't want to say that because there probably is. But like, if I was going to post something that's live, I can't go back a day later and change my live stream and edit it.
See, here's the thing. Here's the difference. Is I'm just speaking for me. I'm just speaking for me. All right. I can't go and take a measuring tape to the sun. I can't take a measuring tape to the moon. I can't take a measuring tape to Jupiter to get a direct measurement. And
I thought they've done that already.
Well, see, this is my point. Is I can't do that, but I'm not paranoid enough to think that some people haven't been able to do it with technology in the last 60, 70 years, or actually more than that, 1931. They haven't had, I'm not paranoid enough to think that people can't, that actually want to explore and want to fucking do things with the earth and beyond, and that's even more exciting.
Oh, God.
You're not paranoid enough to think that it was odd that Neil Armstrong didn't see any stars the entire time he was in outer space, going to the moon, and all the time he spent on the moon, then coming back, never once missed the effing stars.
I wouldn't expect him to, because he doesn't have an atmosphere. He doesn't have an atmosphere to amplify them.
Have you heard with Don Pettit? You can see from the IS windows.
I couldn't give 2 fucks.
Right, yeah, it's just two.
I
It's just
thought you were
astronauts going
excited,
to the
bro.
station, contradicting themselves.
You were excited. Now you don't care. What happened?
No. What I'm saying is I wouldn't expect him to see them because there is no atmosphere to amplify the light of the stars, just like I wouldn't expect to feel the rotation of the Earth nor see the curvature at the beach.
What do you mean
That's
by
not how.
rockets?
Yeah, that's not how fucking stars work. Amplify. What does that even mean? Dyslow, talk to him.
What, Jeremy? What the fuck does amplify mean? I was using that as a specific thing. What does amplify mean in terms of sound? I was using it in terms of light.
It gets turned up?
Yes, exactly.
That
And
ain't how
there's nothing where there's no atmosphere. There's nothing to magnify the light.
That is not how.
Wait,
if you're saying the atmosphere. Oh, go ahead. This
You're
is a mess.
saying
Go
that
ahead.
we see stars better on the Earth than we can Hubble, which has no atmosphere because there's space.
And this is just me. This is just me.
What fuck? No.
Hang
You're
on,
re-examining what you just said. Utterly stupid.
Just listen to what I'm saying. Is
That we need to have sphere-shaped gas to amplify stars.
Listen for a second. Just listen for a second. I would expect to be able to see stars more easily on the Earth looking through an atmosphere, because it's like a lens, then I would be in space where there's nothing.
So let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Do you think it would be the stars would be more apparent the closer you were to the star, or the further you were from the star with some sort of like atmospheric lensing? Like, what do you think would be more visible? having closer distance or having more lensing?
I could be completely wrong, but I would think that you would be able to see a star more easily with the atmosphere than you would be in the vacuum of space, which isn't a vacuum cleaner, by the way.
What if we took a single candle?
Fuck.
What if we took a single candle and we put a giant lens in front of that? How far away do you think that you'd be able to witness that candle with that quote unquote atmospheric lens?
Where is your candle?
Well, it's going to be ground level. You're going to be at ground level. It's a clear day. There's limited haze.
You're not saying where the candle is.
Just speculating.
You're not saying where the candle is. Where's the candle?
Well, that's why I'm at. Like, it's somewhere on the ground. I'm asking you, how far can you get from that candle? On the earth, yeah. How far can you get from that candle with that lens? You know, we're going to provide a lens in lieu of the atmosphere.
A standard candle size?
Yeah.
I would say less than fucking 800 meters. You wouldn't be able to see it.
Right. So how is your comparison make any sense when you've already determined that that lens is going to, you know, it might help the visuality of seeing that at such distance, but nothing is going to compare to being closer to the source.
See, the real trouble here is that it's not reality. It's that you guys don't understand shit. That's what the real problem is.
No, what you don't understand.
Yeah, that's another fallacy, bro.
Don,
it's not a fallacy.
Don
It's
Pettit
you just
said-
don't understand shit.
I mean, fallacies are just falling out of your pocket left and right, bro. Like, you're just full of them today.
Yeah.
But that's okay. It's all right.
So why did Don Pettit say you can see, like, what did he say? It looked like, I can't remember the word he described it, but he said when you look out the window of the ISS, he said it's amazing. You can see all these nebulas and this and that.
Yes, everything Jazz is saying is completely backwards from the heliocentric model. I know. I actually tend to agree with. Hey, everything he's saying is completely backwards from the heliocentric model. They put telescopes in outer space to get out of the atmosphere so you can see the stars better. I actually tend to agree with him, though, on one point he made about the atmosphere magnifying things. I love that. I actually think that is a real thing.
Yeah, I agree with some stuff that he said, but I'm just trying to find out, like, where his logic lies. Like, how is he making these rash decisions with, like, really nothing to support it? Nothing. Like, how could you say that getting closer to the source is going to, like, further limit the visibility? It just seems counterintuitive to me. Jazza, you there?
You know, all I'm saying is that I guess it's not me being indoctrinated into believing the heliocentric model. It's just that I understand how it works.
You're saying these things, you're saying you understand how it works because you're saying the exact opposite of how it works. They build telescopes high up as you can get. So far, they've claimed to have them in outer space.
Exactly.
Because you want to get out of the atmosphere. It doesn't help you see stars. The atmosphere hurts you see stars.
No.
Yeah.
No, Jeremy, that's what I was just talking about, and why I keep saying about the second law of thermodynamics that you guys keep coming up with, that you can't have gas pressure without a container, or you need a chamber to have a vacuum. Of course you have to have a chamber to have a vacuum within the fucking atmosphere. but there's a pressure gradient, and it
Totally
goes
non
all the way,
sequitur to what
and
we
it
were just
and
talking
it
about
and it
being
goes
able to
all the
see
way up
stars.
to nothing. The
Jazza,
pressure
this is
gradient
total
goes
red
all the way up
herring
to
non
nothing,
sequitur.
and
Jazza,
then
this
you
is a
don't
red
need
herring
nothing
non
to have
sequitur.
a
Stop.
container for nothing.
Stop changing the topic. We're talking about seeing stars through atmosphere.
Okay, so you
Please
don't
don't
want to
do a
talk
red
about
herring
shit that
fallacy.
you don't want to talk about shit that makes you shit false.
I don't want you to scattergun shit when you get caught out there being wrong or whatever we're doing here.
No,
You're not gonna just scattergun the shit out of us.
you just got caught out
Elephant hurl.
by being caught out fallacy. But anywho, I've got to go.
Just
But
making shit up. Yeah, all right.
I'm not making shit up. You just
What's a called out fallacy? You've made up 2 fallacies already so far since you've been here, and you made up the thing about being able to see stars better.
Okay, I'll call you the called out fallacy because you guys make them up all the time. The called out fallacy is the fallacy of that there is a pressure gradient. All you guys agree to it, and what I'm saying is if there is a pressure gradient, which isn't gas pressure, it's barometric pressure at the surface of the Earth, which changes every day, ironically. And if it goes all the way up to nothing, which is where the Kármán line is, which is where space is, which is technically where nothing is where in the world in the history of mankind do you need a container to contain fucking nothing?
What's
That's
the difference
space.
between gas pressure and barometric pressure?
You figure that out. I'm not your fucking kindergarten teacher.
Why are you getting all hyphy, bro?
Wait a
It's not fucking science and rockets. So I got to go. We'll leave you to it. You figure that out. Once you figure that out, you might.
Hey, real quick before you go, can I ask you one thing
no.
real fast?
What?
Just real quick before you leave. You said about the Kármán line, right? About how
Yeah.
it goes empty after the Kármán line. Kármán
Yep.
line move lockstep surface of the Earth, so no Coriolis effect.
Hang on. This is really funny. Did you just say that the Kármán line moves?
It would have to if Kármán line's literally just the Earth's atmosphere, and the Earth's atmosphere moves in step with the Earth. That means the Kármán should be like a buzzsaw chopping into pieces that goes past.
Thank you.
Because the higher you get surface of the Earth, then the higher you get surface of the Earth, the faster you move to keep up with the surface of the Earth.
It does.
No,
On
so
every point of the Earth, it moves higher and lower every single day. This is amazing.
No,
Thank
it's
you.
moving lockstep. It's moving. No, the Kármán line moves lockstep Earth rotation. Is what you're saying?
No. It all depends. Think of the Earth like a bicycle tire, like the spokes of a bike, and each spoke
That's
of
not
the
what
bike.
Earth is.
No, of
Earth's
course it's
bicycle
not.
tire.
Okay, so you're too simple to think of it that way. So you will never get it. So
I
you'll
have to
always
pretend
think
the
the
Earth
Earth's
is
flat.
what it is. An example or
It's not an ad hom, Jeremy.
Yeah.
It's just a direct.
It is
fact
an ad hoc. You said
of
I was dumb
fuckery.
because I don't worry that the Earth is a bicycle.
You just said it. Vax. You just said you're just a direct fact of a dumb fuckery fallacy. All right, I'm gonna go.
So you got ad hoc and the Earth is a bicycle tire. Gotcha. Bye.
No. You're just a dumb piece of rubber.
You said Earth's a bicycle tire.
Yeah, you just proved that you can't listen to anything else. So I've got to go.
I don't want to hear
special
Earth
piece
is
of
a bicycle tire. Oh, I'm a dumb fuck. Okay.
You special piece of rubber.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Well, all right, in order for a bicycle tire to have pressure, you have
sorry.
a rubber tire.
I gotta go. I'm not gonna into.
Bye.
Where do you gotta go?
Go watch some more nap footage. Yeah, you make a job.
Are you still there, Jazza?
Ah, damn! I just broke my.
Jazza, the Razza.
Is he gone?
Back the
gone?
deck.
I mean, hopefully he ain't going to fly a plane, a helicopter right now. He's fucking smashed.
I was going to ask him a question.
What were you gonna ask him? I'll play Jazza.
Well-
Go ahead, you dumb piece of rubber. Tell me now.
Okay, you play Jazza. You're the baller. And We live on a do you know what a pin cushion is?
Nope.
You know
Camera
what
distortion,
a pin cushion.
distortion in a camera
So basically,
lens.
you have a
Carry on.
sponge
You just
ball.
pull it out.
You
Carry
have a
on.
ball that's made of sponge, and you put all your pins in the ball. So none of the pins are parallel with each other because they're all on the stuck into a sponge ball, right? And that's where we live, on this sponge ball, apparently, with all of these pins. If you look at any trees or buildings in the distance, in a straight line, straight towards them, yeah, they're straight up and down 90 degrees vertical, yeah. But if you're living on a ball on a pin cushion, anything that's vertical, like a tree or a building, to your peripheral vision, left and right, should be curving away. But it just seems that when you turn and you look at them, they're not curving away. If it was truly a ball, there should be a camera that would be able to pick this up. But that's not even possible. That just shows that it's a flat Earth, because they can't detect these diverging parallel lines.
Good point.
That is a really good point.
Earth's like icicle tire. So Earth needs to have a
Fire
container for
commercial.
the
Oh,
air in the tire to adjust it. Yeah. I'll put myself on mute. I'm probably making a bunch of noise.
My bad. I might have been lagging. Go ahead. What were you saying, Waxy?
Oh, no, nothing. I was just mocking him when he said Earth is like a bicycle tire. I'm like, yeah, and bicycle tires need to have the rubber tires to contain its gas pressure. So, I don't know. But anyway, I'm
He didn't
washing
say
dishes, so I'm just going to put.
he didn't say anything coherent, bro. He said we see stars better. I mean, I don't know if you never heard of light attenuation or where that was going. I like the magnification of the atmosphere part. I actually think that's happening. That could account for every observation we make when things are below horizontal.
How do you think the battle that's going on between flat earthers at the moment, these stupid channels and all like bickering, and then I just watched Jaron on the screen, he just hammered it. Like, he had some really amazing information that he'd been collecting. Has anyone seen Jaronism's latest?
Oh, you said Jared
latest?
did? What
The
was
Jaron versus Oakley thing?
No. Jaron just did a stream by himself, right, and just like laying it out, and he just hammered it, like all of the flat Earth truths that just he was talking about. I'd encourage anyone to. He just like knocked it out of the park. It's the best I've ever seen from
You
Jaronism.
got any points that he addressed that you want to share?
Well, the last thing I remember, he was talking about plane flights, and then he was talking about a guy that circumnavigated, and then there's this dude that's like friends with Prince Charles, and he claimed to do all these amazing things. He's an explorer, but footage, he was caught faking footage, and it was actually, he went to court about it. Like, one of his workers tried to sue this dude because he told her to like fake like falling down a chasm in the ice and stuff, and like there were only two guys on this mission, and they were like falling over and like falling into crevices in the ice and shit, and into the icy cold water, but the cameraman was there the whole time, like filming the whole thing, like. And they were claiming they were going to get frostbite and shit on their toes and all of this, on their fingers, and they should be asking, "What the fuck are you wearing, Mr. Cameraman? Why aren't you getting frostbite?" It's like all this fake shit. It's like, yeah. I encourage you to watch his stream. There's so much more information I've forgotten already. It's just so good. He killed it.
Yeah, I don't know. The whole rift between FED and Jeranism and all them. I mean, because I like everybody's work. I think Nathan Oakley's done a lot of really good things. He's made a lot of really good arguments that are very sound. I like a lot of the stuff Jaren. Yeah, I mean, Jaren's the one that killed the 24-hour sun in Antarctica by, spending weeks talking to people that are in charge of it and showing how the video is fake. Like, everyone's done good things, but not everybody can get along, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's really the ether. I don't think it's a clash of personalities as much as it is the truisms that people are identifying with.
Yeah.
Or not. Yeah.
I mean, because like the whole ether thing, I always, and this is all on me, but I completely tune it out. I just can't follow it. Not saying I don't believe that the ether exists or that the ether makes sense. I don't know. I get bored listening about electrostatics and stuff, so maybe it's just I don't have the attention span really. I guess maybe, or it just doesn't interest me to pay attention.
Yeah, it's like I find
But
a lot of the people that are like perplexed as to what the ether is or how it works or anything about it, like have trouble even steel manning it to the slightest degree. So a lot of it is just
yeah,
lack of understanding.
I mean, in my mind, like in my heart of hearts, I'm like, yeah, the ether's probably a real thing. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, everything electro and stuff needs to have a place where it lives. I guess I don't know, but at the same time, like I get really confused because I'll hear Kiwi like freaking out about ether, but then next thing I know, he's like over here talking about like germs and particles and shit that we can't see anyway. So I'm like, well, how come you're allowed to believe in germs and shit, but no one's allowed to believe in ether? I don't understand.
Right.
Like, because I'm pretty sure QE believes in viruses and germ theory because I feel like I've heard him say something about that before, and I'm like, well, I think that's odd.
Viruses, though, please, the V word, guys.
He believes in some weird stuff, dude. Like he believes that if there was an island out there that nobody was on, the island would cease to exist. It would only render if somebody approached the island. Like he believes in weird shit.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, it's a little out there, bro. To poke fun at the ether while simultaneously believing in like the Pac-Man fucking theory. It's just, I don't know, bro.
Really muffled.
Is that any better?
Yeah.
I said to deny the ether while simultaneously believing in the Pac-Man theory just seems a little odd to me.
Yeah. And then, like, I could have sworn, again, I could be wrong, but I thought I heard him talk about how he knows for a fact photons are real or something like that. I'm like, okay, so what's the difference between a photon and the ether if you can't see any of them or manipulate any? I don't know. Like, it seems kind of contradictory.
Well, photons are particle interactions, i.e., like quantum understanding. So he's a quantum proponent. I mean, he might like deny a lot of quantum, but the stuff that he does agree with, just he's got no baseline to like make any claims from. It's just, I don't know, bro. It's all fantasy. He's living in fantasy land. Wave particle dualities. Come on, bro. Dualities don't exist, bro.
Not like that, they don't. You're right.
The collapse.
I mean, in the double slit, I just think that something's happening to it and it's changing whatever it's doing. Like just like we can manipulate and change water. It's still water, it can be ice, gas, or liquid. That's all I think's happening with that duality thing. Like something's happening, not that it's just both things at the same time. You know what I'm saying?
What do you think a duality is, bro? It's an inherent contradiction. So to say that that light is a duality would imply that Mother Nature is dealing with inherent contradictions. Like that just makes no sense, bro. It's illogical.
I agree. One thing can't be two different things at the same time, but I don't think that's what's happening with the double slit.
Well, it's either a particle or a wave or a particle wave duality. That's all they've got.
No, no. Why? That's false trichotomy. It could be one of those things you said, or there could just be something happening to it that changes it from a particle to a wave, or whatever's happening. It's just something's happening that's changing it. That's all.
What's the major mechanism? What are they using for their photons? That depends. Is there only one thing where they use one thing for their light? Like, is there a different group testing it every other time, or just one way to do it? Like, what's their source of their photons?
You know what I'm saying, Dysol? Like, there's something happening in the double slit where it's changing it and it's acting different. That's all.
Well, you'll figure it out. What are they using? Are they using a flashlight?
Go ahead, Deepak.
I was saying, are they actually using a flashlight?
What were you saying, Dysol?
Well, I'm just saying to like, if you're gonna insinuate that there's like this discrete particle we're calling a photon, and it's choosing its path. Like, if you're gonna set it up in such a way, then you're gonna fall like right into that trap. Like, we don't have anything to substantiate light being this individual particle. So, like, if you're gonna go with that narrative, then yeah, you're gonna easily be like pushed around in terms of like trying to make heads or tails of their nonsense. But light's not a particle. It's not an individual particle. So once you understand that, I think it'll better make sense how you could get that fractive wave pattern through the double slit.
Yo, you almost said double split. That's going in your file.
Double
What?
split.
Double split.
What if it's nothing to do with the light at all? You have to actually reproduce what they did, and then look at what you look at from the beginning on how you do it, and then see what you get, the variances, and then manipulate like what you come up with versus what they're saying, the duality. Now, if you don't believe in the idea that something can be sitting still and moving at the same time, or shrinking and growing at the same time, well, then you shouldn't be able to believe in the duality of the light doing the same thing. If you put a human in the experiment, you never know what you're going to get. You never know the bias of the human. You never know if they're telling you 100%.
Is it like a box of chocolates?
Yeah, 1,000,000%. Right. And when they tell you the light's doing this, but they're not talking about the air, they're not talking about the sensor, they're not talking about, like, come on, man. They're leaving too much out.
I may not be a smart man, D-Mark, but I know what light is.
And it's not two things at once.
It's like a box of chocolates, Jenny.
No, but when we're talking about the double slit, I mean, what's the problem with, like, so what are they using? Like, if you want to actually get to the crux of the matter, you have to go over what they're actually doing, right?
Tell us what they're doing, D-Mark.
Well, I don't know how to tell you what to do, but I'm saying, like, if you want to know what they're doing, don't you need to just know what they're doing?
Yeah, I'm waiting for you to tell me.
Oh, well, last I heard they had a flashlight and they shined a flashlight and then some guy looked and some guy didn't, or they had like some kind of sensor. Now, when you have a sensor that comes into play, or a guy that can lie or not, or a guy that might not be that witty or fast on his reactions, you have a medium, which is air. You have everything you're doing to this object called light. For one, where's it coming from? If it's a flashlight you're using, that there's a problem there because that comes from the power and wattage of your battery, and it has an oscillating rate that it puts out. And so you're going to get a rate from that. You're going to get a rate from the medium. You're going to get a rate from the temperature. You're going to get a rate from the interaction of the sensor, because everything we're talking about is an excitement of the medium from electricity coming from the batteries in a flashlight shining through a little lens, and then shining through something else through a medium. So if you want to get out of the crux of the matter, that's what you have to look at. You have to look at the medium. What did they even do? What was the light actually doing? And does it really have an observer that really makes the light do different things?
So they basically, what they do is they just take a laser knob and then they have a screen on a photographic plate on the other end, and they split the laser just with anything like a hair or just two slits in a screen like in front of it. And when it's just one slit, you won't get any interference pattern. When there's two slits, you'll get a wave-like interference pattern. That's the
Well,
worst.
what kind of light are they using? You said a coherent laser.
Yeah.
Well,
Regular.
if you take that coherent laser and you put like the pinhead of a needle in front of that,
Yeah.
you're going to get the same diffracted wave pattern, right? Without two slits. It's one single thing blocking.
Yeah, there's a girl who just like actually does, and she actually shows the wavelengths. Now let me post that video. Let me post it right now.
You know, light itself, like the way it shines through the air and at stuff, like you can get a shadow from light, right? So when they say the wavelengths, what do they really mean? Do they mean light just blocking itself? Like what does that even mean?
I'm going to post a video on Livestream, and actually, if you go skip to the end of it, she actually uses some sort of gas to show the waves of light, literally, like show them.
Right, but that would be the gas waving, right?
Sure, but like it's a representation of like what the light is doing.
Yeah, so I don't.
It's not
Yeah, I
direct.
still have problems with the light doing what they claim to like break up from, because you have two holes in something. What you're doing is adding another source of light to interfere with itself. It's just an interference pattern of light when it interferes with itself. Light can interfere with itself.
Yeah, I don't make any claims of this. I would say I believe that whatever we call light is a wave, illumination, whatever you want to call it. But I don't think there's anything particular about it whatsoever. So I don't, and the so-called observer effect or measurement effect. Well, that's just because they use it's an inference that they make. So
You can also make coherent light with a pinhole aperture and a frequency filter lens.
Yeah. And the so-called detector for the measurement of that's nothing but a polarized filter. So when they introduce the polarizing filter, whatever the fuck, it gives them which way information immediately they get. They lose the interference pattern. So what they call in which way information, something which would tell them which way the light, which slit the light went through, if they're thinking about it as a photon.
Where it gets real fucking crazy is where they start insinuating that light is sentient and changes its path based on the observation or the observer.
Yeah, exactly. And,
that's where QE starts falling into the nut house.
The exact thing that happens though is there's nothing that mystical. It's just like if you put a polarizing filter in front of one on both the slits, such that you know which. Again, that part is the literal thing is if you put a polarizing filter on either one of them, your interference pattern will go away. But if you reintroduce another filter at the end of it, such that again the inference here is such that now you don't know, you get the interference pattern back. Basically, that and then they're drawing an inference. So, well, that's because now you've taken away the possibility. First, you introduced the possibility of knowing which slit the so-called photon went through, and now you've taken it away. And so, but that's just an inference they're drawing. It's not necessarily. In reality, all that's happening is you put filter here, no light. Take filter away, interference patterns back. That's all that's happening. There's no. They force their interpretive framework onto it.
Right.
Remember how the eclipse works too, a solar eclipse. It's the same. It's the same type of idea when you get the shadow from the solar eclipse. It's the same way the light's going to work there too. The light can interfere with itself. So when they keep saying that the observer looks away here and we look back, it's doing this. That's exactly not. That's not at all what's happening. And an observer, like humans, we have a slight pareidolia for things too. Like literally. So when we look at things, depending on how close or how far or how we're looking at them, if it's little bitty things, we'll blend them together ourselves anyway. Like a face pattern, we'll put that together ourselves. Like look a face in the clouds. Oh, look, a zebra. It's not really a zebra in the clouds. It's just what we think we see, and so we describe it.
Kind of like when you take your fingers and put them really close together in front of your eyes and you see the finger in the middle pop out and touch both of them at the same time, sort of. Like where we just kind of, our brains will make shit up to fill up like information, maybe.
100,000,000%. Yeah, that is a part of this whole experiment. 1,000,000%. It's being left out. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, because I've always heard that, how like, our brains will just kind of make up information to fill empty space. I don't know.
Yeah, and think about the size of this photon we're talking about, guys. It's not like they're big like beach balls we're looking at and then they're disappearing and coming back. You know what I mean? There's something you couldn't see anyway. So it's not like you can even see a photon. So to imagine, hey man, the scientist walked in there and looked at the room full of photons. No, you can't even see a photon. So how long did it take him to look at the photon?
Can't see a photon. You can't isolate a photon. You can only believe in the photon.
You can just anytime you see a dot, does that mean there was a particle? That's all. That's basically at a fundamental philosophical level. That's the line of inference.
Yeah, something hit the sensor. Oh, must have been a photon.
Yeah, dot equals particle. I can make dots in so many different ways without particles. It's just ridiculous. What the fuck?
Seems like a voltage.
Now you guys
like
might know more, but does QE actually, he believes in photons and all that shit, right? Because I feel like I've heard him say that, but he may have just been talking about somebody else's argument. I swear to God, I've heard him.
Yeah, I pressed on this topic years ago, and we had a couple debates on it. And after our debates, he says he doesn't want to talk about light anymore with flat earthers. So he won't really dive into the topic too much. It's only like when he's comfortable with within his crowd of cronies that he'll start talking about the wave collapse function and all these bogus fucking quantum experiments.
Right.
Yeah, he don't want to talk about it though, bro. He doesn't want to get down to it. He just wants to fucking perpetuate from his comfort zone of his safe haven.
Yeah. And I only ask, and like I said, I don't have a dog in the fight. I know probably as little about the ether argument and discussion as anybody out there. Like I literally know nothing of it. I hear you guys talking about it all the time, but I don't know. It just bores me, and it's nothing personal. It's just I don't know. But I swear I've heard him say something to the point of, well, the ether doesn't exist because you can't show me a picture of the ether. But then he's over here talking about photons, so it's like, well, that's very contradictory.
Well, yeah, he tries to pigeon man the ether arguments and twist things to like make them sound absurd. because that's all they've got, right? Like just trying to ridicule.
He told me one time that photons exist, and his proof is you can see light. Therefore, photons exist.
Who says light's made out of photons, though?
QE.
Well, the mainstream, dude. Like that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah.
Like how can you attack the mainstream while simultaneously agreeing with it and like promoting it? It makes no sense. He's a walking contradiction.
I mean, if the mainstream made a claim, which is, to be fair to the mainstream, made a claim which was true, and you had good, solid, logical reasoning for believing it, you could. The fact is, it doesn't. They just don't teach people like basic logic. I just don't understand it because, again, the basic fact here is if you see a dot, that is not indicative necessarily of a particle. It could just be a concentration of something which is not disparate and discrete. It's all.
It could be a piece of junk on your lens.
I'm just saying,
You know where the term photon came from?
Mm-mm.
Does anybody know?
No.
Came from a guy named Leonard Trollin, who was he was a fringe scientist. He studied like telepathy and all sorts of like weird shit. But that's who first came up with the word, and it just stuck from there. I'm trying to pull it up here. I know there was something else I'm leaving out, but yeah, it's just it's a way to ideate particles, and that's what these guys do. They're materialists. Everything is essentially a particle.
The problem is these particles. They also believe that there are laws. So what is the thing which is making their particles animate, move around with specificity, or even move at all? To be honest, if you want to get even more fundamental, so they still got to believe in. And then they say fields. Okay, so if you say field, you're basically saying the same shit as ether.
Well, no, because they've never given a concise, logical definement of the term field. They've only provide like a conventional roadmap as to try to describe it, but they've never explained. No branch of science has ever explained a field or energy or magnetism. A lot of these things. So that's the problem.
To be honest, I think, like I said this before, but I think a lot of flat earthers commit a lot of reifications as well with these terms. I mean, in their own way. I think what it boils down to is the rules more than anything.
Yeah, it's just a shame everything has to be so fragmented and like tribalistic with flat Earth. It's kind of stupid because I think every single major flat Earth figure, like the Jaranisms and Dave Weiss's and QEs and all them, everybody has good points and has done, has brought out decent information that's been useful. So it just seems silly just to, call everybody shills and say this guy's an FBI agent and this guy's a liar and.
In a way, I think it's healthy, to be honest, because here's the thing: if you look at the side which is just completely brainwashed and they'll stick together no matter what, is the main. And then you got flat Earth, where it's literally you could not call it an echo chamber because everyone hates everyone. Not hates, but everyone just like.
Oh yeah,
it's the most heterodox.
That's the one thing, Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. My bad.
No, that's all. I just said last. I just said it's the most heterodox community I've ever seen so far.
Oh yeah, I mean,
because you don't keep the truth. So if somebody's going after the truth and they're like, "Yo, what about this ether thing?" The last thing you do as somebody who's actually looking for the truth about reality is say, "No, fuck you. I'm not going to listen to you."
It's true. I agree.
But I mean, what would be the best evidence? I think these guys are just looking for like evidence of the thing. So like they just want like evidence. Right?
Evidence of the ether is in my opinion is the fact that you have a magnetic component attached with everything in the universe. There's not a single thing in the universe that's not magnetoreactive. Then when you look into their explanation as to what magnetism is, it's off the Richter scale of fucking ridiculousness. They have no explanation behind magnetism, which is the one thing connected to everything. Like that should be like of the utmost importance to accurately discern and define what magnetism is or isn't. So once you understand that everything in the universe essentially is magnetoreactive, and you look into what magnetism is, and you come to find out that it's the secondary half of this primary field, and then you look into what the primary field is and how they're both related to one another, everything starts to make sense. You start to see what light is, you start to see what electricity is, you start to see the connection between all these different things, dude.
Yeah,
So,
but bro, what's the evidence for it though? I mean, you talked about magnetism a lot, but what's the evidence for the ether?
well, like I just said, it's the fact that you have these two mutually antagonistic fields being perpetuated as two separate fields, but actually one field. I mean, there's a lot to dive into when trying to, make sense of what the ether is or is not. But, and then there's a lot of terms that would have to be redefined, like field, energy, like all of these things would have to be defined for you to start making the logical connections to what ether is and is not.
What is
I mean, I don't know. I got nothing against it, but it just doesn't. I'm cool with it. It could be there. I'm fine. That's fine with me. But I don't know. I kind of don't blame these guys for like just not rolling with it. It's like,
Yeah.
What's the evidence? Magnetism and electric fields? Like I don't know.
Electrostatics and magnetism, the two things that are you can't remove from reality.
What is
So you have
magnetism?
to you have to start understanding what magnetism is, what these things are, dude. And that's why I say, like, you guys should be looking into this stuff, but it doesn't seem like anyone's interested.
Yeah, so the thing that kind of needs to be pointed out, right, for like Jeremy and vaccine stuff, where you guys are like, yeah, I just don't really care. It might be there, it might be this, it might be that. Not a big deal. The dissolution of the ether, right, the extinguishing of it around the turn of the century is what gave rise to relativistic thinking, right? So the relativistic ideas, and then you have these concepts and these ideas of just nonsense where some sort of physical interaction can be taking place just based on your reference frame, meaning there's some sort of different physicality depending on how you're looking at something based on your perception, right? Which then has led to this idea of social and moral relativism as well, where everything is just how you feel and how you see the truth to be, right? So it's not just in the realm of science; it spills over into um, social ideas and concepts, which have real world consequences that we're starting to see play out within our society today. So what you need to understand is the relativistic mindset is what was instituted with the dissolution of the ether. It's pretty deep shit.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Like that sounds like like Zanuck was getting into all that BS about Lorentz contraction the other day and stuff, and how based on because he started talking about reference frames, which is funny. If you ever listen to his argument about Coriolis and stuff, but all of a sudden now there's reference frames while standing on the ground. That stuff happens, and I don't know. That's insane too. And the thing is, like, I mean, I personally think the ether is there just based off what I've heard of it. I've never delved into it. But I mean, then you got people like Nikolai Tesla who claims they account for ether and everything they did and always got good results off doing that. So that adds validity to it. I just don't know what it is. And I don't know the nuts and bolts is really all it boils down to. So I have no way to argue for or against if I don't know in the first place.
Yep.
But I mean, the idea of it makes
It's
perfect
understandable.
sense.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
understandable. Like, how can you deny something you can't define, right? But that's the problem. Is no mainstream outlet or university is gonna fucking tell you what it is. Like, you have to have enough um self. I don't know what the word I'm looking for, but you have to have enough nads, I guess, gonads to like grab yourself by the bootstraps and look into it, dude. Like, if you're not gonna do that, you know what I'm saying? Then it's always gonna be this mysterious fucking thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, could
So
you what like magnetism though? For like imagine that there's an intelligent 12-year-old. Like, what would you tell him? Like, what is it?
I would tell them that it's are we talking about the ether itself? Somebody's
No,
hopping.
magnetism, and then
Oh, magnetism.
yeah. Mhm.
Well, let me pull up my my definition list here for you.
And then translate it to an intelligent 12-year-oldies.
Okay. Give me a second. So, magnetism, we got a magnet. Let's see here. Sorry, I'm driving.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay. Magnetism. So it says here, magnetism is the dielectric field and the second half of the conjugate field of the dielectric and the magnetic, which respectively are the geometries of the hyperboloid for the dielectric and the torus for magnetism.
So 12-year-old me is already just like check the fuck
So,
out.
so you've got a donut,
Yeah.
right? And the donut is the shape of the toroid. And
Alright.
the negative inverse image of that donut is the hourglass shape, which we call the hyperboloid, and vice versa. The negative image of the hourglass shape is the donut. So they're synonymous with one another. They're mutually connected
Okay.
in that regard. All right. And then he goes on to say, nothing in the universe has mass or volume without magnetism. The volume of every atom, which the ignorant teachers told you an atom is 99.99% empty space, is due to the magnetodielectricity, since all atoms are dynamos generating energy, of course, but also their volume, which is due to magnetism alone. Magnetism is the universe's most fundamental force, literally force and motion, and is centrifugal in nature. So magnetism is the dielectric field attributionally, in that the loss of energy of the dielectric forms magnetism. So as that hyperboloid has a loss of energy, that's what breeds the magnetic toroidal field. And logically, so magnetism should be called dielectric dissipation, such that analogously, magnetism would be akin to water or ice, and dielectric akin to steam. So ice, water, and steam are all three one and the same thing, but ideated is different due to the pressure and temperature differences. So they're conceptualized as different entities, and the same is true of magnetism in relation to the dielectric. So they're literally both the same thing, just different attributional. They're different attributionally. The attribute of magnetism is like I said, force and motion itself, and magnetic field that manifests space. So this is how we get space. All right, you can't have space without a magnetic field, and further, therefore, the measure, which is time. So this is how we get space and time, which aren't things themselves whatsoever, despite what the ignorant attempts of to reify these phanisms. They're ultimately nothing more than what a shadow is, which is not a thing in itself, but the absence of a thing, and that absence is energy, or the dielectric. So that's why I said, like, we would have to redefine terms when speaking in regards of fields and energy. So it says here the great secret of the loss of inertia, or the dielectric, which is magnetism itself, is that the inverse image, the inverse, sorry, the inverse mirage of energy is the absence. Space and time are the mirage of power, inertia, and dielectric found in the wake front of a divergent magnetic toroidal centrifugal field. So magnetism, in short, is energy as manifest, whereas ether is energy in potential, and the dielectric is energy in torsion. So magnetism is literally that which gives shape to shapelessness and form to formlessness. However, also that which the ancients deemed as evil, since magnetism is the I won't get into that because that gets a little too out there, but going the wrong way here. What does he say here? So yeah, he goes a lot deeper, but he's essentially just saying that the field is ab extra to the magnet itself, and that well, here I'll read this quote. This is from Charles Proteus Steinmetz from his book Electric Discharges, Waves and Impulses. He says, in an electric circuit containing energy stored in the magnetic and in the dielectric field, the change in the amount of stored energy occurs by a series of changes from magnetic to dielectric and back again from dielectric to magnetic stored energy. He also says the magnetic and the dielectric field of the conductors are both included in the term electric field and are the two components of the electric field. So here we have the creator of our entire electrical grid that we're still using today, saying that electricity is comprised of these two fields, the dielectric and the magnetic, inducing one another. And then we would have to go into what the dielectric field is and dissect that term. But essentially, in short, magnetism is a centrifugal divergent field.
So going
and
outward.
Yeah, it goes outward, and the dielectric is centripetal convergent. So that's how things get reciprocated back into the center nexus of that toroidal field.
I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dyslo, would you say that the magnetic is the torus and the dielectric void? Is that basically the gist there?
The magnetic field is the toroidal field, three-dimensional force vector of magnetism, whereas the hyperboloid is the dielectric field. So magnetic would be pertaining to amperage, whereas the dielectric is pertaining to the voltage in terms of electrical circuit, that is. But yeah. So the dielectric field is the one field that is not comprised of material, right? There's no material there to be had. This is where we start getting into counter space, electrostatics, things of this nature.
So the magnetic field is the hourglass, and the hyperboloid or the
Right
is the donut.
Right.
All right. Well, that's as much as 12-year-old me was able to. And there's a bit of other stuff here and there I could grasp.
Yeah. So that's magnetism.
I do take.
And then we've got magnetic repulsion. We've got magnetic attraction, and then we got what a magnet is. So those are all other things to kind of go over to maybe kind of help the 12-year-old understand a little better.
Exactly, I suppose so. I'll do a little bit of legwork. Who would you suggest reading on this?
As far as understanding magnetism,
yeah, just the whole tablet. I need to understand it all from first principles, basically.
Yeah, I would stay with Ken Wheeler. He's got I think he's written a couple books on it. I think
Yeah.
he's got
He's a
I
ball guy,
think he's
right?
working on his third volume. But he's, in my opinion, he's the only one that's accurately defined magnetism. Like no one else has ever done it.
The thing is
You've
that
got
go ahead, sorry.
you've got people that have gotten close. Like Rawls and Davis did fairly good job in talking about magnetism. I think they've got a total of 4 books. One is like nearly impossible to find. There's been a few others that have gotten close. What were you gonna say though?
Now, I was just gonna say I do take a little bit of umbrage with like the notion that like time and space are emergent from some geometry, because
Right.
to define geometry, you do need, or sorry, time and space is emergent from some sort of geometry plus motion. In order to have motion and geometry, you already need the fundamental time and space to begin with. So I think that time and space are more fundamental than any geometry, any specific geometry that someone could come up with, regardless of whether it maps onto reality or not.
Yeah, he dives into time and space. He's got a couple definitions here. If you want me to read them.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay. He says space is the void between masses, falsely reified by atomists/relativity adherents. Space is the attribute of a divergent centrifugal magnetic toroidal field. Space is a shadow of privation while having attribute itself of privation or its quality thereof. Space itself is not anything, rather the absence of a thing, that being the ether. Conventional reification by empirical beings whose existence is measured by mass and magnitude, space exists, but ultimately space has no essence or properties. Just as all mass and atoms are 99.9% empty, space is the measured volume between masses and magnitudes whose measure is time. So space is incorrectly reified the essence of atomus, which Tesla said was doomed to oblivion, is a false belief of cosmic mechanics and its model. Here's a quote from Tesla: "I hold that space cannot be curved for the simple reason that it can have no properties." End quote. And he goes on.
Go ahead.
What were you gonna say?
Actually, I agree with that part. Go ahead.
Then he goes on to talk about time as being the measure of magnitudes, and ultimately doesn't exist at all. However, conventionally it does, for beings of mass and magnitude who live in a sea of time. But he says time is like space; it's just the attributional byproduct of magnitude and its measure. And
that I disagree with. This time doesn't exist idea that gets into illogical nonsense, and as far as I'm concerned.
so he talks about how the present moment or now is not a part of time whatsoever, since nobody can stand in a moment, nor can time be still. That falls into what's called Zeno's paradox. What else does he say?
I mean, that doesn't mean anything, though. No, like I know, yeah. I agree with the space part, the time part. I think everyone makes a mistake there. It's probably the hardest thing to understand, I suppose. But
so yeah, let's talk about it, right? Let's talk about time. What is time? Time is, in your words, how would you explain time?
yeah, so so the obviously like the closest colloquial definition, which I don't ascribe, the measure of change. I don't, because time still exists without change. The whole universe or cosmos, the realm, could completely come to a complete standstill, and time would still exist. I think that the most, I'm going to sound Deepak Chopra, I suppose, because I have an Indian accent, but I think the most fundamental thing he would say is conscious. I would say is mind. Mind is the most fundamental thing. Mind has to it the innate experience of duration, and then duration is just like whether there's something changing or progressing or not. Duration just exists. If you have the fundamental mind, which would be God, ultimately he would still experience duration, but then he would have no measure of it until he starts to instantiate some sort of fixed interval rate. So if he instantiates a fixed interval rate, then he says, okay, let there be whatever the fuck, and he creates the instantiated reality, meaning concretized reality. Then you basically have the beginning of your timeline, and then the duration, which is just always present in the fundamental consciousness, is now quantized. And so the future in this case.
Hold on. Is the dice low?
Yeah,
Or am I
dice
on my
low. When your mic's open, you're causing all kinds of audio chaos, dude.
Oh, bro, my bad. The ether's trying to block you out, bro. Fix your screen doors and shit.
So and then the future would simply just be the potential or the lack of definition. So again, so you start off with God, just a mind floating around, whatever the fuck you want to call it. He experiences duration, but there's no specific measure of time. And then he instantiates some fixed intervals. You could call it the sky clock, whatever the fuck. And then he creates an instantiated reality, a concretized reality. It's no longer in the flux of potential. That's just in his own mind. It's now he's now concretized it. And now the timeline begins, and the timeline is basically unfolding into the potential, which is a lack of definition, which is the future. And that's it.
So is consciousness reliant on time, or is time reliant on consciousness?
Again, consciousness, mind, not just consciousness, but mind itself, not any human consciousness, but mind writ large, capital M.
What's the difference between mind and consciousness?
Because consciousness is one facet of mind, which is awareness, or just like the quality, the sea of qualia. That's what I think that's a fair definition of, or not definition, but like you can't define consciousness. Everything is defined through consciousness, and so you can never define consciousness. But I think that's a fair pointing to of what consciousness is. It's that awareness, that qualia, that sea of stream of experience. But mind is more than that. Mind is the whole gamut. It encompasses like all the unchangeable, invariant truths, necessary truths like mathematics and base level metaphysics, logic.
Can you have mind without consciousness?
No, mind would have consciousness, but consciousness is I don't know. I shouldn't use the word part, but I have language part here. So consciousness is just one part of mind. Mind encompasses again all of the invariant truths, Platonic forms, mathematics, laws of logic, and all of metaphysics. What is metaphysics? All the fundamental categories. And then of that, I would say the fundamental categories would be like things like rule, just the brute notion of a rule or a law, the brute notion of duration, the brute notion of measure, all these categories that would just, all of those would exist in mind, kind of in a Platonic sense. So yeah, and I think, and basically like anytime we use a category in like physics or like science, like energy or force, I think a lot of those can be broken down into the more fundamental categories which emerge from mind. And if you can't break a category down any further, you basically hit a bedrock, then I would say that thing is like fundamental within mind. Like for example, you could, let's say someone says movement. You could break down movement into position and change. But you couldn't break down, I guess you could further elaborate on what position is, but I guess position would break down into space and discretion or quantization. Basically, but at some point you're going to hit bedrock where you can't, like, I don't think you can't break down change as a concept any further. You can give different examples and variations of change, but change itself is just a fundamental metaphysical category. Same thing with duration. I think it's a fundamental metaphysical category. It's just that experience of being, or being itself.
Yeah, I'm walking up to my first stop here for the day. Wish I could dive into this further with you. I think it's a great topic. Definitely interested in how you're explaining this. Just wish I had I'll be listening. I wish I could interact right now, but I can't. So I'll be done in a little bit though. So if you guys want to carry it. So, talking about time. So anybody got anything on time?
Oh, I've got a whole shtick on time. Yeah, I love this this guy, this 14th century mystic. His name's Meister Eckhart, and he gives the game away. I posted some of the things that he says. Oh my god, it's like, and I'm sure he got so much shit from the Catholic Church for it, but yeah, he says the greatest obstacle to God is time. And what did he mean by that? What do you think he meant, Arul?
Well, I think, like, again, this God himself is, in some sense, mind is trapped in time. It's inseparable from time. Even God. That's what I would assume, because even God can't not exist, or the ultimate mind cannot not exist. So in a sense, it's trapped. Whereas any contingent mind like ourselves, we can stop existing. What I would say on that, but you can tell me what he meant by it.
Well, he's talking about his psychological time. He's talking about thinking. That's what he's talking about. Thoughts. That's what he's talking about. Just as Jesus says, take no thought for the morrow will take thought for the things of itself. And then he points to nature. They're giving the game away. Both saying exactly the same thing. Those two statements sound totally different, but they're identical. They're pointing to the exact same truth. And that is this ground of being is timeless. And time and mind are synonymous. You can't have one without the other.
I agree, but the problem is, because there is mind, there is time.
Yeah, well, it's movement, isn't it? That's where it is. You said that earlier, didn't you?
No. I said that would be like a movement would break down into like position and change, and then you couldn't break down change any further. Though for change you would need time, but I don't think time is change. I think that people get the order reversed. People think that time is the measurement of change. No, I think for change you need time or duration.
Do you think God dwells in time then? Silly question, I know.
I think God basically is like, and I can only put it the way I said. Like, God has if you just strip away everything, you're just mind. There's no experience, nothing. You're like in that probably the most ascended imagine the most ascended meditative state of your consciousness, where you're just aware, pure awareness.
Oh.
You still feel duration. There's nothing changing. There's no contents to your consciousness. You've really achieved that ability to obliterate all thought. Nothing is changing, but you still feel duration. I think that's the fundamental ground of being, in terms of what it's aware of, or what it's feeling. And then from there comes all the other stuff: the movement, the change, the potential, the this and the that.
I disagree with that. To me, there's something inside all of us that's unchanging. There's something that's beyond the the metaphysical, I suppose we could call it. It's beyond everything that perishes, and it's timeless. And that's in each and every one of us.
I don't know how that contradicts what I said, though. I'm saying at base level of mind, that is it. It's not timeless in the sense it's, how do I put it? I don't know. What do you mean by timeless? Let me ask you. That thing.
Well, it's Time's a concept. Time's like what we were talking about before. It's just in the mind, isn't it? It's.
But that's the thing. It's not just in the mind. It's the mind cannot extricate itself from, forget time, but duration, the experience of duration.
Yeah, I don't. Like I say, I mean, the most peaceful I've ever felt is when the little me, if you will, the what I call ego, disappears. There's no thoughts in my head whatsoever. In fact, this is going to sound a really silly thing to say. I would say the greatest achievement for me is to be able to decide whether to follow a thought or not. To have no thought in my head if I choose is, I can't even tell you how freeing that is. Because before it was very, I don't know what the right word is. It'll come to me. Come on, brain, you can do it. But it's the reason, one of the reasons that I was drinking so much. You know, because when one thing people perhaps don't realize when they start drinking is it slows that mind stream down and can even stop it. No, well, it eventually will stop it because you'll just pass out. But perhaps that's why they called it spirit. I don't know. But yeah, once I sort of, I don't know what happened, but basically I was listening to Eckhart Tolle's The Power of Now, and yeah, I've talked about it a lot. That book helped me so much back in like 2010 or whenever it was. It's funny how life gives you what you need, even if what you need is terribly painful. You suffer a lot. And then I saw that even suffering has got its place. It can be a great gift. And again, sounds terribly silly thing to say. But that's what I realized after. I was like, oh my God, it was like a fucking lightning bolt hit me between the eyes. Like, this is like, I don't know. And I was just free of it. So to me, the time bound mind is the issue that most folks don't want to face because it sounds all a bit schizophrenic and it sounds all a bit, but yeah, this is the false mind-made sense of self that reinforces itself through blaming and complaining and all kinds of other mechanisms. When you realize that, this is what I was saying the other day about judgment. This is why I must say in the Bible, judge not lest ye be judged. And as soon as I started to tone that down, as soon as I started to diminish that, then it wasn't judging me, if you see. It wasn't judging me anymore. The inner monologue. Isn't that powerful? It was like, oh my God, this is why I was talking about it the other day. But I don't know. Like I say, I go into that stillness, and then even speaking spoils it. So I don't want to speak. I just want to be quiet, and it just feels so good. And it's difficult to point at. I'm doing my best. Sorry, I'm going on a bit, Arul.
No, it's fine.
So when I first came into these servers, I'd often say the difference between me and other truthers is I know I'm full of shit. Do you know what I'm saying? I know I'm full of shit. That's why I loved Alan Watts when he'd start some of his talks and he'd say, yeah, I'm not guru, I'm an entertainer. Because he recognized the phony, the big fucking phony that called himself Alan Watts. And like I said, I've been saying this lately as well. The ego's crafty because it'll, as soon as you talk about this higher self, then it'll just identify as that. And so there's only one answer then, and that is to be completely present in the moment and not, like I said, no thought. That's where I see it anyway.
I don't even see that as a necessarily the preferable state. I think that's just the baseline state of reality itself.
Yeah. Yeah. I think if for most people, if you want any sort of sanity in your life whatsoever, have some access to that stillness.
That's true. I could agree with that. Yeah. I was just making, it wasn't even like a normative claim I was making. This for me, this is like my technical metaphysical claim about reality.
Yeah, I love hearing you speak, Raul, dude. You got some good insights, and I like learning new words as well. So I do. I like a word of the day. Talk about how Jesus was a mushroom. Yeah, that is kind of interesting. There does seem to be some correlation there. I don't know exactly. I have seen that book. I don't think I read that book though.
I don't think I have ever talked about that. I have no opinions on Jesus and God. So hope that's not an illusion to me.
Yeah, I don't know. There's several options with Jesus. He could be some sort of archetypal person, whatever, to represent the suffering that humans must go through. I choose to believe he were a person a living man that walked the earth, a legend that, as in Owen Benjamin type style, a legendary crusher. Someone who like. I like that term, teacher of righteousness. That's really good. And then some other people, they took that and turned it into something else. I think that's what it seems to be. Like they pedestalize this this one man and sort of said the rest of you back to work, sort of thing. That's what it seems to be, because this is what I keep saying to all the when I'm in a room full of Bible people. I'm saying, "What? How are you not Jesus? Can't you see it?" I'm sure if you go through his teachings, it'll probably say something along them lines. I'm sure it says something like, "Better works than me you'll do," or something like that. So, and by the way, I'm just some dude on the internet. What the fuck do I know? But I'm just trying. I just like to figure things out. I don't know. I don't have any affiliations with any whatevers. So I don't know. I think that's my greatest strength because I don't have any bias towards anything else either. So I'm just like, okay. But I am aware enough to realize that we can make these things up to suit our own needs. That's what we tend to do. And so I sometimes do. I do think about the hardcore Christians who are Bible literalists, and they go, "No, it's this way because there's a book says it's this way," and that's it. And there's a part of me that's like, I respect that. I totally respect that. I'm like, yeah, because that's the toughest thing, isn't it? That's a hard to try, and I don't think anybody could live up to Jesus. I think it's ridiculous. In fact, I think it's much better to recognize, for me anyway, that what a fucking piece of shit I am. But also important, the caveat is that I'm not going to dwell in that energy. Of course, I'm not dwelling in that energy. It's just a recognition to sort of to say that, oh, I'm fallible, and I'm probably, left to my own devices, I'd be, well, I don't know, I'd be drunk, I'd be snorting coke, I'd be I'd be gambling. It's funny when I went through this whatever it is. People don't like to hear things like born again. But what else? I don't know. I'm sure there's better words. But all that left me completely. The drinking, the gambling, all that, they just left me. And it's weird because I've still got that skill set to play poker, but I'm just not interested in it. Like I entered a tournament the other day just for shits and giggles, and yeah, it was okay. I just don't have the will to do it anymore. I don't know.
Did you have some relevant commercial success with poker?
Well, it's pretty cliched. I won 20 grand in about 3 months, and then I was like, well, what colour's my Porsche going to be? and then I slowly, over 10 years, lost it all and then gave back much, much more, probably 50 grand, maybe 100. And then drank slowly. I decided to drink my way out of this place, which turns out is a terrible poisoning yourself slowly every day is terrible. It's the worst way to kill yourself. And so occasionally I'll go into that and I'll talk about that quite a lot. So if I do, people who've heard me, you'll have to forgive me, but I do feel like obligated to talk about alcoholism quite sometimes because it's a terrible thing, guys. It's the worst. It's
Yeah.
like hell. It is hell on earth.
I witnessed it in my family, so
Yeah. Yeah, everything they say is true. You push everything away, and then yeah, it takes everything from you.
would you say it's the same smoking weed?
Oh, that's a tough one. I mean, how can you?
I mean, because
Anything that's going to stimulate your brain is going to be can be detrimental, I would say. But clearly, cannabis we've got a cannabis system inside us. So, I've read one doctor's paper, and one sentence that I remember from that
Mhm.
was that the cannabis seems to form a protective barrier around the central nervous system. So, if you're going to drink, perhaps a good idea would be to have some sort of CBD oil with that drink, because obviously we know alcohol attacks the central nervous system. So,
Oh yeah, that sounds interesting. That should be actually studied, man. That sounds like an interesting thought from the effects which that should have.
yeah.
Yeah. But I don't know. I really don't know enough about biology and the processes to make a statement about that.
Well, I could give you a great if somebody wanted to continue to drink. Yeah, I could give you a hangover cure that would feel like you'd never drank, and it just consists of B vitamins complex. If you're going to take the B vitamins, you've got to take them all together. So, because they work better together. So, B complex depends how much you drink. If you're full blown alcoholic, then you're going to need at least 300 milligrams a day. But if you're just like a weekend drinker, say 100 milligrams, that'd probably do it. And then vitamin C, because it's vitamin C is an antitoxin, and obviously alcohol's a toxin. And then I'd take CBD oil before and after as well. I know it's it's a lot, but just get into the routine of doing it. That's what I'd do anyway. Wait, I'm getting a thing. All right. This appears to be straight up Kabbalism. The same people that brought us the globe lie. What are your thoughts on Kabbalism? Well, that's the Jewish mysticism, isn't it? I've looked into that a little bit.
Yeah, I
Hey,
think.
what's your name? Azik?
Yeah, right.
Azik.
It's quite a broad term, but yeah, sure, it has to do with practicing Kabbalah, right? Yeah.
Well, no, I'm just commenting on a Blaze commented down here in live stream too
Oh, let me see.
on a video I posted. Sort of hidden meanings in the Bible and all that stuff.
Okay, yeah. I heard about that in the Hebrew text, that there is really a complete technique of parallel reading for like converting letters into numbers and like rearranging letters to obtain different meanings. It's really interesting, but also kind of esoteric and quite abstract. But it's really a complete way of studying Torah. This parallel reading. So in a way, you have the text, and you need to be initiated to understand certain aspects of the text in that idea, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, which bit of Germany are you from then?
Sorry, say again?
Are you from Germany?
Right.
Which part? Which part?
I'm pretty far in the north, so you can't actually go further north. Maybe one major city, but major for German terms, but yeah, I'm pretty far north.
Right.
Like, I'm between the Danish border and Hamburg.
Have you seen the? I always do this. Hello, guys. Sorry. Have you seen the Asher Logos content? The about the German peoples. Oh my god, it's so good.
No, I
Visigoth,
didn't.
the Visigoths and all that.
I can't follow you right now. What do you mean?
I'll post something in.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, dude, it got me really looking into history and
Oh.
the history of the Germanic people, dude. It's make your hair stand on end. It's fucking brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
The Germanic peoples, yes. Dude, you've got to watch that. I'm telling you, it's so good. Yeah, it's interesting. Somebody mentioned last night on Jackie's server. I think she was talking about early Christians, how it was called like the Way or something like that. And you know, the Tao Te Ching, the Lao Tzu. I don't know if anybody's looked into all that stuff, but basically the Tao translated back to English is the way. So it's interesting to me that you have all this spirituality. It leaves us with a few options, doesn't it? Really, you've got number one that that's just a coincidence. Well, no, we'll strike that from the record. I don't believe that for a second. Number two, this is totally divinely inspired, meaning that perhaps like Rupert, what's his name, Sheldrake, that guy. Maybe there's a shared memory between species or divine inspiration.
Mm-hmm.
That probably one would the Bible people would go with, I guess, which is not a bad option. But number 3 is the one I'd go with, which is that these people were all connected. Like they knew of each other very well, right? And these oceans, they were their highways. They weren't the blockages. They weren't the deserts and the mountains. They were the barriers. But the ocean certainly wasn't, and they were all connected. You know, they all knew of each other. So, don't you think that's interesting? I mean, there's things found in these Egyptian mummies, sarcophagi, I guess. There's things found in there they couldn't possibly get. They had to have got from a different place, from across the water. So, what's this about? It's about the Visigoths. It's about the ancient Germans before it was Germany, basically. Ancient Europeans, I guess.
Don't worry, Chirality. It's not about 20th century history. No need to worry.
Yeah, I love the fact that every time these peoples conquered someone, they wanted them to. This is the funny thing. This is what make your hair stand on end. Is the fact that it's their enemies who were mostly writing things down, where we've sort of got our sense of who they were, and they speak. Because you're supposed to, you're supposed to slander your enemy, and they're talking about them like, the Romans. Now I'm talking about. They're saying how, they were noble people, and that quite often when they'd conquer a place, people were pleased about it. They wanted it because they were so amazing, and the way they carried themselves, the way they lived. I'm not doing a very good job of explaining that, but I'm going to make another cup of tea, and then I'll be back. Isaac, it's over to you. Pressure's on.
What up, Chirality?
Keep conversation going.
Someone say my name.
Yeah, what up, what up?
What's up, man?
Pretty quiet in here, so I don't know if you have anything you want to talk about. Go ahead.
You kind of put me on the spot, man. Not really. I was just listening to you guys talk. But what is this thing Andy posted? Conspiracy Hour subverted history? The Germanic peoples?
Yeah, I'm not sure as well, but I think it goes into like Germanic history and tribal culture from the northern regions here in Europe. I haven't looked into that video right now, so I'm not quite sure.
Yo, ASIC, you still there?
Hey, what up?
Sorry, man. Someone called me.
All cool, all cool.
So you're German, right?
Yup.
You guys ever get taught about Germanic history pre Roman Empire?
Sorry, say
Or
again.
even you ever get taught about the history of the Germanic people before the Roman Empire? Or
Mm,
even after the Roman Empire, like Charlemagne and them?
not really, man. So we just got an overall history, like from the German, from the, excuse me, from the Holy Roman Empire. You know, like because that in a way dominated the impact here on Europe in a way. I might say, but I think it depends from school to school and even from region to region as well. So that might be different in other regions, but I really didn't get any education about the pre-Germanic history or anything what you said.
Are you from like northern or southern Germany?
Yeah, I'm pretty far north.
Okay. So would someone in southern Germany be taught like a different history? Like they would learn more about Prussia and Bavaria, for example?
That might be possible. It's just that the curriculums here are in a way dependent from region to region. You know, it's not
Mm,
that it's the same everywhere.
I see. Interesting.
But I think that might be the cases for a lot of schools internationally as well, right? So not every school will teach 100% the same books. You know, that might vary. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But I mean, you would expect at least within like one country, you know, like East Coast, West Coast America, they would be teaching us the same history, you know. But I understand, like for Germany, you know, for a lot of its history, it wasn't Germany. I think it only became Germany under the Kaisers, right?
You may know more about that than me. Excuse me, man.
Alright, no problem, no problem.
Also, there's so much to learn, right? So it's not really my topic, if I may say so. It's not of that much of a big interest for me, but this might change.
What's your topic or what interests you? Like, what do you talk about most of the time?
Well, it's definitely about history. I find that very, very interesting. I
Is there a
translated.
specific
Yeah,
type
yeah.
of history you like talking about?
So like I translated several books about the history of heliocentrism, and
Oh.
that in a way starts around at least the content I had to do with, like, started around the Copernican revolution, maybe a bit before, but you know, around the 1500s, 1600s, that kind of period I find pretty interesting from what I gathered, because it had such a big impact, you know.
All right.
Yeah, why don't you go into a couple of those things where heliocentrism got its start? What do you think? How the Earth became a globe.
Oh yeah, sure. Let's do that.
Super. That'd be great. Yeah, just pick something. There's Globers in here that would love to maybe pick your brain on that. So, and I'm about to post a Heliosorcery documentary about how heliocentrism got started and got popular and why people still believe it today. I'll post that in the live stream voice text right now.
Yeah, I think we should carefully distinguish between the heliocentric revolution and the idea that the Earth is a globe, because I think that should have been established already back in the day when I talk about the heliocentric revolution. So people were already under the impression they live on a sphere, and
Very true.
And based upon that, the cosmological model was changed. But yeah, sure. So Sensei, my topic would rather be related to heliocentrism versus geocentrism, and not really about the origins of the Earth being a sphere. But
Yeah,
I don't
no,
know.
I get you there. It started
Yeah.
out as a big idea. Yeah. Yeah, wouldn't it have been the geo versus heliocentric argument? I guess not first, because who was the geometry guy who said, the perfect shape's a sphere, so the Earth must be a sphere? Who was that? Was that what was the guy's name? Who said the sphere is the perfect
geometry
shape?
guy?
Yeah, who's the guy who said the sphere is the perfect shape? Old philosopher.
Plato or what?
Was it
I'm
Plato?
just throwing this. Nah, the sphere is not the ideal perfect geometry. It's actually the right triangle, and that was the
No, I know it.
Pythagoreans.
What I'm saying is that I agree with that. The right triangle is, but was it Pythagoras that said the sphere? Who was it? Somebody back in the day was like, "Yo, the sphere is the perfect shape," and so everything, all the celestial bodies are spheres, and here we go.
Yeah, you're right. That might have been Pythagoras, and also Plato. I think from Plato's text came the impression that all heavenly movement has to be uniformly circular. So in a way, there was a metaphysical principle connected to circular motion or to the sphere as well. Yeah, sure, of course.
Yeah, man. It all starts as a big idea. What's sad is that if you're gonna believe that the Earth is a spinning ball in outer space, you're gonna have to leave here to see whether or not it truly is. Otherwise, you're just stuck on this thing speculating, right? You're like, well, I guess it could be this, and it could be that, but I'm not really sure. I've never seen it from
Yeah.
above.
I think the saying was it's the circle that's the perfect shape. I don't know if it was a sphere. But ASIC, so I mean, if you could just walk us through this whole, how people went from geocentric to heliocentric, like in your own words.
Yeah. To help me out, I'm opening a few resources right now.
No problem.
Yeah, I'll just fill some time while you do that. I was just thinking, Sean, the movie K-Pikes. He says that in that movie because, back in the day, my brother kept saying to me all the time, we see too far and stuff like that, and I'm like, no, we don't. And they talk about that meme with the tennis ball with the water flying off it, and I'm like, you can't compare a bloody tennis ball to a globe.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. And this is back in day. This is way back. This is like 2015 or something like that. It took me probably 18 months before I actually looked into it seriously.
Yeah.
But when I saw a couple of observations, like that 275 miles, whatever, that observation, I was like, oh shit, right. And then it's funny that the little cog disc kicked in. And the two things the ego chose to comfort me comfort itself was K-Pax, the movie, typical movie, because, I've been indoctrinated by Hollywood my entire, fucking course. I love Gene Wilder and Mel Brooks movies and all that kind of stuff. So.
Yeah, Mel Brooks and all those movies,
Yeah.
all the space movies. If you watch them through, it's like, oh, they are just making fun of people who believe in space, huh? I never really even.
I'm not saying that. I'm
to
just
look at it.
saying I grew up
No,
with
man.
Hollywood.
Listen, if you watch all of them, Independence Day, all the aliens movies, like, just take a second each time a scene passes or someone says like, well, we'd have to couple the singularity device and just the shit that they try to whiz past people so that they can just say anything outlandish in movies so that subconsciously they're absorbing it like a sponge, and they people I did it all the time, man. I thought so much shit was possible because of the movies, not because they said, well, this is real and this is why. It's just because they kept flashing all this fantastic shit in front of you and then adding the word space and globe to it, and all of a sudden it all just somehow becomes real in your fantasies. They do that to you. It's like drugs.
Oh my god, which is going over to fucking Nathan's. You know what I mean? I'll message him saying, just leave it. Don't fucking, you know what I mean? That's, I don't know. It's just, to me, it's just drama, and I'd just leave it. But you know, what do I know?
I think I'm going to hop over and listen to that.
Oh
Yeah, I'm
my
gonna check
god.
it out real
Same,
quick just
man.
to see. I want to see the dumpster fire. Listen, I want to see the dumpster fire
Yeah.
because my personal opinion, this is only my personal opinion. I think Nathan's mouth needs to be a little bit less mouthy. That's all.
I'm
So,
back in 5
but this would
minutes,
be great.
guys. I'm back in 5 minutes. Let me hop
All right.
over real quick.
Yeah, they're not going to get into that channel. They're going to have to listen to it on YouTube. So
Oh yeah, it's already full.
anyway, back to K-Pax. He says, what does he say about the sphere? It's the most efficient configuration. That's what he says. And
I bet you I'm gonna go get it. I'm gonna go. Oh, what's up, Andy?
no.
About the
I was
sphere.
I was just talking about how back in the day that a little cog disc jumped in, and when I first saw some things that went against the globe, and like one of them was a quote from a movie, which was ridiculous, and the other one was compartmentalization. Basically, my thinking was that I know the human condition, and there'd be too many people. There's too many people who would have to keep that secret, and I know the human condition too well, and it doesn't deal with that kind of situation well. But then I didn't know too much about secret societies, and I knew a little bit, of course, because I've been looking into that for years. But yeah, the type of oath that they take, and yeah, when you see it from that perspective, yeah, I guess it is possible because it only has to be a few people, really. It'd only have to be a couple of dozen people at NASA. It wouldn't have to be all the people at the consoles and all the rest of it.
Yeah, I love playing the game where they're like, "Oh, there'd have to be billions of people in on it." It's like, really? Let's go over a list then. Give me some people. You know what I mean? It's like they think everyone who made a screw for every satellite or space shuttle and every company that made a wire or some shit's got to be in on it, and the janitor and the secretaries and the guy that paved the parking lot at NASA. Like, how many people you think they're telling the fucking, you think they're telling everyone in on their shit? Like, thanks for making the screws. Thanks for making the screws for these satellites, guys. Space is fake. We're not really going there just because you needed to know that.
Yeah,
How dare
I know.
they?
Just
stupid.
Listen,
I
how
just
dare
come out.
they? There's a
Sorry,
guy.
go on,
There's a
Sean.
guy that goes to. Sorry, there's a guy that goes to work every day. Right, he's putting rivets and bolts and all kinds of stuff in rocket parts. Right, and he's proud of his job. He loves his job. His family is proud of him. He's the coolest dude in the family because he puts bolts into rockets at NASA. How dare anyone come to him and say, actually, it's not real, but we need you to keep doing your job? No fucking way. He's going to want to keep doing that job the best he can, thinking that this fucking thing's going into outer space, right?
Yeah, I was just going to say that for me, I was still in that. I was literally in this like 2-year period where I couldn't get out of bed. I was so fucked up. I had zero energy, and so it was too much. It was just too much for me to deal with. It literally felt like a kick in the balls, or somebody just socked me in the stomach, like, and I literally had to lay down. That's how it hit me. Like, I just had to lay down, and well, I'd been laying down a lot at that point, but I just couldn't deal with it. I literally couldn't deal with it. I was like, no. When I get stronger and I've healed a bit more, then I can start trying to have a look into it. But for a while there, I couldn't. This is why I said to Witsy when I first talked to him, you know, you were probably 2 years ahead of me because just me hand wave dismissing it, just like, no, 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 no. I'll share Nathan Spurgeon out.
If anybody's got that YouTube link, I'd love to see. I'm not going to
Yeah,
join.
well, just
for a
just
serious
join
matter.
the stream if you want.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
I'll post it as well.
Sweet.
Is this live, Andy? Is this live, Andy?
You sorry, Napalm? What?
Is this live?
Yeah, it's live, dude.
Oh, cool. Thanks. You didn't even let him finish.
Yeah, usual.
Why even go on this guy's show? Seriously.
That's what I said to him. I said to him, you got to leave him alone. And he's gone straight there. Can't help himself.
Whitson is a bit of a glutton for punishment.
Going for drama.
That too. It's like he thinks he can win against Nathan on Nathan's own show.
Yeah.
Oh God. Just say light. Just say light. We observe light. That's all you have to do. This is what frustrates me with this group.
Nathan goes a bit mental in the quote unquote arena.
And then he just mutes him.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, his buddy Quantum Eraser, his name is based on a parlor trick that has no natural phenomena, according to them. But then they talk about quantum. Then talk about quantum. Because according to him, if it's not observed in nature, then it can't exist. But the quantum world is not observed in nature. unless you use man-made devices. So is light not the physical and natural world? While he mutes him.
Yeah.
It's a good point by Dicelo because photons are just based on a measurement.
Yeah.
See? The ability to see things, that's what they call photons.
Isn't that just a framework, though?
Yep. That's the hypocrisy, man.
Yeah.
Dun dun dun. Yeah. The propagation of light, dude. You already said it. Yeah. Yeah. Ugh.
He had to take it here because of Jared's comment. You know, with the, you know.
Yeah. I don't know. But the thing is don't they still have their questions, right? Where it's like, does anybody have any proof of the rotation of the Earth or whatever? Isn't that one of their questions? In relation to the other direction. Not the waveform, buddy. Now he's going to reify photons. This will be fun. Asking for the science on the photons. Get your popcorn.
Oh my god.
If I was him, I'd just say I would just say energy.
Yeah, how is the question a fallacy? That makes no sense.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Do they not know the Sagnac effect?
I ain't watched the show for ages, so oh my god.
The rate of propagation, however you want to define it.
See, we went down that road. Couldn't help it.
They're going to try to get away from his actual point. That's all
Yeah.
they're going to do. They're trying to get away from the point.
No. Oh god. Oh, here we go.
Except they're really trying hard to get away from his actual point. They're going to be successful in diverting him into it. Stick to your original point, Whip. Yeah, because of you guys, not because of
Yeah.
Witsit. He's going to throw it back home. If Mickelson Morley is a parlor trick, all their ideas of how they get the photon, everything in quantum, is based on a parlor trick. He's intentionally playing dumb.
Yeah. Oh, is that JT?
Yep.
$197 watching. That's not going noticed by Nathan, I'll tell you that.
No answer. But then these guys use the double split, the quantum eraser, and the delayed choice quantum eraser as examples. But then they come back and say this kind of bullshit.
See, that's why heads don't fuck around, dude. They be playing wild games over there. Man. What the fuck, bro?
Bro, go back
Yep.
to Oakley's.
Bad
bro.
luck.
Come on. What are you doing?
What's up?
Go back to Oakley's, man.
Why? I was just checking out for a minute.
What the fuck was our whinge on about? Test it with fire?
I don't know.
Fucking donkey.
Like that's why heads, real recognize real. That's why heads don't fuck with them dudes no more. Cause that shit that just happened was just fucking total bullshit.
What do you mean, bro? They had 200 people watching. Everyone fucks with
Nobody fucks with them, dude. We get more viewers than that a day in our stream.
Come on.
They're only watching because
Hey,
Witzy went
listen,
over there.
I make it a habit to unsubscribe to anything Quantum Eraser or Nathan Oakley and everything because that's just my personal opinion. They act like shit to people. They do. So I don't care about their stuff anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I get you guys don't like them, but most flat earthers fuck with them. It's just what it is.
I came up off them dudes. Like I used to love them dudes, but like the more I looked into it, like it's just weird. It's just weird. Why aren't they addressing the measurement?
Because they don't care to. I mean, it's like entertainment, bro. You know,
That's
no
what
one's
I'm
really
saying.
going
They're
there to
playing
figure
fucking
out what's
games.
going on.
My bad.
Yeah.
What were you saying, Nate?
No, I'm with you. It's a show.
Listen, the second you know it's a show is when Nathan starts sounding like this, like he's smiling and taking a piss on you. Like, what a piece of shit. Like, no one should ever have to talk like that to another adult if you're both trying to figure something out for real. It's garbage.
I mean, I would have loved to gone over these measurements. I'm hoping Witsit comes in here after and we can go over it without getting bogged down about an independent and dependent variable and oh, it's man-made, so we can't measure. What the fuck?
I mean, did you hear them completely divert away from what he was trying to say?
Yeah, that John guy came in with the huge red herring. No one fuck called him out. What the fuck?
Nobody on their panel is going to call him out. The thing is, he tried to divert it into photons, which is hilarious because it would destroy him on photons because you can play that whole what's your independent and dependent variable to prove the photon to begin with, and they're going to just stutter all over themselves and drool because they have no quote unquote natural phenomenon for the photons. You have to use man-made devices and you have to use measurements in order to reify it. So good fucking luck.
Just saying, man, it's a shame because I came up off Oakley. First, I was on Jeranism for about a year or so. Then I was like, there's got to be more of this. I started searching around, found Oakley shit. You know, and I thought that was good for a long time. I watched Oakley for a long fucking time, probably years.
I mean, I heard a couple of his shows or whatever, and he's just repulsive to me.
It was different before.
Now he's going to start talking shit to JT, who's like the nicest dude ever.
Oh, I had to leave. I couldn't stay for that.
Oh, it's being played live. Andy's streaming it in here.
JT is so sweet.
Dude, if we don't have technology, we can't measure anything. We can't perform any experiment without technology.
Yeah, that shit was
Yeah,
fun
you
to watch.
can't.
Sorry, go ahead. Man.
Only induced by men.
In everything.
They are just so caught up in this scientific method that they've lost their fucking mind, dude.
Oh, but I mean, you guys like throw the same shit at us. You know, I come in here and then I'm asked, "What's the IV? What's the DV?" You know, I mean, you guys do the same thing. Come on.
When you come in claiming you got science, yes. When Witsit was saying he just has a measurement, he specifically said this is not science. This is just a measurement. Now, if Witsit came in saying, "Yo, I got the science here," they could have started grilling him on the IV and DV. Like, put it down for us.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nate. What happens with a lot of times is people will come in and say like, "Science proves this. Science says this. Theoretical scientists have said blah blah blah." And when you start attaching that word science, then people are going to start trying to actually figure out whether you have science for it or if it's just a measurement or if it's just a philosophical explanation to a phenomenon that you're experiencing, right?
Yeah, but I mean, we number one say science is part. I mean, measurements are part of science. We say science doesn't prove things. You know, I've heard Jeranism say science doesn't prove things. I don't know. It just
I never
sounds
said
like
anything about it proving or not proving anything. But if you're performing science, you're going to use a method to do that.
I was just saying what I wanted to say. I never once said Dyslo said. I mean, Napalm said this. Sorry. I just feel like, you know, people's positions shift depending on which servers they're on and who it is they're talking to.
Just what a waste. We could have went over the measurements. Why didn't we go over the measurements just now? They got red herring and talking about what a photon is, what's the speed, what's perturbation, just all kinds of sidetracked bullshit.
They didn't want him to actually make his point. They were just trying to divert away from it into something that laughably they have no actual scientific backing for. So they almost got themselves caught up. They're actually lucky that Whitsitt was leaving, or lucky that that's not the actual conversation that's taking place.
Fucking Nathan goes into the arena and he loses his fucking mind. I mean, he's insane. He's actually insane.
Yep.
He's this two-faced slimy bastard. Sorry.
Oh damn.
He's
Why don't you
saying
go
thanks
with
with this, that, and the other, and then he's calling him an idiot still because Wiz is in the comments.
Well, listen. Drama sells tickets. Flat on
Yeah.
flat sells even more tickets. So
Well, I mean, why don't you guys go over to Nathan's like servants, like say this stuff?
say
Dude,
what
when
stuff?
that
What do you
server
think it's
got
gonna
nuked,
matter? Hey, come on,
I
dude.
never
You think
went
he
back
gives
to
a
it
flying fuck?
because
Listen. Hold on. The show must go on. That's his MO. That's Nathan Oakley. Show must go on. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the truth is. That's the problem. He said, we're real flat earthers. Then why can't you accept contradictory evidence for the sake of learning something new? Well, so I guess you're not true truth seekers. And then it makes flat earthers look bad when he says we're true flat earthers and he's so
Okay.
belligerently against something.
Look at Flatsoid Perspectives comment. Whitsitt, don't lie. You're not a Christian. You are a New Ager. Oh my God. Oh, jeez. Oh my God. He's just said to JT he's going to rip his arsehole through his throat. I mean,
Yep.
I've seen enough. Sorry. Oh,
Yeah.
what a fucking joke.
Yeah, dude, fuck
Yep.
that guy. Fuck him.
That's exactly why, like, when Nate, when you just asked why don't you guys go to a server, when that server got nuked, I never rejoined that server when it came back, because like what JT is experiencing now is literally like the only 2 times that I actually opened my mic with that whole entire group. The exact same thing was taking place, where it's like they'll ask a question before you can fully articulate your answer. They're going to mute you when they find one word that you said, and then straw man that one word because you didn't get to finish your whole entire thought, and then go on and on and on with insults and blah blah blah. So I have no time for that kind of shit. So that's why I'm not there.
I told
Somebody comes and goes, hey, hold on, Andy. Somebody comes and
No.
goes, hey, I got this measurement that might debunk the whole globe paradigm. What do? Do you go through the measurements, or do you argue about what a photon is, or what perturbation means, or all kinds of other silly sidetracked off the rail bullshit? Unbelievable.
I try and obtain clarity before we go into the measurement, which is what I think those guys were trying to do. It sounded like they were just trying to get clarity before getting into the meat and potatoes of it, right? Which is fine, right?
No, that's not what they're
you
trying to
think
do.
happened?
I don't know. I don't know. It's what it looked like. I don't know. Maybe
No,
I'm
man,
wrong.
listen,
Maybe
he's
I
selling
wasn't
you.
paying
Listen,
attention.
he's clever. He's a salesman. He's selling you on you thinking that casting aspersions on this new contradictory information is good, is productive. It's not. It's just casting aspersions and casting shade on people. It's fucking ridiculous.
If I didn't know better, I almost think of it like he told you I'm indoctrinated by American culture. Imus and Howard Stern back in the day, falling out, people wanting to listen and just listen to the drama of it. So that's why in the DMs I say to Whitsitt, just leave them to it. Don't get involved. Don't debate any of them. Just do your own thing.
That is the best advice in the world. Yeah, like why does Whitsitt keep going back there if he knows what's going to happen? It makes me think. Is he also in on the show?
It doesn't matter though. That's the thing. It doesn't matter who's in on the show. You just ignore the parts that are clearly a show, and take the parts that resonate with you. I'm going to sit back and go, wow, that's a lot of drama from Karen and Nancy, Nathan and Whitsitt, right? I don't care. I will listen to the information itself and take from it what is actually logos, genuine objective truth. And the rest is all drama. I'm not going to sign up for drama. That's why I'm not going to subscribe to these channels. I want to know the truth of stuff. So you should sit through stuff like this, right? Listen to Nathan be all fucking belligerent. But the last thing anybody should do is, because of anyone's confidence, trust what they have to say. listen to what they're saying and then go research it yourself. Fuck the drama. Listen to the drama once and then spend a week on the topic that was discussed, right? Anyway.
Yeah, he's given the attention. You know, the reason there were 200 people watching there is because Whitsitt were over there. So I don't
which
know.
makes me think, you know, is he in on it? Because that's not the first time I've heard Whitsitt go over there. It's not the first time I've heard this happen. You know, you would think Whitsitt knows if he goes over there, he's not going to get out what he wants to say. So is he doing it intentionally? I don't know.
It actually didn't end too badly from how I thought it was going to end.
Well, if you just listen to how I was speaking to JT there, I mean, he were obviously waiting. I imagine he sees a lot of, you know, I don't know, Torah and JT and the sort of Whitsitt disciples. I imagine that's how he thinks of it. And so, because he can't quite deal with some of Whitsitt's arguments, he can go to that level with God, it's just so bad. Ugh, I kind of want to go out over there and just stand up for JT, but he don't need me standing up for him. He's a tough lad.
Who's JT?
Run Boston Bear.
I'll tell you what, that's a good way to earn some bad karma is to go against a genuine soul like JT. I don't care about his beliefs in God or whatever that is. You just listen to him talk. He's 100% righteous, you know, the way he is in his life. He's so loving and hardworking and caring. And, yeah, Nathan's not going to get any good karma out of that one, right? Calling that guy names at all. It's just like, you know, I know the earth ain't moving, but what does go around does come around. You feel me?
Yeah, I don't necessarily agree with the Bible folks either. On I guess it's a different interpretation, but you know, why would you study a philosophy? This is my argument to Loggy all the time when he's trying to bash the Bible. I always say, "What? Look at JT. The guy's crushing. The guy's running marathons. He's got a load of kids. You know, he seems happy. He's righteous, and he's a loving guy. Why do we study philosophy? If not to live a better life and, you know, to help us when times are hard. So, yeah, I don't know. And his argument back would be because it's manipulation ultimately, and so you know you're not a truther because you're not going with the truth. And I don't know. At some point, I have to ask myself, you know, there's a higher thing, whatever you want to call it, in this realm, and I don't know. Some people think they can. I don't know. I definitely think it's intrinsically part of me as well. I feel that connection to it, but the people that think they can be it, they're deluding themselves. They think they I don't know. They talk about this enlightenment like we're going to, you know, like no, you better recognize your fallibility or whatever, because that's a comfortable place to be.
Andy, you posted that thingy earlier, like an hour or two ago, about the Germanic peoples. What was
Yeah.
that about?
It's about the Germanic people.
What about them? Like, is this another documentary about them? It seems to say something about conspiracies and whatnot.
Yeah, well, you know, it's about sort of a noble race of people that came from like this Scythian line that was sort of they call Aryan. I've actually got a thing somewhere. I'll just find it. Do. I can't believe he's fucking shouting and bawling at JT. What a dickhead. Here, look. Arya. This is like the root word, noble one. And it seems that they were like a noble. We seem to be this afterglow of this noble race of people. Incidentally, it says at the bottom, Aryan is designated to originally meaning civilized, noble, or free without reference to any ethnicity. Yeah, because I think perhaps it says that because people are terrified to be racist these days. I don't know. But either way, the point is that I think ultimately we're all each other. That's the deepest truth of it. But when you come up to a more surface level, there's different tribes of people, and this particular tribe where seemed to be they went far and wide, and they went to every continent. They went everywhere, and we see the red and like Easter Island, for instance, and even in China, and people we digging these corpses up, and they've got red hair, and everybody's like, what's this? Do you know what I mean? Where did these people come from? So it's interesting looking into it just to see, because I don't know, we sort of been told that these are all primitive people, like we're backwards farmers or something like that. But I cannot feel that we're sort of afterglow of these people. And just like that Egyptian priest message to Solon, the Helens, I don't know if I read that out once on here. He was talking about how this place has like been built up and destroyed many times by fire and water, and we only know about the one deluge. It's a super interesting letter. I think it's called Message to Solon or something like that. If you want to look that up. Yeah. I've actually got the Orlinda book right here. I could read you some of this, Nate. It's good. It's really good.
Looks pretty interesting.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't think I'm going to just piece history together. I think it's been messed with a bit too much. But where are you from, if you don't mind me asking? What's your lineage?
I'm from all over, man. European, Middle Eastern, Caribbean.
European, Middle Eastern.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff in there.
Yeah, predominantly Middle Eastern and European. I'm not really in touch much with my family from the Caribbean.
Caribbean, bloody hell.
Yeah, the French Antilles? Antilles?
Oh, that's interesting.
You? Man, do you like where your people from?
Well, I'd love to think that because on my dad's side they're from Scotland, and I know this. The ancient Germanic peoples went to Scotland because they still use the tartan because and so I'd love to think that I've got some of that blood coursing through my veins, but who knows? And it's not. To be honest with you, it's really not that important. If to me, I just see people as people, and if you living, then you have that. You have that aliveness in you. It's a weird thing to talk about because it makes me think of like Socrates' dialogues and like writing things down and because it's not in the moment. You see, it's not in the moment. That's why it's got to be like this and just talked out, and because it's alive. And I think of that. I don't know. It's a really weird thing that what's his name? Lightwater. That thing he posted earlier. That's amazing. Totally yoinked that. Where is it? I'll have to find it. Where did I put it? Don't know. I've hidden it. God, I've saved so many bloody memes. I have to start deleting some again.
I got you, Andy. I posted it. Is that what you're talking about?
The one with the oh yeah, that's so good. That is so. I love the bottom where it says, "Electricity creates life by dividing stillness." As I say, into two-way motion, it creates death by rest from motion. I was just that alone, I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, where's that from? Is that a Walter Russell thing?
I've no idea, but as soon as I read it, I was like, shit, I'm yoinking that. That's so
It
good.
looks like Walter Russell's drawing.
That looks very esoteric. Pretty cool though.
It creates death by rest from motion. Electricity creates life by dividing stillness into two-way motion. It creates death by rest from motion. I love that.
Yeah. I mean, look at the look at the sentence above that, right? All motion is either for division or union. Gravitation unites, radiation divides. Magnetism unites.
Yeah, that's interesting too.
Gravity's real then?
Huh? What are you mumbling about, Nate? Speak up.
I asked if gravity's real then.
Gravitation is real, right? Gravity, sure. Real. Yeah, we have an effect. There's never been any objection to that from me. We see the effect.
So?
Why? Do some people think we don't see the effect that we call gravitation? That we call gravity?
I don't know. I was just asking the question. It sounds like you and I are on the same page about it, so I'm happy.
Maybe not.
Well, what is gravitation? Is it just touching stuff? Is it moving stuff with no force, or is it stuff entering
an
into the
effect.
center of another thing?
It's merely an effect.
Of which one of those things?
You tell me.
I mean, it's obvious that everything's being pressed down. I think that's pretty obvious anyway.
Yeah. David Bowie and Queen told me that.
Press down. But what could you use that would get pressed in front of us? What could
Oh,
we
you
watch
like
get pressed in front of us from the
you like
pressure?
this, Andy. You like this, Andy. You like song lyrics that have some sort of meaning that you can
Yeah.
look at it through your own glasses and hear, right?
Go on then.
Pressuring down on me, pressing down on you. It's a terror of knowing what this world is about. Millions of good people screaming, "Let me out!"
Let me out.
Hmm.
Yeah.
You
Pressure
also
needs a
got
container. If you're contained, you kind of want out sometimes.
you got
Yeah,
that
that's good. I
one
like that.
pressure pushing down on me, pushing down on you, under pressure.
And then Vanilla Ice steals the beat.
Yeah. I know it always messes me up when that song starts, doesn't it? It's like doom 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 doo 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 doo.
You're like, wait a minute, they're playing Vanilla Ice on the classic rock station? Oh no, they're not. This is David
And
Bowie.
Vanilla Ice got sued, and David Bowie won. But Vanilla Ice could still pay him off and still have the rights to that. It's so weird.
Did Bowie actually win? I thought he would like his whole case was like, no, his song goes do 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 do. Mine goes do 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 do
Yeah.
do 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 do. I had it that
Yeah, so
totally different.
I heard two different versions. One that he still had to pay David Bowie even though he still gets to use the song, and then I heard another one where Bowie, did lose because when you're talking about notes, like it's technically you're trying to say that I'm going to copyright a specific way of sounding these frequencies on this device. And so if it's, A flat, G flat, B flat, or whatever, you can just change one of those notes or change the whole thing to go up or down a half step or a whole step. It still sounds pretty much the same, but it's not the same. And so, it's like saying, oh, well, like the way that you did that handshake is copyrighted, but the way that we do it isn't. Like it's almost the same thing. But the problem is that it's recorded, so you can go back over and over and over. It's like a piece of physical reality. That's how they can argue that. They can say, and what's crazy, you can't do a drum part. You cannot copyright a drum part. There's no way. But because melodies are different from drum parts, drum parts are a dime a dozen. Melodies are supposed to be unique. So that's why they had to dance around that. So, but I mean, if you listen to them right next to each other, most people wouldn't be able to tell the actual difference. You have to know a little bit of music theory.
Yeah, I've been watching that guy Wings of Pegasus. He's like an English guitarist or something, and he's been doing the whole like he breaks down all the you know the different tunes and whatnot. And I've been getting into that a little bit. Obviously, I don't know half as much of it. I don't know anything about it really compared to you, Sean. I bet, but it's super interesting. The analysis of singers, for instance, I kind of like. That's what I was looking for. This quote from Eckhart. This is so good. When a man is in mere understanding, I answer, when is a man in mere understanding? Question mark. I answer, when a man sees one thing separated from another. And when is a man above mere understanding? Then I can tell you, when a man sees all in all, then a man stands beyond mere understanding. It's so good. Giving the game away.
Hey Glenn, you know a little bit about music theory, right?
Barely, but yeah.
Okay. Have you it's a very dry lecture, but have you heard Dale Pond's lecture on Keely's work with sympathetic vibratory physics? He relates it to music theory.
No, I've looked into a lot of that stuff. So if you post something, I may have looked into it. I went to audio engineering school for a couple years and studied it just, in passing, all of that stuff in passing, because it's very interesting. But unless I was taking a test on it, I didn't I didn't really dig deep into it, or unless it helped me record a band, right? But if you've got some of that, because I love the cymatic stuff, I love all that.
Yeah, let me see if I can find it real quick.
Yeah, it's crazy because harmony, when things are harmonizing, sounds good. But when it's notes that are harmonizing, but it sounds bad, then you know what that is. You can feel the difference. They call them, like, you've got your brown notes that make you feel sick when you hear them. So it's all connected, right? Everything certainly is vibration, and we pick it up aurally. Rally, hourly. That means with the ear. But we also pick it up every other way too. It just so happens that we take in that reality with our ears, and then we use other vibrations like our voices to address the vibrations that came in into our ears. It's trippy. Anyway.
That is very Pythagorean.
Right. Well, don't say that too loud.
Yeah, no, because
Yeah,
I mean, whether he was real or not, he had a very similar idea, that certain sounds harmonize with each other, and the whole universe has there's some harmonic interplay between nature and everything within the universe. Just as human beings, we're cut off from some of that harmony. Like even the planets themselves, apparently, or whatever the things are in the sky, have their own sort of vibration that we just can't hear for some reason.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. I was gonna say something. Keep talking. I had something.
Yeah.
Well, that's very similar to Walter Russell's outlook, right? He even has the periodic table as based on harmonic octaves and things like that. So he put the periodic table of elements solely based on a vibratory nature, not this idea of whatever specific amounts of particles per thing. He has it on a vibratory scale.
Totally. Okay, so two things: cell salts that supposedly relate to your astrological sign have a vibratory frequency both on Earth, and then the minerals and such within yourself have a specific way of harmonizing with this place. Also, universe. Well, what's a verse? A verse is a song. It's something to hear. Universe. So it's a song that's repeating over and over and over. Like when you get a song stuck in your head, that's what this place is. The universe continually playing.
Yeah, I mean, even the creation story within the front of the Bible, right? So the Old Testament that's shared between Christians, Jews, and Muslims, that portion, the creation story, even talks about God speaking this world into existence, which is a vibratory nature.
Yeah, indeed. And if you want to get fantastic with it and start playing a little bit of fun devil's advocate, well, what's a big bang? A big vibration, man. That explosion's a big old right? That's all it is. So like no matter which way you cut it, seems like this is kind of the building blocks, or maybe not the building, maybe like the foundation upon within which things it can exist at all, I guess, maybe.
100%. Yep. It's all vibrations of what? What's vibrating? Dun, dun,
Right.
dun.
They'll be like, oh,
Question.
photons and Higgs bosons, and like, get the fuck out of here, dude. How do you know that?
Yeah.
So I posted that lecture for you, Glad, if you're interested. It's kind of dry, but it's really, really good information.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Yeah, it's dry. But I mean, I'm at work, so just about anything gets my gears going at work. So
Yeah, you don't have a bigger image of this, Nepal?
You get what you get, and you don't talk shit. Okay.
just look it up. Just Google,
Russell periodic chart.
Yeah, just Google any of that shit, and you might find a better pick. So that's from Walter Russell. So that's why I said that other picture earlier, Andy, looks like Walter Russell because it's very similar to stuff that he puts together. I'll give you another Russell thing here too. I think this is Russell.
Did he do the Universal One thing? Or am I thinking of someone else?
Yeah, that's one of his books. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, so I got I downloaded the audiobook, not the audiobook, the PDF, and there's so many images like this in it, where it overwhelms you a little bit. You're like, what the? There's a lot. There's too much. There's too much stuff
It is
on
so
it.
much gravy, you drowned in the gravy.
Yeah.
You know, though, you know what I like about Occam's razor is I feel like there's a way to sum it up to the point where it's perhaps the simplest idea we've ever had. Even though it looks so complicated, right? You try to build a housefly. How are you going to build a housefly? There's so much shit going on. There's no way you can even create one of the little pieces of the eye as a human being, right? Oh my God, it's so intricate. But there's also got to be an Occam's razor explanation that everybody can get and understand. And so even though it seems infinitely complex, like I say, I believe there's also I wouldn't say infinitely simple, but you know what I mean? Like very, very, very simple way to sum it up so that you don't have to get into all the complexity. There is, it's been simplified so many different ways. It's just how do you have the knowledge to be able to take the simplicity and have the light bulb go off, right? Like even somebody Right. like Bill Hicks, when he talks about going on an acid trip and he realized that all matter is simply vibration slowed down to a level, and he goes through that whole shtick, right? And here's Bob with the weather, right? That whole thing is like perfectly simple. And within that short explanation, there's so much that you can gain from it if you have a knowledge to back it up. That's why sometimes I think that most of the esoteric information is a lot of study and a lot of understanding to gain a knowledge to be able to just see something as simple as a symbol, and that symbol can tell you a million things. Like so much knowledge can just be contained in one symbol if you know what you're looking at based on
Yeah.
yeah.
Is that semiotics? I can't remember. That were another word of the day. We should definitely
symbol?
We should definitely have a word of the day. Like that'd be awesome. Anyway, I was thinking of just these ancient peoples putting these symbols on because it makes it last, doesn't it? It makes it, it's
The fascia is one of the oldest symbols. It's the one with a bunch of those straw tied together. I'm sure you've all seen
Reeds
it.
with an axe in it. Reeds with an axe in the middle. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a very, very ancient symbol. Did any of you guys listen to that Whitsitt versus Oakley debate that took place just a minute ago?
We streamed it in here, dude. It was well, it weren't as bad as I thought it were going to be, to be honest. But then he started banging on about. He started having a go at JT, and so we just stopped watching it at that point.
Is it recorded somewhere?
I just left that server.
Jeremy, is it recorded somewhere?
Permanently?
I'm done. I'm not even joking, bro. I just left it. I'm done. They're fucking playing games. I'm not interested in people playing games. Like anyone playing games, we're trying to get down to what's going on. Like anyone playing games can just do
So he's
your
just
thing
doing
and
it for
play your
like-
game. I don't want nothing.
So he's just doing it for like
Xanax, why are you
gotta-
rumpusing me?
Yeah, Xanax, shut the fuck up.
You're not talking to
you gotta-
Jeremy.
Oh God, bro. You gotta
I was
remember
talking to Jeremy. Fuck.
Okay.
I'm back.
He told me he's not playing games. I said, what games are they? My God. Seriously?
I think Xanax just wanted to know if there's a link to it, if anyone has a link.
Yeah, bro. You know Nathan Oakley's show. He records everything, bro. Go watch. Watch the fucking show, bro.
This is not my life, dude. I have a lot.
You act like you ain't been on Oakley's like 50 times, hundreds of times, probably, dude.
I'm old. I forget. I can't remember what I had for breakfast this morning. Hey, Jeremy. So the games is the games they play? Is it like just making a shit show out of it? Make it a comedy stick? Is that what it's all about now? The games?
No, bro.
No, dude, you're a flat earther. Someone comes in and says, "Yo, we got a measurement that fucking absolutely destroys the globe paradigm." What do you do? What do? You sit there and argue about the measurement, or these little remedial points about it that aren't important, like red herring shit, or do you actually get into the measurement and see what the measurement is and what the globe model says and how it's an opposing view?
Well, I think you can do
You
both.
ask questions. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you can
get
ask questions.
clarity on it. I mean, just because someone says something that affirms your bias doesn't mean you just blindly believe them and go along with it. Like, you try and get clarity on it.
Yeah,
exactly. You go into the measurement. Exactly. You go into the measurement and get clarity on the measurement of that debunks the globe model, which they didn't do.
So
they're not looking for answers, bro. They're only looking to fucking win arguments. This is why, like, majority of time they never put forth any claims or assertions. They only refute the claims and assertions coming forth.
Who are they? Is that us or is that
Nathan
Oakley?
Nathan Oakley's panel, dude. You got fucking Arwen, you've got Ali B, you've got fucking Neil, Elijah.
Those guys are part of this panel as well. Like, I've seen them here plenty of times.
Yeah, Ali B's cool. I might be getting him
Elijah?
confused with John or whoever the other.
No, Arwen is the worst. The guys are so bad.
You got Arwen, you got Neil.
Neil, yeah.
Elijah's fucking backstabby, bro. Like, that guy'll come in here singing one tune and then go over there and just flip the script, bro.
Really?
Yeah, bro. He's backstabby.
Well, I thought they're just doing it for the shock value, humor.
Eli's your boy. Stop lying.
Nah, bro. Fuck that guy.
So
I don't care for that dude one bit.
So I could find what they just did. You said Witsit was there, you said, just now?
Yeah.
Zanuck, why are you fucking confused? You know where Oakley's channel is, dude.
Ever since
fuck? Stop clogging up his airwaves with your silliness.
No, because they ever since they lost the channel here at Discord, I stopped following anything they did. I don't know what the program is.
Yeah, same. But people are trying to talk about what was happening, and you just keep asking questions that are completely ridiculous, Zanuck. If you just let people have the conversation and you listen to it, you might figure out all the answers to the questions you have.
Right. We could spend an hour sitting here fumbling over what the fuck you're thinking versus what happened, bro. Like, you
That's
gotta
not.
like.
So you weren't listening. So you weren't listening to what I was saying. I was saying, is it still like the shock value, the humor, their name calling? Is that really what's about? And then Jeremy was enlightening
What do
me,
you
saying,
think,
no, it's
dude?
more. Well, they do both.
What do you
I
think?
mean, Jeremy's complaint was not about the shock value and humor. He said they're arguing about I don't know, the measuring tools or something. I don't know. He said it was something other than I thought.
He's saying they're not actually trying to get to any like form of understanding. They're just trying to diminish everyone else's understanding. That's all they're trying to do.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And after the whole thing ended, I stuck around a little bit and I heard Nathan say, I don't fucking have a clue what light is. It's fucking mysterious and mystical. And, so he did kind of like alleviate that on, for me. But the problem is he's not airing that to his audience. A lot of that shit's just being cut out. The guy just edits the fuck out of his videos to the point where, he tries to make himself look like a fucking king, dude, while everyone else is just getting fucking kicked around. It's not honest. He doesn't have a fucking honest bone in his body, dude, to try to like discern reality. It's just an argument, dude. Like, that's all they want to do is fucking argue.
He covers up his lack of understanding with projection onto other people through ridiculous and vile ridicule of that person.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, Let's talk about something else, man.
Go ahead, Nate. What do you got?
I don't know. I like the convo we were having about octaves and vibrations. That was a nice one.
Good vibrations.
Unless you guys want to talk about that. Yeah, good ones.
Yeah, it's
So you're
about
saying these boys had
frequency
it
and
right?
oscillation. What do you call a spherical frequency?
A
I
spherical?
don't know. What do you
Yeah, a
call it?
spherical.
What is a spherical frequency? Can't even say it.
Corpuscle.
Oh, bro, you guys just gonna flip the burden back onto me when I ask
No,
the
no, no.
question?
I don't know. I never heard of a spherical frequency before.
Corpuscle.
How about a dynamo?
That works too. What do you
But
think
what
of
is
corpuscle?
a corpuscle? Is a like in human biology? Blood?
Is that what we study here?
Like a particle of light or what? What do you mean by corpuscle?
Did you hear what his question was, guys? Jesus Christ.
What is
The fuck, bro?
Yeah,
What
but
is it?
someone asked, "What is a corpuscle?" So I'm trying to see if my answer was right there.
Pertaining to spherical frequency, i.e., physics, not autonomy, not fucking spaghetti monster
I
autonomy.
don't think anything in physics would correlate a corpuscle with a spherical frequency.
Didn't Newton think that a corpuscle was like the smallest particle of light or something like that?
Yeah,
I'll be right back.
Pretty sure it was J.J. Thomson that first used that word in describing electricity at its base fundamental unit. Think about that for a minute. Think about that. Spherical frequency.
Well, we know that corpuscles are like there can be cells or some type of small component of a flowing structure, like blood corpuscles. But you're saying a spherical frequency. I never heard that term before. I wonder what that means.
Yeah, I'm basically alluding to the atom, the breakdown of the atom.
In the atom, there's a spherical frequency.
An atom is a spherical frequency.
You said that applies to physics.
They don't get it.
You said it applies to physics, and I don't know anywhere in physics where that has ever been said. I mean, it's okay if it's your physics; it's something different. But
Yeah,
I've never heard of it before. I'm ignorant to spherical frequencies. I just don't know what that means.
Well, I mean, do you want to just debate Google fucking topics
No,
here, bud,
like,
or do you
okay,
want to talk about new things?
I thought you made it up or something. Let me see.
I can give you a formula.
No.
Let me see here.
Spherical
Pulling it up.
harmonics.
Where's it at? Where's it at? Oh, here we are. Here we are. Copy.
Yo, shout out to the 24 heads watching us in YouTube. How about a little thumbs up, guys?
Yo,
Feel free to
what's
join
up?
us in Discord.
What's up, everybody out
As
there
Dice Low
listening?
Rumpus is me.
I'll rumpus. The pumpus. All right. Here's your formula. P equals FC to the third power, where P is the proton. F is frequency, meaning magnetic force vector with temporal propagation. C would be ether induction rate, or the sub B hysteresis. And
You have Ken Wheeler's book open again, you little cheat.
yeah, I do.
Okay,
I'm gonna post it right here. What I'm looking at, so you can look at it too. I'm gonna
I've heard
post it in.
spherical harmonics. There's spherical frequency, spherical waves. Spherical waves have a certain mathematical.
It's right there. I just posted it. It's 59 minutes after the hour. I got to get to work. Take a look at that,
Oh
Xanax.
boy. Yeah, that's a little bit of. I don't know if that's really something you want to lean your intelligence on. I gotta give the guy credit though. I mean, Nate, he's pretty creative, right? When it comes right down to it, Wheeler, whether this is true or validated or not, he's still very creative. No one would care to agree. Crickets. Thank you for posting that though, Dicelo.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on, Dicelo.
No. Oh, sorry, my hot micing, guys. I'm at work
Yeah.
talking to my coworker. My bad.
It's all good. Yeah, I was just gonna tell you that. That's all. What are we gonna say now? Yeah, I don't know. I'm terrible with like Ken Wheeler stuff, but I find him hard to look at. I know that's terrible. Shouldn't say that, but
I find him hard to listen to.
Well,
I
how
don't know why
about
people
Manic
do
looks
that
at
with
him and Andy listens to him, and then you guys put your heads together.
Yeah. I don't know, just the ear thing and the I don't know, what do they call them, the tattoos, I forget what they call them there, where they do the armband thing, I don't know, I forget what it's called.
Sleeves,
thank you.
You're here all day, Andy.
Yeah, cheers. The sleeves and the ear thing, I don't know, what are you thinking? But you know, each to their own. I can see that as also as a beautiful thing, as in, you know, we're individuals and he wants to express that. That's awesome. But I personally, I'm like, oof. He's got him send some hooks. He's added some hooks. He's added some hook rings to himself where he can hang his coat, I guess, or his tie. Yeah, I'm first to hold man's up when it comes to ignorance, especially on stuff like electricity. Oh my god, I'm just like, oh, I don't know. I think I know what those words mean individually, but all following each other, I'm not so sure. So that don't mean to say it's wrong though. You know, I only just found out last week because I typed into Chat GPT, do you know, magnetic fields and do the electrical fields act on gases? I didn't even know. You know, this is how ignorant I am. And yes, apparently they do. So.
What was that, Andy?
I typed into ChatGPT last week about electrical fields and gases, magnetic fields, because I have no idea about the interactions with these things. So I was just asking ChatGPT little things. Because again, I'm thinking about that, you know, the Dell thing with the gas pressure gradient. Because to my mind, I'm thinking about this press at my feet, and I'm thinking, okay, that kind of makes sense. Like the water's already displaced, sort of thing, you know. So I was asking ChatGPT some questions about electrical fields and gases. It's kind of interesting. ChatGPT, if you ask it certain things, it'll say, like, it'll give you an answer, but it could be the wrong answer. And then you give it more information, and then, it corrects itself. But if you go back to then ask it the original question, it'll still give you the wrong answer. If you see my point.
Yeah, I don't think any of that technology is the way we should be moving, honestly.
I mean, it's useful.
Can be to an extent, but it's only as good as its inputs.
Yeah.
And if we start relying upon technologies like that to do everything, right? We already rely way too much on Google to try to find quote unquote trusted information or correct information. And we know how you can look something up and Google's going to give you a response and you're going to take that as authoritative. But as we know, being in these discussions, you can look deeper into these things and realize that maybe what's being presented as an authoritative truth actually doesn't have any specific backing scientifically or something like that. And it's just a philosophical belief, right? So imagine if we're using just straight AI to do everything for us. It's going to be...
It's a slippery slope. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Dude,
Yeah.
my industry is completely switching over to it. We're having to learn general AI now.
Yeah. I don't know if I actually want to open this can of worms, but I was just going to ask you what you thought about the science proofs thing. I know it's really silly, but what do you think?
I think there's nuance to the conversation.
Yeah, that's the answer, actually. It's probably the best answer.
I know some people will say that's kind of a cop-out, but honestly,
No, it isn't. It's not at all. Because to me, I was thinking like, well, if they're talking about this boiling water thing, or, certain things, I just think to myself, well, that's proven. It's been systematically, tested, repeatable. They've done it over there. I've done it over here. That's proven. That's the way I see it. And then if we find another variable down the road, it doesn't all of a sudden disprove it. It doesn't. That's the way I look at it. It's just, it would be a new experiment if you were doing something else. That's the way I look at it. Maybe I'm missing something though.
No, here's what happens. Here's what happens when we learn new things. They found out scurvy was a thing back hundreds of years ago. Right? They didn't know anything about vitamin C, but they knew that if you gave people citrus fruits and vegetables, it would cure the scurvy. So then later on down the road, we found out vitamin C is a thing. Turns out that's all you got to give people. It didn't destroy the citrus foods one. That still works. That still holds true. We learn more, and now we know it's vitamin C. Like learning new stuff doesn't change the old stuff.
Yeah, exactly. It builds on top. That's what I was thinking, Jeremy. Yeah, I don't understand why this. Well, it doesn't prove something. Well, it does. And I don't know. I kind of agree with Miggy. It sort of enters into that mind virus where we're not sure of anything. Well, we don't know anything, and this 99.99999.
That's solipsism.
Yeah, and it's like I don't know.
It becomes solipsism, yes. That's why I shy away from it, and that's what I say.
Yeah, no, it was a good answer. I don't know. I think I was just trying to get the conversation moving because nobody's in a talking mood.
Well, science didn't prove things. We wouldn't be able to talk right now. None of the engineering would work. All the applied sciences, after they do the science, find out the truth about reality, then apply it and make shit that works. Like, do we not find out the truth about reality when we do science? What are we doing here?
No, listen, it's only science if it comes to the conclusion that Earth is a spinning ball in outer space.
I mean, if
Notice
science doesn't give us the truth, if science doesn't give us the truth, and we're science deniers, we're denying not truth. Like I don't. That shit don't even make sense.
I was just going to say, I noticed North joined. I don't mind talking to North if you can. Or maybe you can't talk. That's okay.
Someone's hot mic and ask North how the Nathan Oak show went.
Dude, I'm not even mad. I'm just disappointed. It's disappointing
Oh yeah, at what?
at how the Oakley thing went.
Oh. Listen, I'm gonna think it's sus when anybody starts calling another person a scammer. I just think that's Karen Nancy fucking drama. And they both did it.
Last night, I dreamt I was the muffler on a car. I woke up exhausted. What's up, Earth Awakenings?
Yo, what up, Killian? Good joke.
Shit in my brain. How you doing, Napalms?
Good, man. Good.
Ooh.
Same shizzle, different dizzle.
You know the thizzle. Is it still flizzle?
For shizzle.
My nizzle.
Yeah, I guess there's the. I don't know if you heard, but I guess Wits and Dicelo were on with Nathan Oakley today for some reason.
I heard Witsit was over there. What happened? What transpired? I did not witness it.
He was just trying to basically lay out for them a lot of the stuff that Alan's been talking about, right? Where there seems to be a preferred direction with light, blah blah blah.
Nice.
They just wanted to try to red herring away from that, get it into a conversation about whether light is a particle or wave or a photon and all that shit. And what's it's like, what are you guys doing? Yeah, it was kind of a shit show, but
That's crazy. Yeah, the whole it's funny because I just this morning I got a comment on one of my videos. I'll throw it in the chat. I actually hadn't totally forgot I even did this, but it was like a 4-minute clip out of an interview that I did with Mark Sargent. So Mark Sargent, like he's when I first got into flat Earth, like really going like public with it. He had his information posted there, and I just reached out to him, and I was like, "Holy crap!" So I ended up chatting with him. But what I really took away from the conversation, no, sorry, let me back that up. What came out of that conversation was this 5-minute clip. Somebody commented on it this morning, and I was like, "Holy crap!" It's completely related to this ether chat that's going on. So I'm going to take a moment to share it. But it's a 5-minute clip. It's the last 2 minutes. I'm giving the spiel on the ether. But yeah,
interesting.
coming
Nice.
back to the ether though, I go back and I hold this idea of like it's the way that light propagates. If ether is there, quote, gas, and the sun is available as a spark, then light will propagate. If the moon happens to be there, then the cold moonlight will propagate. Regardless, we still have like a constant observed of shaded light, whether it's shaded moonlight or shaded sunlight, and we have this consistency of light always being present no matter where we are. And that's just one half of the medium. That's the gas. We still have to talk about the water and how light refracts when it interacts with the water, which is a medium as well. And I still say, respectfully, I still believe that the soft things literally comprise the ether. That's how light travels, if you want to say light travels, but propagates, if you will. I'll disengage and get that clip now. Thanks for listening to that long.
Right, and like the different frequencies of it when you talk about what we call X-rays, right? So that's going to propagate through certain things and leave shadows with more dense material, right, based on its frequency. So your shadows are still going to be there, but something that may cause a shadow with the visible spectrum is completely penetrated by the wavelength of the X-ray.
Exactly. Let me know what you think about that, Nick.
Yeah. When I get a minute, I'll see if I can watch it, or listen to it.
Yeah, no stress, no rush. I mean, if it's throw it into wherever the likes or watch later or whatever, and pick it up.
Yeah. Did you tag me?
I just threw it in the chat.
Oh, okay. I'll see if I can grab it. Yeah, I would. I'm just in the middle of work right now, but
Yeah, dude. Like I said,
I'll get to it.
no stress, no rush.
I will get to it. How's your day going, man? How is it up there in Canuck land?
It's good. We got the wildfires burning. Got
Are you close to Ottawa?
Yeah, I'm in Ontario. Ottawa's in Ontario as well. It's our nation's capital. About
Okay.
3 hours away, I would say, 3.5 hours.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Ontario.
Yup.
Yeah.
But everything's cool. It's gray here. We're got some rain. Give me rain for the next few days. But we be chilling otherwise. Just working on my work day myself. Marking up these permits for buildings. That's about it, man.
Nice. Yeah, we just lost a family friend that lives in Canada, up there in Ontario, south of Detroit, that area.
Yeah, I got you.
Windsor.
Yep. Yeah, Windsor's. You go through Windsor to get to Detroit. Go through the tunnel underneath the lake.
Yep.
Oh, are they? I wasn't trying to interrupt you guys. You guys good?
No, you're straight, dude. No stress. Welcome to Mock, Good to hear from you, bro.
Hey, how you guys doing? I was wondering, like, are they like debating the subject? Are they like fighting over the subject? Or are they just trying to get to the bottom of a conclusion? To me, like, when we're like, oh man, these guys are gonna, they shouldn't even have that mindset. It seems like to me, they should be like, hey, do you guys want to try to get to this conclusion because we can't come to an agreement? So, like, yesterday we didn't get too far. Tomorrow or maybe next week we'll go over it again, like maybe the points we missed, and come to an agreement, like to whether you agree or disagree with what we're even talking about. But like, it's a lot of subjects, right? We started off, the Earth isn't this.
Yeah, no, it seems like one side of the debate isn't trying to get to like an actual conclusion. They're just trying to say nuh-uh about anything that doesn't fit some sort of idea of some methodology that they think needs to be utilized for every single aspect of reality. So yeah, I don't know if they're trying to actually get to a conclusion at all, to be honest with you. And when I say one side, that would be the FED, or if you just read it straight, the feds. The Fed side isn't trying to get to the foundation. It doesn't seem like.
Yeah, that seems weird when, like, instead of like sticking to the heart of the matter, there's infighting on like so many different things. It's like, I thought it was like just a claim based, like it's not this, therefore, what is it? Therefore, what can we prove and what can we go? How do we go from here? Together as a group, in agreement. But now it's like so much fighting about. Well, you don't know this about this. You don't know this about this, and like it is kind of weird.
Yeah, let me jump in on that real quick and just say that was what I said to Toby via direct message yesterday. Is what happened to the intellects, the guys sitting to the table and starting to theory craft a solid foundation so that we could build something of essence, or something worthy, that has essence to it, by putting in these observations without a spitballing session where people are actually genuinely engaged in the spitballing. It just becomes a nuh-uh session and nothing actually ends up going forward. I think if we want to get to the bottom of it, we can actually start just looking at the functions of what the ether does. Like, what is this thing responsible for? What do we observe it do? What do we observe? Yeah, what do we observe it do? And how can we start to build something of essence again from that? Thanks.
Yeah, no, it seems
Yeah, it's
like
hard enough for us to get anywhere.
yeah, it seems like one side just wants to be like, oh, you have a claim? Well, let me say nuh-uh to that claim. And yeah, I really don't care. Really don't care what happens after that. At least that's what it seems like to me. I don't know. Fuck is 117? Oh, it's 177. 177.
But imagine making up a probability that you've never seen before. That's a weird thing too. Like if we go outside and we do something and you're like, man, one day if a rainbow shined over this way or if a tornado came, this thing would do this in theory. But if it's never, ever, ever, ever happened, why would that person postulate that thing? I can sell you a postulation that unicorns could fart someday, and you're actually riding one, but you never saw it until it took time. Time is the very like what? After 800 million years, the unicorn will appear.
Pretty sure you give me a graph on that and also give me some math, some formulas and whatnot on that, right?
Yeah. Like it's weird too. Like, where could we go with that? Where would we be able to start a formula or calculated like anything that like you could put in the book? Like, where would how could we as a group, Earth Awakenings, we wrote a paper, we did whatever, we went through the steps. Where would we go to get to be a part of science? Would we have to publish it and then peer review, or would test and trial and error be enough? Like, what would be our steps? Like, get something to be an actual new scientific thing. Suppose you guys did something miraculous, or one of us did something really cool, and we're like, hey man, we're gonna, it's for the whole group think, it's all of our stuff. Now this guy shows you something miraculous you thought could happen. Power thing with Kool-Aid, right? It's a joke, whatever. So once he does it, how does he then get it put into the mainstream? Because just doing it isn't doesn't work apparently. Just showing you and doing it doesn't work. You get that to be science now. Let me put it another way. How about a book owner, the owner, publisher, author of the book, wants to put something in there that's untrue? How hard would it be for him to do that?
They get fact checked? Probably not, right? At least not until it's been published. Then who's gonna then
right?
And it's just gonna be on
Until
the
people notice.
Let me just look at this.
Well, I mean, I'm saying like they could put the truth in there really easy, right? But they could put a lie. Like if I'm the author of the book, sure I could put all the truth in there all day for whatever people think the truth is, but I could also slip some lies in. But the funniest thing is I can slip it in. So instead of the guys over there doing the experiments and doing whatever, I'm the guy putting the stuff in this book, not the guys who invented the stuff that should be in the book. Like I don't know, it's just weird, right? It is weird, like the system that how things go are brought about. I mean, I wonder what kind of peer review or how rigorous it was to pick the stuff to go with in first grade, fifth grade, seventh grade, 12th grade book for like science and stuff like that. Like, you know what I mean? How long does it take for you to pick what to put to be the important thing for people that you deem important? This is weird. And would you guys make your academic book the same way that ours have been made? Like, what would you guys put in a book for to put in a school for kids to learn from? What would you guys put in that book?
That's a great question. Are you just talking in general or a specific topic?
I'm talking for the like in general, but what do you deem in general important that you would want to go in that book over any other garbage information that you would deem not that book? So not like a Bible or anything, really. It could be about whatever book you want, but a book, like what would you put in that book? Like is the real question. What would everybody want to have in a book for you to be like if you're a little kid now and you're going through this again, what would you like to have been put in that book that you're learning from? That's supposed to be teaching you your reality for the future.
I got two things on that, Demarc. Perspective. I'll never forget that the first time I drew a perspective drawing, like the black thick line across the page and then all the construction lines to start illustrating the buildings. And then how buildings are built, observing level. What the tool, a level, what it actually does. Those would be my 2 points. Thanks for asking that. Good question.
It's to everybody. That's a good answer. It's a good answer. Would you guys put an actual?
Go ahead.
Would you put a scientific method in the book?
I think so. That's kind of like I was gonna say, critical thinking skills. You know, how to think, logic, reasoning, rhetoric. I think that kind of goes along with the scientific method. How to know things, I guess. That's that's like almost common sense stuff.
Objective versus objective? How to discern things? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying, like, I think it's a hard job to have to sit there and pick like what to go in a book. And I'd just like to know, you like, at the end of the day, you know, the group of people that do that, you know, what's their mindset? Like, you know, if I had that chance to take their spot, what would I put in the book? Their own kids are reading, or that their kids are reading it. We use on what would we need? What would we need to have in that book?
Is DMOC roboting for anybody else?
Yeah, he was roboting at the end. But
Yeah, he's roboting. I would say maybe teach like some of the stuff that you know, the uber rich, when their kids go to school, they learn like the trivium and the quadrivium, right? The understanding of grammar, logic, and rhetoric, and then the quadrivium is arithmetic, astronomy, music, and geometry. So these are kind of like exoteric but also esoteric teachings that you can have your children learn, but usually it's fairly expensive to have your children learn in these types of schools. But the trivium allows for better logical reasoning, which would increase your discernment, your ability to pick out fallacious arguments, things like that. And there's a reason why it's not taught in public schools, probably.
It's not taught in public schools?
Not in the esoteric sense of it, no.
But what exactly? Sorry, man. I hear everything you said, Nico.
I was just saying a basis, like a foundation in the trivium, right? Are you familiar with that?
No.
Logic, rhetoric, grammar.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah.
A way to discern the truth, right? Through logical reasoning, wisdom.
Do they still teach that like anyway?
Not really, not in like the esoteric sense of it. No, not really.
I think learning about the human body, anatomy, how our body works, functions, that would be very useful. Basic first aid as well. You know, I mean, if everybody knew how to help everybody get healthier, that would be just a better society.
I still got parts. I'm not sure what they are.
Me too.
Well, apparently we don't need the appendix. You know, just take that out. The gallbladder, just take that one out too. You know, there are so many people that get those surgeries done and have so many problems.
Tonsils. You get your tonsils taken out. You can get everything taken out.
You don't need pieces of your liver; it can grow back.
You're built with extra. It's like you got extra parts in you, for sure. Yeah, no need to have them. It's like if you get that IKEA furniture and you wind up with some extra screws at the end, and you're like, I probably did it right. Same deal.
Right, yeah. Maybe some gauze left in there after surgery. It'll be fine.
DMOC got a snooch installed, just saying.
What Dice Slow say?
Quietest, that's what she said joke ever made. But
I figured he was going to be joking.
You guys were talking about removing. I was talking about installing a new one, and I said DMOC got a snooch installed, kind of like Mr. Garrison on South Park. Remember that episode?
A new installation.
He was all excited to go to the washroom and use a feminine product. That was a funny episode.
I mean, do you think it's hard for a person that like owns the book to sneak something in there? You know what I mean? Like if we're sitting there and we just like got the stuff, we put it in a little computer, whatever, put it through the program, we're running the machine, it's printing out the stuff. Like we could put stuff in that book that like, you know what I mean? We could slip when they didn't have to go through any review from anyone. Like where are these guys at? You know what I mean? Where are those dudes at? Like if we go over the school books, how much information in those school books can you deem 100% true every time? From the science, the biology, the whatever, from like the oldest one to today. Basically, the change of information that went from true to being not true, or being not true to true within the school books, and like you can see, the different variations.
school book that's like so old it's wrong.
Yeah, yeah, something like that, or a school. I mean, to the best of their ability, this is what they knew at that point. And then you have the next one, and the next one, and the next one. They all seem to be along the same line, no matter what. It's like, where's the atom? Like, where's anything really changing in these books? They're like for the 100% like way real, for science and biology, all this other stuff. Yeah. Chemistry. I mean, that old book could have been right. Today's book could be wrong. You know what I mean? They could have switched it that way. I'm just saying, comparing the information. What, like, is there different forms of mathematics we had to go through in different variances of books? Different forms of chemistry or different forms of science or like anything like significantly change?
Like past some years or something.
How the solar system works, distances to the sun, like all kinds of like anything really, cavity, like anything. Like, okay, 10 years ago they thought this. And then the Wright brothers came. Like, did they put that, like, you know what I mean? Are the different variances of that in there? Like, it's weird. It just seems like all the same shit.
Well, I think you'd have to look when school buildings, at least here in the United States, became a thing where children actually had to go to, because education used to be the responsibility of the mother and the father. It was homeschool mostly. Um, I think there's a documentary called How Big Oil Conquered the World or something, and it talks about that. They started making those textbooks and making children go to schools because I think of the war, and so mothers would have to go to the workforce because all the men were at war, and so it completely changed the dynamic. That's probably, how all the lies, where most of the lies started happening, kind of like a big reset just in the education system. I see what you're saying, though. I haven't looked at a school textbook in a very long time. I have no idea what's in them now. Last I heard, several years ago, Oprah was in a history book. I don't know why Oprah would be in a history book, but apparently they need to learn about her. Also, the whole globe thing. That's obviously a big one.
Yeah, the physical awareness of attributes of reality. That's weird too, right? So yeah, like the mom and dad used to be the arbiters of what you had to teach your kid, right? And that, the family and whatever, people close. And then it became a texted out version, like textiles, textbook, right? Then it became a manufactured thing. So basically, you're buying your information from a manufactured source of a manufacturing company, the textile company, the textbook. I mean, for. I mean, I wonder if there was a kickback, like all the families that were teaching their kids this and this and this. And then that guy goes, well, I can sell you this book right here. It's got everything you need already in it. Mic check.
1, 2.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Went under a dang bottom.
Sounds like your voice got a little lighter. Mark, what's going on, bro?
Well, I'm trying not to break your eardrums today. Is that better? Sometimes I hear myself on the speaker and I can't really hear that loud. And then sometimes it's like blaring. So I'm like, oh, I'm going to do an intermediate type. Yeah.
Bob Ross zone now.
It was a happy flow. Would you guys change the scientific method? This is a question I actually do want to know. This is really a good topic. What would you change if you would change anything about the scientific method?
I don't think
Science.
any needs to be changed.
M-A-T-H-O-D.
It's a process of elimination, right? You're eliminating as many other possible causes as you can until you find the cause. By manipulating the cause, you see the effect. I think it's it's a perfect method, the way that it's set up. It's just the human error is the only thing that you would change, but you can't change.
Very good point, Hank. Manipulating the variable of a human. The human's own manipulation of their own mind is added to everything that human does compared to you or me or anybody, like how we think even.
Yeah, it's a really interesting concept, like changing these perfect documents, like the Constitution or the scientific method. The only thing that you could change is, the human's application of these methods, right? And I hear people sometimes say that, like, oh, we don't need the Constitution, it's an outdated document. Wait a minute, how could limiting the government be the highest law of the land be an outdated thing? When is a time where we don't need to limit the authority and the overreach of the government?
I think that'd be always. We always need to be able to overreach the government. I mean, isn't the government supposed to be a part for us, by us? Like,
I can't think of a time when that would not apply.
right? I'm with you. I'm with you on that one. I'm also with you on the human intervention thing. The human is like one of the problems in the scientific or a lot of methods, because it's like some humans will be like, well, it's doing this inward. Well, I think it's going outward. Well, I think it's pressure. Well, I think it's resistance. You know what I mean? So yeah, we're always gonna. That's yeah.
I'm trying to think of anything else that you might change with the scientific method. I think the problem is people want to change it. That's the problem. Yeah, the problem with the scientific method and what you would change is the fact that people are trying to change it.
Well, do you find it weird about the hypothesis part where you have to add your human hypothesis that might not have any bearings really at all with it, but you just go with that and then keep going on from there, or like, you know what I mean?
Well, I think that part gets rooted out when you go to the peer review process. So you don't just do like a scientific experiment and then keep it all to yourself. You go, hey, this is what I think is right. Why don't you check it out for yourself and see if I did anything wrong?
Right, and somewhere along the lines, these guys have got buddy to where they're not really checking each other's stuff, right? I mean, that's what it seems like, right? But
Mm-hmm. So here's a good example. Vitamin C deficiency causes scurvy, right? But there's more to it, right? Selenium makes it to where there's vitamin C in your body, right? But you can't absorb it. So if there's no selenium, then it's not bioavailable. So it's vitamin C does cause this, but selenium is also related. So eat your oranges and your Brazil nuts.
Yeah, it's a good point. There's a whole other variable to that.
Right.
I've often heard that with both or all three of the B vitamins. I've also heard that with I think it's applicable with pretty much every bioavailable substance within the body. Like it's always carried in tandem with something else. Like something else is required for that certain thing to be absorbed and then carried to a certain region in the body. Like it's not just one particular thing.
Yeah, like vitamin D is responsible for so many other processes. Like, I don't know how many, but I think it's in the hundreds. So without vitamin D, like, you're going to have, low testosterone, low cortisol, like all these other different things. So it's like you have low cortisol or low testosterone. Well, why?
There's also other things that inhibit with the absorption of the vitamin D. Like you've got different types of vitamin D, and depending on your body characteristics, like you could be higher in one of these certain things that actually block out the beneficial vitamin D. I think it's D3 that your body's requiring. It's so complicated, dude.
Fat also slows the absorption of vitamin D.
Oh, Elijah took off. I wanted to ask him what his opinion on this morning's show was.
What was it about?
Witsit popped in there and I guess he was talking with Nathan about light, and he was talking about a Sagnac effect, and how speed or light has a faster speed of or a rate of induction depending on the direction that you're measuring it, and stuff like that.
Did it become a shit show, or was it actually a conversation?
Kind of a little bit of both. Like the G plus panel popping in and interrupting. Nathan had to kind of simmer them down a bit, and then he kind of went off the rails a bit, and then kind of came back to his senses. It was all over the place, but nevertheless, it's it's always entertaining.
I'm about to go look at the video.
I left that whole server.
No way.
And you guys are playing. They're playing fucking games, dude. I'm not interested in anyone playing games, bro.
Server.
Well, it's funny because they're trying to project out onto us. Like after you left and Witsit left, you had like Neil coming in here or coming on saying that we're the scammers and coming up with parlor tricks to try to fucking explain away what's already been proven and all sorts of whack shit.
Talking about science versus scientism.
Yeah, Larry. I think that's the one.
So, Jeremy, what do you mean by they were doing like shady stuff?
They're playing games. I'm just not interested in people playing games with this. If you're playing games, go play your fucking game. I don't want no part of it. Do your thing. Somebody comes to you and says, yo, I got a measurement that fucking destroys the globe model. And what do? Do you bicker about what a photon is, or do you get into the measurement?
Yeah, they wanted no part of what Witsit was putting down, dude. They were trying to obfuscate away from it as best they could.
Flat earthers using tactics against flat earthers.
Yeah, there was all sorts of tactics.
Are the egos starting to come home to roost?
We'll see. I think Witsit was trying to call Nathan out on for a 1v1 on like a neutral server. Nathan was just chanting through him, fundy muting him, trying to fucking not let that be heard.
That would be destruction. I'd love to see that.
It was funny too, because like right after the whole Witsit ended, the whole conversation kind of ended with it. Nathan goes on to say he doesn't know what light is. It's very mystical. So it's like, bro, you're over here, can't give a fucking concise answer as to what it is, but you're gonna fucking discredit anyone that has anything to say about it. It's just, I don't know, bro. Silly reason. And then in the same breath,
All right, go ahead, go.
Yeah, in the same breath, he tried discrediting Witsit on the Sagnac effect, saying that's not an experiment, and Witsit conceded. And then in the same breath, he goes on to talk about the double slit experiment. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. What's your qualifications of an experiment if you're going to label this one an experiment and not the other? And his whole point was that, they only deal with natural science, like naturally observed phenomena within their sector of Discord, and simultaneously, you know, propping up quantum experiments and stuff like this. So it's double speak, dude.
Whatever. Hopefully, Witsit comes in here later and we can actually go over the measurement. That's what I'm hoping. We can actually get down to the bottom of something and not play games.
Well, was he muting with it? Because I just popped into one part.
Yeah,
and then
he was.
wow.
Yeah, he. That's what Nathan does. He'll edit out a lot of the shit you say, and make the show seem as if, you know, the guy was just sitting there silent, getting just smashed the whole time. It's pretty disingenuous, dude.
Yeah, I call that like oppression suppression debates. So, like, if you want to have a debate, you let everybody talk. And Nathan used to do like that until one day, like, they wouldn't even let me like get a word out, right? So then he started like muting people so people could talk. But now it's like they use this like suppression style tactic, and I really hate that shit. That's why I'm not there.
Yeah, I don't blame you, man. Like you can make anyone look like shit doing that, something like that. You know? I don't know, bro. It's really suspicious. I think Witsit called him a cult at one point. I thought that was pretty good. But it's funny because that's all the same shit they're projecting onto us. It's crazy, bro.
I think there's a divide and conquer strategy going on.
So wow. So he's saying that you can only have proof with science now?
That's scientism, right?
And he says the only way you pretty much can have proof is, like, in other words, via science. If it's not science, it isn't proof. It isn't demonstration. That's just blatantly false.
Yeah, that's what Witsit was trying to tell him, is that, you know, you take a measurement, that's proof of something, not even, you know, aside from the scientific method and all that. And they didn't want to hear that.
So the pseudoscience cult has went full scientism. They're so afraid of pseudoscience that they've fallen into scientism.
Scientology, yeah.
No, scientism, the belief that science is the only way to prove something. I mean, if that's true, that's horrible.
Yeah. Well, there's scientism, religion. That's why I call it Scientology. Just to be funny. But yeah, you're right. It's, they're crazy, bro.
Crazy, man. So, can you use the scientific method in something that's not science? That's a really important question, right? So, excuse me. When I fix my car using a process of elimination and some, like, you know, variation of a hypothesis test, this sort of thing, like, I'm not doing science, right? I'm not saying that mechanics are scientists. I'm just saying they're using the same deductive reasoning and hypothesis testing, right? Because I don't know it's a starter, right? But I check and see, okay, it's getting power to the starter. You don't know what my point is? I'm not attacking them, I'm attacking the ideology. Are you unaware of that? Yeah, I didn't attack anybody personally. It's weird. So much emotion tied up in this. Like, to me, it's just like cut and dry. It's I'm curious, does anybody else think I'm attacking people?
Sorry, say that one more time.
Someone said stop attacking them and get to your point. I'm just curious, did I attack somebody?
Was this in the chat?
No, this was like in the voice. Heard a female say stop attacking them and get to your point.
No, I missed that, man. But I don't think you're attacking anyone.
Oh, I'm playing a game live right now. Okay. They're hearing my mic and I didn't know it.
So I was like, I didn't hear anybody say that, and I know there's a girl in here, but I didn't hear her speak. I'm over here
I'm
tripping
hearing
out like.
shit. I'm hearing shit. Yeah, I'm playing Overwatch right now.
Caught with your hand in the cookie jar, Larry.
I trolled myself, didn't I?
Dude, you had
That's
chocolate all over
hilarious.
your face, bro.
Well, chocolate's tasty, so. Gotcha. I guess I need to mute my stuff here. So Witsit went to Nathan's, and I guess we're not going to be able to see the live. We'll have to see the cut up version.
No, you can see the live.
So did they like mute him like excessively?
I mean, I just got into it. I'm trying to find where he got in. I'm guessing I just found. I think it's after like the 48-minute mark. But I'm guessing I'm trying to see if I hear speech. I'm trying to go to the beginning of the whole thing, of where you started. But if you go to because they changed the whole way they stored the videos on YouTube. So when you go to YouTube, if you go to videos, it's just the videos that are posted. You got to click on the live part under his channel, and it'll show all the live videos.
I'm curious to hear what their rebuts against his arguments are.
Well, I don't think, as far as I've heard so far, I don't think they rebutted any of his argument other than they weren't science. Other than when they asked him, is there any empirical evidence on ether? I just stumbled upon that part, and we was gonna say something, and then he said empirical evidence. Would you stutter much? You know how he goes. He stuttered much. Interrupted him in the middle of when he was starting his sentence. So, his tactics.
I don't understand. I mean, if there's not open discussion that allows for dissent into debate, and really it's ascension, right? Because if we're all agreeing with each other, that's the lower form of conversation. It's when arguments are made and different ideas are brought forth and conflicting thoughts. That's the higher level of conversation. So to stop that from happening, because when I first came back, like a month and a half, 2 months ago, whatever, the first thing I did when I came in this Discord was, what can we agree on? Like, what are the things that we can agree on? And I was met with so much resistance because if we're trying to get the globe earthers to see what we can agree on so we can get to the deeper part of the conversations, I don't think they want us to do that. And if flat earthers are keeping that from happening too, that's the red flag.
Yep, exactly. I mean, because let's say he says you need scientific method to prove everything through science, but scientific laws do not go through scientific methods. It's pretty much just a description of whatever's happening. So him saying, well, if it isn't, if it doesn't go to science, it isn't proof. Then discard. You have to discard everything from the science, everything that's said that is a scientific law. All measurements on the earth or anything of any sort are discarded, according to what he's saying. So I mean, it's just.
So that's scientism. Like, let's look up that because QE hates that definition when I brought it up before. Scientism. The belief that the investigation methods of physical science are applicable. Wait, that's not a good one. Let me find American Heritage. Wait, let me find something better. Britannica. Okay, Cambridge maybe.
It says one of the I got it from PBS for some reason. It says unlike the use of the scientific method as only one mode of reaching knowledge, scientism claims that science alone can render truth about the world and reality.
Right. That's the one I was looking for. And QE hates that one. He said that's wrong.
Anything disagrees with with QE ideal, it's wrong. That's pretty much. I kind of got that from the years of listening to him.
Well, he was telling me there was nothing, there with the Casimir effect and the vacuum catastrophe. And, how could that be if this is like the cosmologist's own understanding that this is the largest problem in science right now? And it's in cosmology. And it's the fact that, the universe is expanding and they don't have the energy to explain it. And when they use the vacuum energy, it doesn't match what they think they should see. And it's in 120 orders of magnitude. And he's like, there's nothing to see here. What? What do you mean there's nothing to see here? Like, this is them admitting that, it's fucked up. There's a crisis in cosmology. The standard model doesn't work. And he's like, oh, that old thing, the old Casimir effect. Like, didn't they recently pull energy out of the vacuum? The Schwinger effect? 70-year-old quantum mechanics prediction? It's like, yeah, they did. Maybe there is something there. And what's there is he doesn't want to look what's there. So he couldn't say that it was wrong. He was just like, there's nothing to see here. Well, that's weird, right? Like, how could there be nothing to see when they're admitting their shit's fucked up? And then the fact that Einstein said his, constant was incorrect, and then they went back and said, no, it is correct. Einstein was wrong about this one thing. And, then you go back and look, and then dark matter is, debunked with a certainty of 5 sigma. And when I went into another server, like, they didn't want to talk about that. They, like, pigeonholed me and talked over me. And it's like, well, I'm not going back there anymore. I guess it was like a spin-off of Pandas, I'm assuming. And, it's like, if you guys are so confident, what is the need to, like, railroad me into this, little area when I came in here to talk about this, but you guys don't want to talk about that? So it's like you're gonna, like, take over the conversation and then, like, Fundy mute me. Like, why is everybody so scared for people to, like, think outside of the box? And I really do mean scared, because when someone is over talking you, like, they're literally so terrified, so yellow-bellied that they can't let you get your argument out. And that's what flat earthers are doing? I hope not. I hope that's not true. I hope flat earthers would never do that.
Well, question: do you think maybe some people do that because they don't want to admit that they don't know something, or that there's not an answer, possibly right now?
Yeah, that's very possible that, they don't know and they're afraid and, but I mean, like, if you and I are having an argument, sis, and let's say that, it's about the Bible, so I'm going to be extra nice to you and, we're both biblical, right? And then we come to a disagreement. Like, what would you think if I started over talking you and muting you would you think I'm winning? And then I profess that I'm winning. What you think about that?
Yeah, no, I would think no respect, first of all. And that you probably don't know what you're talking about.
Right, because
Fear.
if I
Yeah.
knew what I was talking about, I wouldn't have to do that.
Exactly. If you had the confidence, even if we disagreed, if you had the confidence in, your answer or our disagreement or whatever, you wouldn't have to do that. I agree.
All right, now take the flat Earth thing and put that instead of the Bible thing. We're both flat earthers. We're both going to be extra nice to one another because obviously you're not the enemy. So now I'm talking over you and muting you and not letting you get your argument out. The fuck? To a flat earther? Like, it's one thing doing it to Globers, right? It's not acceptable. But doing it to your own kind? I mean, where's the in-group preference here? And the thing is that there's a divide right now going on, which I think is manufactured, that's creating the lack of in-group preference. So I'm not saying that we should say, oh, you're right because you're a flat earther. No, I'm saying that you have the right to talk because you're a flat earther.
Yeah, I agree, and I don't even know about this divide thing you're talking about. Is it about a specific topic? Or is it just people, flat earthers, being like mean to other flat earthers? Which, I mean, yeah, I guess with that one commonality, you would think like, hey, yeah, let's try to work these questions we have out together, because there was that starting point that you each had to have to question the globe, and even that right there is, not everybody's gonna do that. So what's this divide thing?
Well, I'll try to be short, but I kind of need a little background. So forgive me for speaking long. But you know how some people are Christians and they came to the flat earth and they started questioning everything, including the Bible? And then other people were atheists, came to the flat earth and started questioning their atheism? Well, this is like a natural thing that happens when there's a paradigm shift. So when everybody who was, atomist came to the flat earth, some of them started questioning like the atomic theory, right? So when you question the atomic theory, you start going down this ether path, right? And maybe light is not a particle, a massless particle. Maybe it's a wave, right? And it's not like there's settled science on this, even if there was such a thing. So the people that are atomist, they're the materialist, right? So they're hanging on to that, little bit of atheism that they, don't really want to let go of. And the people that are, the non-atomist, what are they called? Non-materialist, right? They're looking at the world from this point of view, which there's good arguments on both sides. But why does one side feel the need to mute the other? Like,
I just pulled up to a part about 58 minutes 35 seconds. I'm sorry, I'll cut you off, Larry. The original D Rose guy, he said metaphorically that Nathan is a pastor of a small honest church. Just compared him to religion.
was that one of their guys?
Yes.
Ooh. Said the quiet part out loud. Yeah, you didn't interrupt me. I was done. Please continue.
No, that was it. That was it. That's just amazing. I wonder if Nathan. I'm just gonna see what Nathan's gonna say after that, because that's just fully telling him he doesn't say no. Wonder if I can clip it. I'm gonna try to. Yeah, I'm gonna clip it.
I wonder if he's honored.
Okay, well, thank you for explaining that. Yeah, I can't listen to Nathan anymore. I choose not to listen to it. It's just too frustrating for me how he treats his guests. her. Yeah, it's like I just think he's rude. But anyway,
Would anybody like to
so
critique?
well, just I want to say one more thing. So basically, it's like the flat earthers that become creation, like no, it's a creationist type of thing, biblical cosmology, versus the ones that think it's still not, like they're trying to cling to that hope
So
that it kind of isn't.
I've kind of always noticed there's like two types of flat earthers, right? There's the kind like you and I, or us three that have been speaking in the past 5 minutes, where we have like a good biblical foundation to our research. And then the other type seems to be more like along the dark side of things. So I noticed when there was a FEMA camp in Colorado, they went and met and had like a flat earth meetup. Those people were arguing about the people that met up in the Carolinas because they were like Christian based. And to me, that's like the two sides, right? And I never, you know, not saw that in the flat earth movement that's been going on. Like there's always been that. So you would have like the infinite planers who, a lot of those weren't biblical. And then you have the people that, believed in the dome, a lot of those are biblical. But I think that there's not a grassroots organization that doesn't get infiltrated. I think the biblical stuff is always being infiltrated. Maybe the other side is too.
I posted the clip of him saying that. He called David Weiss pretty much a conglomerate church, practically. One that sucks the money off of people. Interesting. They're at 43 minutes after the hour if you want to listen to that part.
So I don't hate people that went to the FEMA camp or anything like that, obviously. I just noticed they were upset about the Christian aspect. And I kind of thought to myself, like, the people in the Carolinas, like, they're the Bible Belt. And the people in Colorado, not so much. So I think that there's, like, going to be naturally, like, two sides to this thing. And I'll go listen to that when I get back over there. Would anybody like to critique what I said? Maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, I think that there's people, on the flat earth side that are claiming to be biblical, but I see no evidence of that. Because we judge them by their
I agree.
fruit.
You're breaking up really bad.
You, Mark, you want to give it another go?
Check. Sound better now or still breaking up?
It's better. Go ahead, go.
I'm by a dang hospital. But no, I agree with you 100%. There's each aspect of that. There's the people that, say this thing, but then they do this. They always say one thing, but always look behind like a magician because their hands are doing another. You always have to pay attention to what they're doing compared to what they say, and that's how you get a better judge of what really, they stand for.
Well, I think we all know there's always going to be opposition, opposing views, disagreements. So, is it a big deal?
No.
Or are we just
No,
gonna...
not at all.
Yeah, I kind of think that it's just a good exercise in discernment, right? I mean, as long as nobody gets hurt, we have free will, right?
I don't disagree. I agree.
Robot, D-Muck.
I object to your objection.
Well, see, I don't have a problem with opposition, but controlled opposition is a bad thing. So let's say, hypothetically, the government were to put, flat earthers in place, right? And, they get promoted and become like leaders. And they're pushing like false narratives to keep people away from, ether, Tesla tech, this sort of thing, right? Just to control the narrative. That would be a bad thing. But if they'd be willing to have like an open debate where everybody could hear both sides, that would be a good thing.
I see what you're saying. So, like, there could be gatekeepers that want to try to keep back certain information from circulating. Yeah, I think that's dangerous because people are easily deceived. Yeah, that's where discernment comes in. Absolutely. I guess even at a certain point, knowledge, like what are they called? Naturopaths, right? Remember when all those naturopaths just like decided to commit suicide?
Yep.
Or had car accidents and stuff like that? I mean, is it going to get to that point where knowledge of flat Earth, truth of Bible or anything like that, they do not want that circulating so much they will start to kill people? Actually, they probably already have started doing that. I mean, there's some conspiracy theories out there about Rob Skiba even, and how he died, I forgot the other people that have died as well. There was someone else around at that time. But I see your point. The controlled opposition, yeah, Hegelian dialectic, stuff like that. It's yeah, it's no fun.
So they
Trying to
killed
navigate
Rob
through that.
Skiba's body, or maybe he died of natural causes. I don't know, but let's say maybe they killed his body. Well, Brian Mullins, they killed his online presence. So in a way, he was assassinated, not physically, but his online presence was, right?
Okay, yeah, like character assassination. Assassination. There we go. Should I say that on the stream? Assassination. Yeah. I don't know. I don't want to give anybody red flag. I see your point. Yeah.
You chop that hamburger.
Dude, how do you know?
How do you
That's
think I
exactly
know?
That's exactly what I'm doing. Oh man, that's hilarious. Uh,
You got to chop that hamburger for the spaghetti. You got to break it up. You can't just make one big meatloaf. We're going to make a hamburger spaghetti with a big hamburger on it. That'd be funny. Are you making spaghetti?
no, actually, I'm making taco meat, and then I'm gonna make a salad. So a taco salad, essentially, and then also tacos.
Taco salad.
Yep.
Yep, good stuff. I so appreciate the invention of a Bluetooth or speakerphone, because as I'm listening, I can just do my chores, take care of the children, and then still listen to adults have conversations. It's the best of both worlds.
You said children. Just remember your husband always correcting people when they say kids.
I know, dude, yeah.
Good times. Good memories. So I've been looking into this I am thing, obviously. And I've been looking at the fuck word. I didn't mean to say it like that. The F word. And one is a curse, and then one is a blessing and a curse. So if I say I am wealthy, right, that doesn't necessarily mean money, but if I say I am wealthy, then this is like a blessing. If I say I am, S-I-C-K, then that's a curse. But every time you say the F word, it's a curse. And I used to say, if I'm at Easter and I say, Pastor, watch out for that dog shit. Like, that's not a curse, right? Because it's all about intent. But if I say, Pastor, you're a shithead, right? That would be like a bad thing. That's an actual curse, right? But I'm looking into these words and their meanings, and when you say I am, you're basically saying whatever you say after that, you're saying it's accomplished. So if you say I am wealthy, you're saying my wealth is accomplished. So all the words for the Most High God, all the different names that we call him, it's like you're saying that he is these things accomplished. And then we're created in his image, so we're like his children, and it's the same thing for us. Really interesting. It's really deep, and I can't really explain it well because, this is my preliminary research.
Yeah, that's really fascinating because a lot of times, too, when he's speaking to Moses and he says, and tell the children of Israel that they must remember, to love thy neighbor or something. And then he'll say, and that I brought them out of Egypt and that I am Elohim, I am your Elohim. So it's like what you've described then would be saying, I have accomplished this and it will be accomplished in all of its fullness because this is what I said and I am. And nothing can go against me. Yeah, that is really deep. It's like it's a full circle, basically. That's cool. What made you start researching into that?
Because everybody keeps using this word God.
Hey, you wanna know about censorship? Try to find this guy. I forgot his name. I know my husband has the video somewhere. But this guy actually goes into the background, etymology, and pronunciation of God, and it actually etymologically sounds like GAD. I don't know if you've done any research into that, which is another deity. And so really, every time people say God, I might get people upset about this one, but that's okay. You're not saying the Most High, you're actually saying another Elohim, like another deity. It's very fast. You can't just YouTube it anymore. You know, that's definitely censored. I mean, this guy goes through the change of the word God, I don't even know, for like 20 minutes. Probably even longer. It blew my mind. Maybe I'm going to try to find that video and post it.
Yeah, I've heard Witsit talk about that before. So I guess I just need to say the Most High from now on, because usually when I talk about him, I say the Most High God. So I guess the Most High would be, because how could that be misconstrued?
Exactly, that can't. Because he literally is the Most High. There's no reference, there's no book or anything that talks about what is above him. Is there anything above him? I don't know. My little puny brain can't even conceive it, you know?
And I was talking earlier about the two groups, Colorado group and the Carolinas. I really don't care what your religion is. I mean, I hope that you find your way to the Most High, but it's more about how you act. Your actions are what really matters, not what you believe or what you say. So to all the people in here that aren't Christians or whatever, you're not my enemy. But if you're saying that you're Christian, but you're actually not, and you're doing a bunch of bad things, taking God's name in vain, that would be my enemy.
I agree with what you're saying, because you're going to have to help me remember. Remember when some of the disciples came up to Messiah and they were like, Messiah, these people are, doing works in your name or something, and how dare they? And what was his reply? He was like, if they are not against me, they are for me. Something like that, So why would they be considered an enemy? I agree. I've met genuinely kind people that don't read the Bible, that don't agree with some of the things I agree with, and I think their works really show, I guess, their heart, their mind. That's why it's a little, I'm conflicted, like these people that you're talking about that are rude, have the same ideology of flat earth, but then are so rude to to them, like the people that have the same knowledge, I guess you could say. So would they would not have maybe good works. So
Look, I've
would
came
they be
across
considered an enemy? I don't know. I take that back. I don't know.
I've come across lots of infinite planar type, the agnostic type. Hey, buddy, and I don't really have a problem with them at all, right? Because it's not about what they believe; it's how they behave, right? And in here, there's a mixed bag, right? We're all tolerant of each other's beliefs, but in here, it's not what you believe; it's how you behave. So behavior is really interesting, right? There's like a whole, study on like criminal behavior and stuff like this. And I guess what it boils down to is thinking the wrong thing isn't really a crime, right? Someone cuts out in front of you and you think to yourself, man, I could really drag that guy out of his car and drag him over to a nearby toilet and flush his head, give him a good swirly, right? But you don't act on it, right? So it's not about what you think. It's about how you behave. So if someone comes in here and they're a Satanist flat earther or whatever. Like I don't care what they believe as long as they're not cutting people off and muting them and doing all kinds of weird stuff like that, right? I've only met one Satanist flat earther in 8 years though. So in here we tolerate each other's beliefs, but this room specifically we don't tolerate bad behavior. And I think that's a good thing.
By the way, if you want to watch the live, he starts around a minute and 8. I mean, an hour 8. That's when Witsit comes in.
All right, I'll check it out in just a second.
Cool. Yeah, I like the server because ultimately I think most of us are here for the truth. We don't like to be called liars. We don't like to be called names, etc. And I guess it's called like hold space for people that want to talk and stuff. Yeah, the behavior. I agree. Just like my children, you got to give them timeouts or a little belt spanking. Get it in their head that the behavior is not acceptable.
What up, though?
I'm just listening to your stuttering at FED. That's funny.
Yeah, it's like you got to constantly start and stop and then restart to try to talk. Because he interrupts and mutes so much, and then he's like, "Why are you stuttering?" Because I have to keep restarting.
Guys, it's nuts, man.
So bad,
By
bad
the way,
poker,
I clipped something you probably want to use later. Before you got in, that D Rose guy practically metaphorically called Nathan a church.
Yeah.
I
said a church.
Yeah,
finished that in
an honest church. That's metaphorically, and he called the David Weiss one of those conglomerate churches that just pretty much feed off the people.
Oh, okay.
What was your take on that whole discussion today? What's it?
They have to employ tactics to avoid the actual substance of my positions, per usual.
Right. And just want to say sorry if I interrupted you at all. I was just getting a little bit heated there on some of the shit
You're good. You can see the reason that I was getting frustrated was like, dude, you see how hard it is for me to get in. So if there's some dead space, like if you guys take it, then now I'm screwed for like another 10 minutes.
I know.
But it's all good.
He wasn't giving you an ounce though, dude. That was the issue I was having. He was just fucking just walloping right through everything you said.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy. You know what's funny though is whenever I finally got to where I got to bring up those measurements, they all just started diverting away from it. Like, well, what about the photon? And like, dude, you guys like, they're like, we don't shut this conversation down. We don't care about people talking about it. We just say it's not an experiment. And then as soon as I go to bring it up, they avoid it. I'm like, this is proof that like you guys have been shutting this down. And now that it's being brought up, you're trying your best to muddy the waters and use red herrings to get away from the measurement. Because I debunked your little science script because I said it's not science. So they don't know what to do, right? Because they're like, what's the naturally occurring phenomena? I said it wasn't science. What's the independent variable? I said it wasn't science. It's just measurement. Well, then you can't prove it. Can you prove things without science? Yes. Okay, so we can prove things with measurement, like the flat Earth. Yes. Okay, so then let's talk about the measurement. Well, what's the naturally occurring phenomenon? It's just so funny. They just have
And then Arwen chiming in. Oh, it sounds like engineering, not science.
Yeah, and I'm like, buddy, I just said it's not science. And then they said I was reifying the speed of light. I'm like, what? This debunks the supposed speed of light. You're not listening. It was so bad, bro.
Right after you left, Nathan Oakley's all talking about the double slit experiment. I'm like, what did you call that? A double slit experiment? And he got all quiet, and I'm like, so what's the naturally perceived phenomena to curtail this as being an experiment? And he's all light diffraction. It's all sunlight. You got a shadow. There's diffraction. I'm like, well, where's the double slit? Like, I don't see the double slit and the photon. It's just getting all flustered with me, dude.
Yeah, they say it's diffraction. I'm like, okay, so then why do you guys invoke the double slit as supposedly proving the photon, though? If the double slit's just an experiment about diffraction, oh, we really needed the double slit to know that obstruction blocks light and causes it to diffract. Oh my goodness, what would we have done without the double slit? So, but the truth is, they invoke it to prove the photon. So then you try to put their feet to the fire on that, and they act like, oh, that's not why we invoked it. We're just talking about diffraction. It's just all tactics, like all of it.
Yep.
Yeah, it's crazy. And I'm like, dude, if I had more time, I would have absolutely exposed them on the photon, but I had to leave. And I'm like, oh, this guy that always lies about me, like that country dude who acts like he's so much smarter than me when I'm not there, and he always lies about what I say. Every single time, like just grossly lies about what I say. He has to do it on purpose. He jumped in, and I'm like, bro, you're not ready for this. You know what I mean? Like pump the brakes, my guy. I would destroy them about the photon, but I'm like, no. We're not going to run away from the measurements, though. What about the measurements? So I don't know. It's pretty funny. I think it's pretty telling. I've had a lot of people hit me up and be like, I'm not going to lie. Like that was very telling for me. Like really kind of exposed that you're right, that they try to shut down that conversation. But they can't admit it and blah, blah, blah. So maybe some good came out of it. I don't know. I won't be going back there. That was like my one time in and out, just to try to explain some of the gray areas where people were talking past each other.
Yeah, they'll never let you. Nathan will never let you explain it though, dude. He'll always try to straw man and fucking just obfuscate away from it to, further his tactical approach on you. But I think trying to get him to a neutral platform where he can't just do his routine tactics would be ideal.
Dude, I was actually one of the times I was like so incessantly interrupted I couldn't even get like one word out. It's so funny. Like I'll start the sentence with "okay," and then he'll just mute me and be like, "Okay," But anyway, I was trying to say, would you take a debate on a neutral platform where you could get a few $1,000 to do it? But I couldn't even get it out because we both know he wouldn't even do that because he may get a couple $1,000 to do it, but now all of a sudden, like the emperor has no clothes. You feel me?
Right. Yeah, I heard you trying to get it out there, but he was just acting like he didn't hear
it. Well, he probably didn't. Like that was crazy. I mean, honestly, I was like driving and doing stuff, so I was just trying to stay calm. I lost my cool a couple times. I think I cussed one time. Like I dropped the F word one time. And then I made fun of him. Yeah.
When? Today?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think he's already clipped out a lot of it. Like I think he literally somehow he clipped out the first part of it like as soon as it was posting.
It's nice though, Witness, that you got to bring up the Mickelson Morley. It sounded like some of those people that were in there had never even heard of Mickelson Morley, and it's one of the best, arguments for the flat Earth. And maybe someone interested in really knowing the truth will come now and listen, and find out about the Mickelson Morley, even though you went through so much frustration over there.
Yeah, like that's what that was my whole entire purpose though, was to show that it's 2023 and you guys have become such an echo chamber gatekeeping nonsense place that you guys don't even know what Mickelson Morley is. You don't even know what you claim is stupid. You don't even know about the measurements. You guys are in such an echo chamber that
Excuse
in
me,
2023
it's a parlor
you don't
trick.
know. Yeah, exactly. I'm like, okay, I said it's not an experiment. Let's talk about the measurements. They didn't even know what happens. They don't even know. That's wild to me, bro. I'm like, that's why I keep on saying, so we have objective, repeatable measurements that refute the globe, and flat earthers are saying we can't talk about it? Like, well, good luck with that.
That part right there pissed Jeremy off to the point where he fucking flat out left the server. He took off, dude. He was.
Oh, yeah.
He's like, fuck these guys, dude.
Yeah, it's terrible.
It is, bro. To claim being truthers, yet, despite all odds at trying to get the truth out, they just want to suppress it. It's like, wow, man.
Yeah, and then when I first came in, Oakley was being super calm, and I'm like, oh man, this may actually be productive. And sure enough, within like 5 minutes, he just evolved into like a maniac.
Yep.
I told him that if he keeps acting like this, he's going to end up getting cancer.
I told him in the past, I said, you're working yourself up for a brain aneurysm, bro. He did not like hearing that.
For real though, and I'm like, dude, you see how I'm trying to like bring peace and even give you some concessions on behalf of the argument, and like you see the light at the end of the tunnel of peace, and you like turn around. You're like, no, I need the drama. I need the drama. That's why he started going towards, okay, the damages. Like this dude's asking me about how he has damages. Dude, you guys have slandered me for 1 year straight. Like how deluded do you have to be? Like damages? Like, do you think I should take legal action? I was like, no, I don't, and Just like I would never sue QE. That's so petty and gay to me. I don't know. Like, someone online said something about me. I want to sue them. Like, shut up.
Yeah, it's
But
pretty
anyway.
childish.
I'm like, dude, you verbally abuse people every single day, and then you're sitting here acting like you're a victim. Pretty crazy. And then AI jumps in. I'm like, oh, you're a victim. And AI's like, that's not cool.